Chapter 176, Part 1. Proxima Midnight Magic. This is the sharp weapon Chen Luo wants to use against Xiao. In Chen Luo's thinking, since the opponent can absorb and utilize various forms of energy, ordinary attacks will never have any effect on him. As I said before, unless the energy contained in each punch of Chen Luo is comparable to a nuclear bomb. Otherwise it will definitely not be able to reach the upper limit of Xiao's tolerance. Since ordinary attack methods can't work, Chen Luo also wants to give it a try. Whether using magic to deal with him will have some unexpected effects. He wants to see if this energy absorption is really so miraculous that even his blood energy can be successfully absorbed. In the process of using the Proxima Midnight Magic, in order to successfully release the magic, it must use its own blood energy as a medium to activate it. The energy of blood energy is formed through the combination of his own mental power and the blood in his body. Now, apart from Dracula and Mavis, he should be regarded as the only existence who has mastered the magic of Proxima Midnight, precisely because of the special nature of blood energy. So Chen Luo is also very curious. Facing this unique energy, can the opponent's ability be effective? With Chen Luo's thought, a purple-red halo quickly enveloped Xiao, who was standing still. This is one of the Proxima Midnight Magics, walking magic. Under the influence of this magic, if it were someone else, they would be frozen in place in an instant, motionless. But Xiao is different. After all, he had a special mutant ability that claimed to be able to absorb all forms of energy. This can be called an unsolvable ability. Chen Luo is also a little curious about whether his magic can work. He didn't make him wait long, and within a few seconds after his magic enveloped the opponent, the result had already appeared. Originally watching Chen Luo's actions, Xiao's face was still as disdainful as ever. He just stood there, 623, motionless, wanting to see what Chen Luo could do with him. Until now, he has experienced it personally. After the power of the magic cast by Chen Luo, Xiao's face changed instantly. What's this? With this purple halo covering his body, Xiao originally wanted to use his own ability to quickly absorb it, and then enjoy a wave of Chen Luo's shocked eyes. But he had just made a move, and he was keenly aware of it. Different. What is different from the past is that this time, facing the layer of magic covering him at this moment, the efficiency he can absorb is also instantly reduced, from the original 100% to about 1%, compared with before. It can be described as a world of difference. Because of the reduced absorption efficiency, this also caused him to be rarely affected by Chen Luo's magic. Even though he tried his best to struggle, it was obvious that his movements were much slower than the previous moment. Staring fixedly at Chen Luo, Xiao's eyes were full of shock and anger at this moment, and he wanted to speak. But because of the influence of the magic on his body, even if he wanted to speak, it was difficult for him. Seeing the other party's current appearance, Chen Luo was not only not very happy, on the contrary, his brows were slightly furrowed at this moment, and he was even more surprised by Xiao's reaction in his heart. He really didn't expect that the other party could even absorb energy like magic. Although the absorption efficiency is simply incomparable with other energies, it can still be absorbed, right? Just like now, it is because of the magical energy that he can cover himself, which also makes him not like other people, can be completely fixed there. And this is also the main reason why Xiao is still able to make some moves now. Although the movement range is very small, as long as he can move, it means that his ability will not be restricted. In this case, even if he takes advantage of his limited movement and attacks him first, it will be useless. If you attack rashly, not only will it not be able to kill the opponent, on the contrary, the opponent may take this opportunity to absorb a large amount of energy again. With this energy as a support, then the current magic may not be able to trap him. As for how to deal with Xiao's ability, Chen Luo, who has seen the original plot, also has some vague guesses. According to the information he knows, Xiao's energy absorption ability will not be activated only if he can completely control the opponent's body and keep it in a completely static state, even if he has no intention of resisting his mind. It is the best time to kill the opponent. You know, in the history of this world without Chen Luo, Charles and Eric met the current Xiao when they were young. Chapter 176, Part 2. At first, they had nothing to do with this ultimate villain, until later, when Eric took advantage of the opponent didn't pay attention, and directly took off Xiao's helmet, and the battle finally came to an end. As the helmet protecting him from the telepathy ability was taken off by Eric, Charles also showed no hesitation, and immediately used his own telepathy ability to keep him motionless. His thinking was completely controlled by Charles, and his own ability could not be used. Gained a one-hit kill for Eric. Therefore, if Chen Luo wants to successfully kill the famous Black Emperor who has been in the world for decades, he must completely restrict the opponent's actions and control his thinking so that he cannot resist. Only by doing this can he truly defeat the opponent. But how easy is it to do that? Judging from Xiao's ability, it can be said that apart from telepathy ability, he can absorb any other form of energy, even magic. Such a characteristic does not restrict his thinking, even if he wants to control his actions. Easy. So in view of Xiao's weaknesses, telepathy is indeed his biggest nemesis. It can be said that as long as Xiao is not wearing his helmet, then if the professor is here, as long as they meet each other, the other party will immediately be at his mercy. Although he knew what method to use to deal with him, it was a pity that neither Chen Luo nor Eric possessed the telepathy ability, so it was undoubtedly impossible to target this point. In fact, Chen Luo also understands that telepathy ability is absolutely inseparable from mental strength, but the two cannot be confused. In Chen Luo's understanding, mental power exists as the driving force of telepathy ability. The higher the attribute, the stronger the power of telepathy will be. Just like his blood energy, the power file size of the Proxima Midnight magic he casts is also determined by how much blood energy is consumed, just like the mana consumption in the game. Neither telepathy nor magic can exert its power. Blood energy, mental power. Telepathy. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Chen Luo's mind, and he stared closely at Xiao, who was struggling in front of him. He seemed to understand why his magic could be absorbed by the other party. Based on the information he knows, if his guess is correct, although the other party can absorb any form of energy, there is probably nothing they can do about invisible spiritual power. The telepathy that is driven by force will be helpless. And his magic is also based on the same principle, because the source of magic, blood energy, is formed by the combination of spiritual power and blood. So it also has the characteristics of part of spiritual power. It is precisely because of this factor that Xiao Kai will absorb so hard. Are you afraid of mental attacks? Thinking of this, Chen Luo had a thought, and Isher had an idea. Among all the Proxima Midnight magics he has mastered, the vast majority of them are released directly in the form of this externally released energy, just like the current hold spell, but it is not without magic that targets the spirit. Hypnotic ability spell. This magic was originally created by Dracula to target the enemy's spiritual level by transforming the blood energy into a pure spiritual impact, so as to achieve the effect of forcibly controlling the target. When the target is successfully controlled, it will be able to control the other party to take corresponding actions like a telepathy ability user. In this state, the other party will still be at the mercy of the caster. Any problems with the caster will be answered. Unreserved notice. Even if it is the deepest secret buried in my heart, there will be no concealment. Definitely, although the effects of hypnotic ability and telepathy ability seem to be the same, there are also some differences. It's like if you want to know the secret of the target, then you can only tell it through the other party's own mouth. But the telepathy ability is different. As long as the other party can't resist his own ability, then if you want to know everything about the other party, it's just a matter of time. Just a momentary thing. Although at this point, the former is not as efficient as the latter, but it is not without benefits. After all, if a telepathy ability user wants to control the target to launch an attack, then in case the target is attacked by someone else, because it is now controlled by the telepathy ability user, everything the target experiences, including pain, will be borne by the ability user. If you don't have a strong enough spirit, the risk of doing so is not small. So in general, there are advantages and disadvantages between the two. Chapter 176, Part 3. And similarly, the success rate of casting the hypnotic ability technique also depends on the strength of one's own mental power. Just like a telepathy ability person, if the target's mental power is higher than one's own, then it is almost impossible for the opponent to have the hypnotic ability. Possible things. But Chen Luo is not worried about this. After all, his current mental strength is close to 500 points. With such a value, even compared with the person who is known as the strongest telepathy ability, Professor X, he doesn't think he will be inferior wherever you go. It is more than enough to deal with a Xiao. Thinking about this, Chen Luo suddenly showed a confident smile on his face. Walking in front of the other party, seeing Xiao still struggling non-stop, at his speed, maybe a minute at most would be enough to break free from the shackles of the hold technique. But how could Chen Luo watch such a thing happen? So, under the eyes of the other party full of anger, Chen Luo slowly spoke the last solid words the other party heard in this world. Goodbye, Sebastian Shaw. I will accept your ability. Then, regardless of the other party's suddenly puzzled eyes, Chen Luo's eyes froze, and the hypnotic ability technique was activated quickly. With the release of this magic, the next moment, Chen Luo's eyes were instantly covered with a purple halo, which looked particularly eye-catching. Subconsciously met Chen Luo's gaze, but with this gaze, Zhao's gaze instantly became dull, his face became stiff, and his struggling body finally stopped moving. There is no longer any intention of resisting. With Chen Luo's nearly 500-point mental strength advantage, Xiao didn't even have any room to resist, so he fell into his control. The halo that shrouded Zhao's body slowly dissipated. Now, even without the shackles of the hold technique, Xiao still remained motionless, as if he had lost his soul and was at the mercy of others. Seeing the other person's current appearance, Chen Luo's face was calm, and he slowly raised his right hand, and his fingertips soared rapidly, extremely sharp. An afterimage flashed past, and as the fingertips scratched the opponent's throat, a large amount of blood poured into the blood cup that appeared below at an unknown time. When the blood finally flowed out, Xiao Yi finally lost his last trace of strength and fell silently. On the ground, can no longer stand up. After recovering the blood cup, Chen Luo turned to look at the sky and waved it lightly. Immediately, still Eric, who was watching the battle from above, began to fall rapidly and finally landed successfully on the ground. However, at this time Eric didn't care about these things at all. He just walked quickly to Chen Luo's side. Looking at the silent corpse under his feet, his face suddenly became extremely complicated. Finally, Eric sighed quietly, then turned his head and looked at Chen Luo seriously. "Chen, thank you so much this time. I will remember your kindness. Next time, if you need any help, just come to me." Hearing Eric's promise, Chen Luo smiled and waved his hand casually. "Let's talk about that later. It's getting late now. I think it's time for us to withdraw return. Otherwise, if you wait for other people to come over, it will be a little troublesome." Hearing this, Eric nodded slightly, without rebuttal. With the death of the Black Emperor, the highest combat power among the Hellfires, when the steel field covering the central area gradually dispersed, the people who fought fiercely outside also died. They all looked over subconsciously. The next thing was very simple. After learning that Xiao had died in battle, those mutants who had been struggling to resist suddenly lost the motivation to resist 0.9 and chose to vote. Drop. As these people gave up their resistance, the Hellfire base camp that had been standing for decades finally came to an end. Looking at the ruins under their feet, the eyes of the people who came with Chen Luo were full of shock, and their faces were very excited. After Xiao, the soul of Hellfire, died in battle, they all knew in their hearts that even if Hellfire still had a king-level existence like White Queen, from now on, Hellfire's power would also decline, and it would never return to its former heyday. When they thought that Hellfire, who was firmly seated on the strongest throne in the Dark World, would be picked down by them so easily, everyone couldn't believe it for a while. At the same time, when everyone learned about the overwhelming strength Chen Luo displayed in this battle, the eyes they looked at Chen Luo couldn't help becoming more awed. "Okay, since everything here is over, let's leave." In this regard, everyone has no opinion. Immediately afterwards, 10 minutes later, when a large number of police officers who received the news arrived, there was nothing left for them except the ruins in front of them. Chapter 176, Part 4. At the same time, because of Chen Luo's previous operation, the satellite did not take the picture they wanted. So even if they can guess that this matter is related to mutant, there is no evidence at all. In desperation, after a few days of investigation and no results were found, the matter was finally settled. Although this matter seems to have subsided, but in private, there is a faint undercurrent. After learning that this incident was caused by mutant, for a while, the high-level people in this country became more vigilant against the mutant group. Chapter 177, Part 1. It was the day after Chen Luo and his group left. In front of the ruins of the original Hellfire headquarters, at some point, a group of well-built agents in suits and leather shoes had already arrived and surrounded it. In the center of the crowd, Phil Coulson was looking down at the report in his hand. Like everyone else around him, he is also wearing a black suit. His figure is a little thin, his hairline is slightly raised, and he has a kind smile on his face from time to time. He seems to have an inexplicable affinity, which makes people feel strange good impression. As an agent of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, after receiving the news from Las Vegas, Phil Coulson received an order from his superiors and led people to come here overnight. And after a whole night of investigation, finally, the situation here is also investigated. Combining with the narration of those injured pedestrians last night, Phil Coulson also has a general understanding of what happened here. Are two mutant factions fighting here? Looking at the report in his hand, Phil Coulson muttered to himself with a serious face. According to the content of the report, when the two sides fought last night, everyone around could clearly see that in the center of the ruins, there were countless medals floating in the sky. Such a unique ability feature also made Phil Coulson instantly think of a person. That is the internationally famous Magneto, Eric. Phil Coulson, who is known as one of the bipolar mutants, has been known for a long time. When he was very young, Magneto's name often appeared in newspapers, although the frequency of the other party's appearance has been greatly reduced in recent years. But still no one dares to take it lightly. After all, that Magneto's ability is simply invincible to the modern army. In front of him, modern weapons can hardly play any role. Almost useless for Magneto. In addition to the fact that ability is very incomprehensible, 21 in Magneto's hostile attitude towards human beings has also caused many people a headache. Although he tried to take action against this international criminal several times, he still has no experience in the face of his powerful strength. As a member of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, Phil Coulson has a very deep understanding of how difficult Magneto is. As a special department specially approved by the International Security Council to deal with various strange events in the world, how to deal with the issue of mutant is also definitely within their scope of responsibility. Although they have carried out many operations against mutant criminals all over the world in these years and achieved certain results, they still have nothing to do with Magneto, who has the world's top combat power. But the situation has shown some improvement so far. Regarding Magneto's ability, in recent days, They have also successfully developed a special rubber bullet that cannot be controlled by Magneto ability and have assembled this special weapon in order to be able to find a suitable time to attack Magneto arrest. But unfortunately, just when they wanted to take action, Eric happened to disappear in order to make a helmet for Chen Luo that could resist telepathy. For 2 years in a row, they had no news about Magneto's activities. Just when they had some doubts about whether the other party had chosen to retire, today, following the news from the casino, they finally found out the whereabouts of the other party. After confirming that one of the parties to the war was Magneto, Phil Coulson suddenly became interested. He wants to know who is worthy of such a big fight against the other party. According to the news from the witnesses, the other party is the one who can compete with Magneto. Such a real side is undoubtedly the top combat power in this world. I keep recalling the strong men recorded in the data in my mind. Among them, there are only a few who can compete with Magneto: the Butcher in New York, Professor X, who is still teaching in the academy, in the Monster Town, the Blood Clan's ancestor, or Hellfire with 2 kings sitting in it. Among them, Professor X can be ruled out first, as one of the bipolars in the mutant world. Although the concept is different from Magneto, the other party wants to be closer to the human side, but according to his understanding, that Professor and Magneto were very close when they were young friends. Even if you think about it, there is no possibility of doing it. As for the Butcher, who rose up recently, although the other party's record was shocking 2 years ago, they have not heard of any other actions by the other party in the past 2 years, and according to their investigation, there is no relationship between the other party and Magneto. There is no enmity, and the possibility of doing it is also very small. Chapter 177, Part 2. Then there is the Monster Town that suddenly appeared in the past 2 years. The appearance of this town also aroused huge amounts of interest in the Bureau, successfully mixed in. As the understanding of the town gradually deepened, Dracula, the legendary vampire, gradually surfaced. Undoubtedly, when this legendary ancestor of the Blood Clan appeared, it also caused shocks to countless people, especially during a certain accident. This was even more so when they discovered the strength of the Blood Clan ancestor. According to their judgment, this Blood Clan ancestor, like Magneto and others, has the world's top combat power. It can be said that he alone is enough to match an army of 10,000 people. After learning about the opponent's strength, the Bureau also made a decision at the same time. Unless the opponent has actions that harm human beings, otherwise they have to attack this Blood Clan ancestor for no reason. At this moment, Dracula's deterrent power at the King's level was fully reflected. But it's no wonder, after all, after reaching the King level, the power they possess is no different from nuclear weapons, and because of the difference in flexibility, their threat is even greater than nuclear weapons. So it was necessary. They really didn't want to offend such a powerful enemy for no reason. After 2 years of observation, they were also relieved to see that the town was still living on its own as usual. At least judging by the other party's actions, it obviously doesn't look like they will actively attack humans. As for the Blood Clan ancestor, he has been participating in the town's construction for the past 2 years and has no intention of coming out. Regarding this point, Phil Coulson has already called to confirm it just now. In the small town yesterday, the agent also saw the figure of the Blood Clan ancestor. So the battle this time is obviously not the hand of the other party. Except for these people, the rest is Song Yu Hellfire regarding the grievances between Magneto and Hellfire. With their ability, they obviously found out something early on. Although they don't know why Magneto has such a big hatred for Hellfire, it is obvious that during these years, there are many conflicts between the two. So if it's an inferno, it makes sense. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson couldn't help thinking of what they found in the ruins before. During the careful cleaning process, they found an apparently buried corpse under a buried ruin. As for the identity of the dead body, he has started to send people to investigate. It has been a few hours since the investigation until now. Counting the time, the results should come out. Just as Phil Coulson was thinking this way, the next moment, figures suddenly emerged from the crowd and then quickly walked in front of him. Seeing the person coming, Phil Coulson smiled slightly, with a kind smile on his face. "How's it going, Cryon? Did it work out?" Hearing this, Cryon nodded quickly, with a hint of shock on his face. "It has been found. The decedent's name is Sebastian Shao, and his code name is Black Emperor." Black Emperor? Hearing this name, Phil Coulson's smile faltered, and a trace of disbelief appeared on his face. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the other party without blinking. "Are you sure? It's the king of the Hellfire Club?" If the records are correct. Facing Phil Coulson's question, Cryon nodded affirmatively. Seeing his movements, Phil Coulson finally came back to his senses. His face was solemn, and he lowered his head in thought. Just like what he thought, the one who fought against Magneto last night was probably the Black Emperor, but although he had some guesses, he still couldn't believe the result. You must know that Hellfire has 2 king-level characters in the information they know. In their view, Magneto has absolutely no chance of defeating such a strength. If the two fight head-on, no matter how they lose, it should be the latter. But what they thought was the most unlikely thing just happened. With the death of the Black Emperor, there is only one White Queen left to support Hellfire. This will undoubtedly cause huge amounts to Hellfire's strength of loss. In Phil Coulson's view, after losing the top combat power of the Black Emperor, the current Hellfire is no longer the strongest force in the Dark World, and without the Hellfire pressing on top, the Dark World may also cause a crisis. Violent turmoil. Thinking of such consequences, Phil Coulson couldn't help but feel a little headache. It seems we may be busy next time. Just when Phil Coulson reported his findings to his superiors. At this moment, after a night of rushing, Chen Luo and his party finally returned to New York again. Chapter 177, Part 3. Because in this operation, Xiao was killed by Chen Luo, so Eric has no intention of competing with him for the ownership of the dozen or so mutants who chose to surrender, including the revived Torrent, all of which were given to Chen Luo's one side. As for such a result, after learning that Xiao died at the hands of Chen Luo, Ji Lu and the others had no opinion and looked at Chen Hao with awe in their eyes. Chen Luo was not polite to him, and after taking all these people under his command, Chen Luo asked Blade Lucian and the others to bring back the mutant base they had built in recent years, and let them go there to recuperate first. A period of time. Afterwards, when Chen Luo and his group returned to the top floor of the building again, Eric bid farewell to Chen Luo formally. With Xiao's death, he now has no reason to stay here. Now that Hellfire's strength has been greatly weakened, Eric can't wait to get the remaining mutant compatriots in Hellfire. He will never let go of such a good opportunity to expand his strength. Chen Luo has no intention of stopping his idea. Now that Hellfire's strength has been greatly weakened, it is a time when people are panicking. Compared with the time when the Black Emperor was guarding in the past, now is undoubtedly a good opportunity for these mutant elites to join them. After knowing this news, all the forces in the Dark World, it is impossible to remain indifferent. Thinking about it, neither Eric nor the professor, nor even those human forces will let go of such an opportunity. 607. Although quite a few are hostile towards mutant, but in the Dark World, as long as you can strengthen your own strength, right? Mutant doesn't make any difference to them. Even if the opponent's strength is stronger, it may be more popular. So it is expected that in the next period of time, these forces will inevitably participate in this battle for people. Even Chen Luo is no exception. However, with the death of the Black Emperor, the strength of Hellfire has been greatly reduced. But after all, there is another king sitting in Hellfire. If she is guarding, if you want to succeed, it is still difficult to rob people. So different from other people's thoughts, this time, Chen Luo not only wants to snatch those elite mutants, Chen Luo is also very interested in this White Queen. If he can be recruited under his command, then the forces under his command will definitely get a huge amount of promotion. After all, Chen Luo is no match for the power of telepathy ability users. It couldn't be clearer. So after exchanging a few words with Eric and saying goodbye to him, Chen Luo immediately called the Rapids over and began to ask about Emma's whereabouts. Torrent, do you have Emma's contact information? I have something to talk to her about. After saying this, Chen Luo paused for a moment and then continued to speak unhurriedly. Definitely, by the way, I also want to ask, have she and Angel found any news about Apocalypse? Hearing this sentence, Jiliu subconsciously opened his eyes wide. Looking at Chen Luo, in addition to being shocked, he was also filled with doubts. Boss, what are you doing? Looking at the bewildered look on the other side's face, Chen Luo smiled slightly. Well, then I would like to thank your mutant with teleportation ability for helping. Aserzwa. Hearing Chen Luo's words, the Rapids reacted in an instant. Only then did he understand how the Hellfire base camp was leaked. If the other party had successfully captured Zwa Aser, if so, it all makes sense. But to be honest, he really didn't expect that Aser, who has the teleportation ability, would fall into Chen Luo's hands. After all, in his opinion, although the Red Devil has no strength as unsolvable as Xiao or Emma, but in terms of life-saving ability, they are far inferior to each other. But even so, the Red Devil fell into Chen Luo's hands. Thinking of such a result, Jiliu felt a little sad in his heart, but at the same time, he couldn't help feeling even more in awe of Chen Luo. Therefore, facing Chen Luo's question, he had no intention of hiding anything and nodded vigorously. Boss, I have a message from Emma yesterday. About the whereabouts of Apocalypse, they seem to have found something. Oh. Chapter 178, Part 1. Oh, Apocalypse? Hearing this sentence, Chen Luo immediately became interested. What's the news? Lei Lu didn't hide anything and immediately told Chen Luo what he knew. A few days ago, Angel and Emma came to Africa together in order to find out the news about Apocalypse, found Psylocke, who was still active in Africa, and expressed that they would join in the search for Apocalypse together. At the same time, as one of the double kings of Hellfire Club, Emma also invited Psylocke. After actually seeing the other party's strength, Emma naturally has some appreciation for an elite mutant like Psylocke, so she immediately sent out an invitation. Faced with the White Queen's personal invitation, although Psylocke was very moved, she did not directly agree, but thought about it after completing this task first. I have to say, as a mercenary, she is indeed very professional in doing so. In this regard, Emma did not embarrass the other party, but proposed to act together with her and said that she would help the other party to complete this task. Regarding the joining of the two, Psylocke herself knows that she has no possibility of refusing. After all, the one in front of her now is an existence whose strength has reached the level of a king. Not to mention that the other party is also a telepathy ability. In front of such a strong person, even her strength is also considered strong among the third-level mutants, but there is still no room for resistance. After understanding this, she immediately agreed. In the next few days, the three followed the clues provided by Psylocke's employer. After searching all the way, they finally found something. It is said that in a city called Apocalypse in Egypt, there are legends that have been passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. The content of this legend is related to the legendary Apocalypse. So if you can go to this city, you may be able to find more clues about Apocalypse. Therefore, after sending the news back to Hellfire Base Camp, the three of Emma embarked on the journey to Apocalypse City. As for what happened next, that's beyond what Riptide can know. These are all the messages from Emma, and now I think they are still on their way to Apocalypse City. Apocalypse City? Hearing the name, Chen Luo raised his eyebrows subconsciously, and a trace of interest slowly appeared on his face. Where is this city? After successfully learning the location of Apocalypse City, Chen Luo waved his hand to signal the other party to go down. At this moment, when he was the only one left in the room, Chen Luo's face gradually became serious, and he couldn't help but feel a little troubled in his heart. As early as yesterday, after beheading Xiao yesterday, it has been about half a day now, but until now, Chen Luo has not received the news that the task is completed. After carefully looking at the selection content, Chen Luo finally understood. It turned out that solving Xiao was only one of the conditions, and the rest had to wait for the complete disbandment of Hellfire before officially declaring the completion of the mission. As for how Hellfire can be regarded as disbanded, in Chen Luo's view, it is also very simple. Although the Black Emperor, one of the two kings of Hellfire, has passed away, there is still White Queen Emma in Hellfire. Those who sit in town, Hellfire obviously has not come to an end. And if you want to really reduce Hellfire to the dust of history, there is only one way, and that is to get rid of Emma, the only remaining king. Without the presence of a king-level existence, then Hellfire has no reason to continue to exist. Definitely this solution does not have to kill the other party, as long as the other party announces that they will leave Hellfire, or go a step further and personally announce the disbandment of Hellfire Club. Then the conditions can be met. But if you want to complete these, then Emma must be found, otherwise as long as she is still in Hellfire for a day, then Chen Luo's choice will not be considered complete, and if there is no reward for completing this choice, then Chen Luo will be from Xiao. The ability you got, you can't absorb it. He definitely didn't want to see such a result, so he had to set off to find the other party next. But now there is another problem. That is, the other party is now on the way to find Apocalypse. With their ability, Chen Luo is really worried. If Apocalypse is really found and awakened by them, it will be troublesome. In all honesty, for a level 5 mutant like Apocalypse, if it is not necessary, Chen Luo does not want to have any conflicts with the opponent. Although his strength has already surpassed the king level, it remains to be seen whether he can reach the level of the opponent. Discuss. Just when Chen Luo was feeling a little annoyed, suddenly, Ridao's familiar voice began to sound in his mind. Ding! Chapter 178, Part 2. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The rewards are now being distributed. The rewards have been distributed. Now the host has a chance to wash away any of his abilities. Do you want to start choosing? Hearing this voice, Chen Luo was stunned and his eyes were full of bewilderment. What's happening here? Just a few hours before he was in a daze. Far away in the Egyptian region, in the city named Apocalypse, after some searching, they found the place where the mutant ancestor might be sleeping. Just less than 100 miles away from this city, there is a pyramid that has collapsed for thousands of years. Because the interior has been destroyed, it has not aroused the interest of others. But this is only for the outside world. For the residents of Apocalypse City, the ruins are what they say is the resting place of the greatest pharaoh of ancient Egypt, Sabanur. Definitely, this is just the name that Egyptians used to call each other. Translated in other languages, it is called Apocalypse. Therefore, even though it has become a ruin, many people still go there from time to time to pray devoutly. After learning the news, Emma immediately became interested and offered to check it out. In this regard, the other two have no opinion. So, after spending several hours, the three of them finally came to the ruins that were passed down by word of mouth. However, when they actually came here, Emma's originally somewhat expectant face suddenly changed, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. There is no other reason, just because the pyramids that have existed for thousands of years have long been dilapidated. Even though some shadows of the heyday of the pyramids can still be vaguely seen, but now, this pyramid has long lost its original magnificence. The original 100-meter high tower body has now collapsed into a plain, and the internal space has been completely destroyed. Second, there is no room for people to pass through. In front of this huge ruin covering several kilometers, Emma sighed faintly. I thought there would be some clues about Apocalypse here, but now it seems that there is a piece of rubble left here, and the inner space has all collapsed. Even if you want to go in, it will be a problem, let alone find any clues. As far as the ruins in front of them were concerned, they didn't feel that they could find any surprises in it. It seems that our trip was wasted. There should be no clues here, let's go back. After saying this, when Emma was about to leave, suddenly, Angel's voice rang in her ears. Wait a moment. Turning her head, Angel seemed to have thought of something, and said her proposal thoughtfully. Emma, although there doesn't seem to be anything worth looking for in this ruin, I think you might try using your ability. Maybe you might find something. Hearing this, Emma's eyes suddenly lit up. After being reminded by the other party, Emma suddenly thought that even if they might not find anything in the ruins, it might be different if they use telepathy. Through telepathy's ability, she can detect all thinking activities within a radius of 100 meters. Now, including Angel Psylocke, there are only 3 people here. In her induction, only one who can have thinking activities living life. In other words, if she can find other thinking activities here besides the 3 of them, doesn't that mean that there are other lives in this ruins? Thinking of this, a strong expectation suddenly rose in her heart. Now that she had a solution, Emma immediately took action. With the rapid spread of telepathy ability, she also began to search in the ruins. And the moment she came to the center of the ruins, as the telepathy's ability spread to the depths of the ground, at 100 meters underground, an ancient consciousness that had been sleeping for thousands of years was following Emma's induction and slowly began to recover. Found it. Sensing this consciousness underground, Emma's face brightened, and she was about to speak. But the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Accompanied by the recovery of this ancient consciousness, in Emma's telepathy, deep underground, a torrent of consciousness as vast as the sun began to gather rapidly, and finally formed a huge figure standing tall and firm. Compared with this figure, Emma only feel like ants. In her induction, even if the other party didn't make any moves, but just the power emanating from him made her completely lose the desire to resist. Just like a real god, people couldn't help but worship. Son, you woke me up. Suddenly, a majestic and deep voice sounded in Emma's mind. Hearing this voice, Emma's complexion changed instantly, thoughts turned in her mind, and she suddenly had a faint guess in her heart. Who are you? Facing her question, perhaps because she had been asleep for a long time, after a moment of silence, the voice sounded again. Chapter 178, Part 3. Insabaner, or, in your terms, you can also call me Apocalypse. Although she had already guessed in her heart, Emma couldn't help being a little shocked when she heard the other party admit it. After all, this is the first mutant in the legend. According to legend, it once ruled Egypt thousands of years ago, and his legend has been passed down to this day. For all mutants, Apocalypse can even be called the source of mutants. Such an ancient and great existence has not died out until now, but has been falling into a deep sleep state until the arrival of Emma, through her telepathy, successfully awakened the consciousness of this ancient mutant from slumber and came to this world again. After waking up from deep sleep, Apocalypse also forcibly read the memory in Emma's mind through her powerful spiritual power. He mastered it perfectly in an instant. As the source of all mutants, Apocalypse has innumerable abilities, as if the rapid learning he demonstrates today is just an insignificant part of his many abilities. However, although through Emma's unintentional action, Apocalypse's consciousness was successfully awakened, but because of the influence of his failure in the reincarnation ceremony that year, he is still unable to act now. If he wants to restore his mobility, he has to clean up all the ruins above his head. Under the sunlight, the reincarnation instrument under him can continue to operate. When the ceremony was completely over, he did not. It can be regarded as freedom in the true sense. Because of his inability to move, Apocalypse can't clean up the ruins above his head through his own ability, but he is not worried about it. After all, it is now above his head. Isn't there a perfect candidate? Apocalypse has no need to worry about whether the other party will agree to let him out, because at the moment he senses the other party's ability, Emma has nothing to worry about. Before he knew it, he had already quietly branded it. Although among the many abilities he has mastered, there is no such ability as telepathy, but he also has abilities aimed at the spiritual aspect. He can plant a spiritual imprint on the target to make the target subconsciously obey and worship him. As long as the other party's spiritual power does not exceed him, then his ability works. It can be said that this is a very clever psychological suggestion. This ability will not forcibly control the other party's spirit, but it will subtly change the other party's thinking, so that it does not. You will be suspicious of what you are doing. And best of all, this effect is permanent and can never be undone except when the Apocalypse dies. Originally, this ability of Apocalypse could only be used when he was in contact with the target, but it happened that Emma happened to be the one with telepathy ability. So when she discovered the existence of Apocalypse, it meant that they had successfully contacted on the spiritual level, which allowed Apocalypse to display its ability smoothly. Then, as the two continued to communicate, unknowingly, even Emma didn't realize it. Her original vigilance towards Apocalypse is disappearing unknowingly, replaced by the heartfelt obedience and admiration for Apocalypse. There is no doubt that at this moment the ability has affected it. And at the moment when Apocalypse successfully controlled Emma, this also means to some extent that Emma is no longer a member of the Hellfire Club. So it is very as a matter of course. Chen Luo also received a prompt to choose to complete. Definitely, Chen Luo still knows nothing about all this. Chapter 179, Part 1. At the moment when he heard the system prompt, Chen Luo was also a little dazed at the moment, and it took a long time before he gradually recovered. Although I don't understand what happened, but judging by the result, it seems to be not bad. Touching his chin and finally reacting, a trace of excitement gradually appeared on Chen Luo's face. Just now he was still worrying about how to deal with this matter, but he didn't want to wait for him to take all the actions. The reward had already come down. Since that was the case, then he didn't need to think about the White Queen's problem anymore. For Chen Luo, for him, it undoubtedly made him feel a lot easier. Chen Luo is not interested in knowing what happened to the other side, and now his thoughts are all on the reward this time. Through the rewards issued by the system, Chen Luo can now wash away any of his abilities, and Chen Luo has already made a decision in his heart about which one should be washed away. For him now, the most useless thing is probably the blood-sucking ability he got at the beginning. Drain blood, quickly restore physical strength and accelerate wound healing by sucking blood. This is the whole introduction to this ability. The reason why it is said that this ability is useless is also very simple, because now he already has the ability of super speed regeneration, which is much faster than the recovery speed of the former, and the most important point is, over the past few years, this ability has not played any role. The existence of such tasteless ribs, when Chen Luo didn't know that the amount of ability he could bear was limited, he could still bear it. But now that he has reached the limit, it is time for this ability to exit. Compared to this weak ability, Chen Luo's other abilities are extremely important to him. Needless to say, super speed regeneration, the self-healing ability he can provide, can ensure that he can quickly recover his combat power when he is injured, and its importance is self-evident. The Man of Steel can provide a strong defense for itself, and the blood control has huge amounts of development potential, especially now that Chen Luo's mental attributes are soaring. The role of this unendowed role has also been raised by leaps and bounds. Assimilation is to allow oneself to transform other people into the same source blood clan as oneself. In a sense, these 090 abilities and the subsequent blood source are also complementary existences. After all, if the latter wants to function, it must have only if there are people of the same race in this world. Not to mention the role of memory reading. With it, Chen Luo can grasp the information he wants as quickly as possible, and more importantly, he doesn't have to worry about the possibility of the other party lying. There are also the following two abilities, Bat Transformation and Darkness Favor, which can effectively improve one's own strength, and most importantly, this kind of improvement can also grow with the increase of one's own basic attributes. So precious ability is an existence that cannot be met. How can Chen Luo give up? Not to mention the last moment, this is an extremely rare space-type ability. Compared with the ability to draw blood, everyone knows how to choose it. Thinking of this, Chen Luo fixed his eyes, immediately stopped hesitation, and quickly made a choice. Remove me the ability to draw blood. Ding! It is detected that the host has made a choice and is removing the ability to draw blood. As the system's voice fell, immediately after that, an extremely comfortable coolness quickly emerged from the body, and after a punch was circulated in the body, it disappeared again. The ability to draw blood has been removed. Hearing this voice, Chen Luo had a thought, and subconsciously called up the system panel to check. Host, Chen Luo race, source blood clan strength, 150, 1 for a healthy adult male, speed, 50 spirit, 499.9 physical, 110 skills, fighting technique, high, knife technique, master, Proxima midnight magic, high ability, super speed regeneration, blood manipulation, steel body, assimilation, blood source, memory reading, bat transformation, darkness favor, teleportation evaluation. Not one step, not two steps. As the source of the new race, you have already advanced a certain distance on the road to greatness, but you still have a long way to go before becoming a Real God Walk. Looking at the column about the ability on the panel, at some point, the ability to draw blood has disappeared without a trace. With the disappearance of this ability, now he can finally take Zhao's ability as his own. If this ability is really as powerful as he thought, then his strength will undoubtedly usher in another rapid increase. Maybe he can also take this opportunity to wrestle with the legendary mutant ancestor of Apocalypse. Not necessarily. Chapter 179, Part 2. With this in mind, Chen Luo turned his palm over, and the blood cup appeared in his hand again. Looking at the crystal-like blood in the cup that had already been transformed, Chen Luo drank it without hesitation. As the last drop of blood fell into the mouth, the next moment, the familiar warm current began to emerge in the body. But not long before, as before, the temperature of this warm current began to increase rapidly, and finally became extremely hot, starting to destroy Chen Luo's body frantically from the inside. Just for a moment, accompanied by severe pain, Chen Luo's body, then several blood holes of fist file size were broken. Fortunately, at this time, Chen Luo's super speed regeneration ability began to play a role, quickly repairing and healing his body, and formed a stalemate with the warm current in his body, not losing the wind at all. Time passed by, like this for nearly half an hour. Finally, as the warm current gradually began to subside, his body's self-healing ability also quickly gained the upper hand. With the blessing of super speed regeneration, it only took less than a few seconds. Chen Luo's dilapidated, miserable-looking body has returned to its original state. When the pain finally ended, although he was prepared in his heart, Chen Luo was still sweating profusely from the pain, and his face was extremely grim. After slowing down on the sofa for a long time, finally, when Chen Luo gradually came back to his senses and felt the strangeness coming from his body at this moment, Chen Luo couldn't help showing a bit of surprise in his eyes. This is a special feeling that cannot be explained clearly. At this moment, in Chen Luo's senses, the world in front of him seems to be instantly transformed into countless small tubes connected to his body. Through these channels, Chen Luo clearly felt that countless imperceptible energies were continuously pouring towards him, as if there was no end to it. Sensing this situation, Chen Luo just thought about it for a while and immediately understood. The reason for this situation is probably due to the influence of the constantly flowing air here, although the human body can hardly feel any airflow blowing through it. But with his newly acquired ability, when the air blows on him, it will also cause a certain degree of force, and this force is transformed into a corresponding force at the moment of contact with the body. Energy flows into the body. Although the energy flowing into his body at this moment seems so insignificant, perhaps not enough for him to consume by raising his hand at will, but this is undoubtedly an earth-shaking change for Chen Luo. Because since he can sense the flow of energy now, it means that the current him has truly possessed the original Black Emperor's variant ability, energy absorption. In order to confirm this, Chen Luo opened the panel again to check. Host: Chen Luo race, source blood clan strength, 150, 1 for a healthy adult male, speed, 50, 499.9 physical, 120 skills, fighting technique, high, knife technique, master, Proxima midnight magic, high ability, super speed regeneration, blood control, steel, CBFJ, iron body, assimilation, blood source, memory reading, bat transformation, darkness favor, teleportation, energy conversion, able to absorb any form of energy, and it can convert it into other forms of energy for storage or release. Note: when the total amount of energy absorption exceeds its own limit, it will cause a certain degree of damage to the body. Evaluation: as the source of the new race, you have already advanced a long way on the road to greatness, and there is only a short distance left for you to become a real god. After absorbing Zhao's ability, now Chen Luo not only adds 10 points to his physique, but also finally possesses the ability that the other party has. Although reading the introduction, this ability does not seem to be of a growable type like teleportation, but when you think about it carefully, apart from being restricted by physical attributes and having a theoretical upper limit of absorption, this ability does not need to grow anything. As long as it is done step by step, if you improve your own physical fitness, the role this ability can play will become greater and greater. Regarding this point, Chen Luo has never doubted it. Definitely, this ability also has an upper limit. If it exceeds the limit it can bear, it may cause some damage to its body, but he doesn't need to worry about this. After all, he is different from Xiao, except in addition to this ability, he also has the ability of super speed regeneration. With the blessing of this ability, even if the energy absorption really exceeds the limit he can bear and causes damage to the body, it may take only a few seconds for him to recover successfully. Chapter 179, Part 3. But if there is too much energy absorbing, if he is blown up directly, he has to think about how long it will take for the ability of the source of blood to work and revive him. But Chen Luo is not worried about this. After all, based on his understanding, with Zhao's physique back then, the upper limit of his endurance was able to reach the total amount of energy contained in nuclear weapons. With his current physique, compared with the former, his upper limit is definitely not too high. In Chen Luo's mind, even if a nuclear bomb hits his head now, he can use his ability to absorb all of it into his body. With this ability, Chen Luo's defensive power will reach an incomparably exaggerated level. If it is said that in terms of his defensive power before, he could only withstand attacks from weapons like grenades, but now, modern weapons for him, it has no effect at all. Definitely, this will only have such an effect when the ability of energy conversion can be successfully released. If, like Xiao, when his mind and body are under control and this ability cannot be released, his exaggeration, there is no way to talk about defense. But even at that time, relying on the passive ability of the Man of Steel, it is still difficult for ordinary weapons to break through his defenses. With such double insurance, Chen Luo's survival ability has undoubtedly been greatly improved again. In addition to the leap in defense, he also received huge amounts of improvement in personal strength. Through the way of energy conversion, while successfully defending against the opponent's attack, He can use the energy contained in this attack to improve his own strength and erupt from the city to a stronger strength than before. To be more precise, if the opponent's strength is stronger, as long as it does not exceed the limit that Chen Luo can bear, then he can also use this ability to raise his own strength to the same level as the opponent's. Definitely, the premise is that the opponent is not good at mental attacks. Apart from this one weakness, this ability is perfect both in terms of defense and attack, and most importantly, it can also continuously improve one's physical attributes. This Chen Luo is also very satisfied with such an all-round enhancement. I don't know. If I face Apocalypse now, will I still have a chance of winning? After feeling the improvement of his own strength, Chen Luo couldn't help but have such an idea in his heart. Just as he was thinking about this question, suddenly, the familiar phone rang. Click to connect, and then the sound of the piano sounded from the other side. Although it was only less than a day apart, Chen Luo can still clearly feel that the other party misses him, but it may be because of what Chen Luo said yesterday that he still has things were busy, so I didn't propose to meet Chen Luo again. I have to say that if you leave out the Phoenix Force on the other party who doesn't know when it will explode, Chen is a perfect girlfriend candidate no matter in terms of appearance, figure, or personality. If Chen Luo was still a little afraid of the Phoenix Force on the piano before, now that he has the ability to transform energy, he also has some confidence in his heart. The day they got along was really very happy, so Chen Luo was suddenly moved. Since I have nothing to do now, I might as well go to the academy to look at the other party and give her a surprise. Recalling the invitation offered by the other party yesterday, he couldn't help being moved for a while. Thinking about it, Chen Luo left the building immediately after deciding to go, took some time to prepare, and then got into the car and drove towards the academy where Chen was. Boss, we have arrived. Brutal's voice rang in Chen Luo's ears. Hearing this, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, turned his head, looked at the familiar scenery outside through the car window, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Spinned, opened the car door, took the flowers that had been prepared, and told Brutal to wait here. Then Chen Luo turned and walked towards the gate of the academy. Arriving at the familiar green shady grassland, facing the curious eyes of the students on the road, Chen Luo was about to step up and ask where Chen was now. However, before he could speak, suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Mr. Chen Luo? Chapter 180, Part 1. Hearing this, Chen Luo turned around slowly and was stunned when he saw the person coming. Alalo. At the beginning, after seeing Chen Luo's back here, Orolu still couldn't believe it, but now she is finally sure, and just about to say hello, her eyes couldn't help looking at Chen Luo's hand bouquet of flowers. Seeing this, Orolo's face was stunned, and then she couldn't help but look at Chen Luo with amusement. You are. Meeting her gaze, Chen Luo was not embarrassed, nodded with a smile, and greeted her. Just as you see. As he spoke, he waved the flowers in his hand and signaled in front of the other party. This is what I plan to give to Chen. I originally planned to ask these children where Chen is now, but since you are all here, look, come on, I don't need to find anyone else. Hearing this, Aurora showed a trace on her face. She nodded slightly. Then you have found the right person. I just need to go to Chen to discuss something. Oh, looks like I just caught up. Chen Luo replied with a smile. Seeing the smile on Chen Luo's face, Orolo also echoed with a smile. Indeed. As soon as she finished speaking, she then changed the subject, with a regretful expression on her face. But I may disappoint you, because you may not be happy about what I'm going to discuss with Chen next. See? Huh. Chen Luo's face was startled, and he quickly realized, is it because you have something to ask Chen to help? Seeing Chen Luo reacting so quickly, Orolu was a little surprised, but then nodded with a smile. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Next, I'm going to find Chen and ask her to help teach the children 2 lessons for me. I have other things to do today, so I need to go out for a while. After saying this, Orolo blinked at Chen Luo, with undisguised regret on his face. So, you may have to take a trip for nothing today. Chen Luo. There was a moment of silence, and then, under Orolo's surprised gaze, a smile appeared on Chen Luo's face again, and he spoke slowly. So Chen is going to go to class next? It sounds good. Can I go in and listen? Hearing this answer, it was Orolo's turn to be a little dazed, and looked at him in surprise, with some disbelief in his eyes. Are you sure you want to do this? Facing her question, Chen Luo was also a little puzzled. Why? Can it work? Is it because your classes are a bit private, or? In Chen Luo's mind, he was also a little curious about what courses this academy would teach, and most importantly, he really wanted to see what it would be like to be a teacher's piano. Thinking about it, it should be very suitable. Recalling Chen's gentle and intellectual appearance, Chen Luo became more and more curious. Definitely not. Hearing this, Orolu understood that Chen Luo's thought course was different from what she understood, and she was about to remind her, but after thinking about it, she immediately gave up her plan. Some thoughts flashed through her mind, and the smile on Orolo's face became more and more unpredictable. If you want to go, then I definitely have no problem. Saying that, Orolo turned around and looked to the other side, and greeted, Then come with me. At this moment, Chen should be at the old place. After saying hello, Orolo walked forward. Watching the back of the other party leaving, Chen Luo followed immediately without hesitation. Soon, when the two walked for about a few minutes, they came to the edge of a small lake. Then, Orolo pointed to the towering tree on the other side of the lake that was about 10 meters high and surrounded by several people, and said with a smile, "Look, Chen is there now, and she would usually sketch here at this time." Hearing this, Chen Luo followed the direction pointed by the other party and turned his head to look over. With his eyesight, he could definitely see clearly. Under the big tree on the opposite side of the lake, Chen was writing and drawing in front of a drawing board, with a concentrated expression, long red hair fluttering in the wind, and a bright red suit. The long skirt swayed slightly, and it seemed to have an indescribable beauty. "I didn't expect Chen to have such a hobby." Chen Luo sighed with emotion, his eyes full of appreciation. Actually, Chen was not interested in sketching. At this time, Orolo's voice sounded at the right time. But because her ability was difficult to control when she was young, the professor came up with this method to improve her ability through sketching. It is through this method that Chen can gradually control her ability. Although she can fully control her ability now, sketching has become her hobby, so whenever she has time every day, she will come here to stay for a while. Because the professor did not disclose the situation about Chen, Orolu is not clear about the fact that there is another consciousness in Chen. Clear. Chapter 180, Part 2. Turning his head to look in Chen's direction, when Chen Luo was about to make a move, he didn't know if it was a coincidence. But at the moment when he just left, Chen also seemed to have noticed something, and looked up at the same time. Later, when she saw Chen Luo standing on the opposite side of the lake, Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled visible to the naked eye, and waved vigorously, looking very excited. This kind of movement would not be easily revealed by Chen's previous character. Even Orolu saw it for the first time. Looking at Chen's movements, she subconsciously glanced at Chen Luo at the side from the corner of her eye, feeling a little complicated in her heart. To be honest, when she saw Chen Luo for the first time, she was more vigilant in her heart. After all, Chen Luo had a reputation as a butcher outside, so she couldn't help but be careless. However, during the conversation between the two, her impression of Chen Luo also slightly changed, especially when Chen Luo said that he was funding the academy, but that was only limited to those who extended a helping hand to Chen Luo. It's just gratitude. Apart from this, she is still a little cautious about Chen Luo. But after that, something happened that she didn't expect at all. During their conversation, Chen came here by accident and just met Chen Luo, and had a huge amount of affection for him, which made her feel astonished. She intends to dissuade her, but this time, Chen has changed from her previous gentleness and understanding, and instead declared her ownership in a somewhat domineering and forceful way. She looked at her friend for many years with a bit of hostility in her eyes, obviously treat her like a competitor. For Chen's fierce reaction, Orolo wanted to explain, but seeing Chen's appearance, she could only temporarily hold back her thoughts and wanted to have a good chat with her after Chen calmed down. Because the two only met once, Orolu subconsciously thought that Chen's state would not last long, and her liking for Chen Luo was obviously a bit too abrupt. Maybe after a few days will recover. But although she thought well, Chen's actions in the next few days made her fall into another deep doubt, because even though Chen Luo had left, Chen's affection for Chen Luo still hadn't subsided. There are no signs, but with the phone calls between the two, there is an intensifying trend. Seeing such a result, Orolo could not help feeling a little doubtful in her heart, and even wondered whether Chen was under some kind of control by Chen Luo. And after she told the professor about her thoughts, after some discussion by the professor, judging, and finally denying her suspicions, Orolu was still very convinced by the professor's words, so after dispelling her doubts, she finally had to admit that her good friend really fell in love with Chen Luo, whom she had only met once. After realizing this, I also feel a little helpless in my heart. Like Scott, she is not very optimistic about Chen's relationship, but as a friend, she has no reason to dissuade her. As long as Chen Luo does not do anything to hurt her friend, she can only watch the two of them. It goes on like this. Especially after Dang Chen came back yesterday, the other party told herself with excitement that after the date between the two of them today, Orolu couldn't help but change her attitude towards Chen Luo while blessing her good friend. With the current relationship between Chen Luo and Chen, even if it is for Chen, she will show her kindness to Chen Luo, and this is why she is so enthusiastic when she sees Chen Luo today. These thoughts flashed in her mind, and then, before she had time to think about it, she and Chen Luo came under the big tree where Chen was. Coming in front of Chen Luo handed over the flowers in his hand, and said with a light smile, "For you. By the way, you are beautiful today." "Thank you." Hearing this, a gleam of joy flashed in Chen's eyes, and she took the flowers in Chen Luo's hand. The smile on her face became brighter and brighter, and there was also a hint of joy in her eyes when she looked at Chen Luo, a little can't wait to open the mouth and say, "Chen, I really didn't expect you to come here today." Hearing this, the corners of Chen Luo's mouth curled up, pretending to shrug his shoulders helplessly. After all, Yesterday's date didn't seem to be very satisfactory, so I think it's better to make up for it today. Really? Hearing this explanation, Chen subconsciously tightened her hands holding the flowers, and a blush slowly appeared on her face. Asking for flowers. After all, she didn't forget that during the date yesterday, she took the initiative to invite Chen Luo. Although Chen Luo had something to do that day, he could only leave regretfully, but it is obviously not the case now. Thinking about what Chen Luo said just now, while Chen felt nervous, she also faintly raised some expectations. Chapter 180, Part 3. Then we now. Chen. Before she could finish speaking, Aurora walked over at the right time. With an inexplicable smile on her face, I'm sorry, I might have to interrupt the date between you. Chen, I need your help with something here. I have something to do temporarily today, so I will trouble you to help me in the 2 classes in the afternoon. Speaking of this, Aurora blinked at the other party and said with a smile, but don't worry, Mr. Chen Luo has already said that he will go to class with you too, so you shouldn't worry about missing anything up. When she heard that Aurora wanted to ask her for help, Chen subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, she didn't want to miss her date today, but when she heard that Chen Luo would also be with her, Chen felt that there was no more overwhelmed by the conflict. He nodded with a smile on his face and agreed. Then leave it to me. Seeing that the other party agreed, Aurora finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then the two chatted for a while, and then, Aurora waved his hand to bid farewell to the two. Then I'll go first. Seeing the back of the other party leaving, Chen turned her head to look at Chen Luo, with a brighter smile on her face. Chen, let's go there quickly. It's almost time for class. 0, no problem. Chen Luo nodded and said with a light smile, I just want to see, what will teacher Chen look like in class? Hearing Chen Luo's address, Chen subconsciously blushed, silently picked up the drawing board in front of her, then turned and left. Open. Soon, when the two came to the class place, but when Chen Luo saw what it looked like, he was speechless for a while. The reality was completely different from what he had imagined. Originally, he thought that the class would be held in a classroom this time, but he never thought that it seemed to be an outdoor activity. That's all for the outdoors. But Chen Luo subconsciously scratched his head when he saw the children playing on the green grass. Where is this still a class? Isn't this just taking care of children? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing Chen Luo's reaction, Chen asked curiously. This is a bit different from what I thought. Chen Luo shrugged. His face looked a little helpless. I thought this class should be you standing on the podium to teach the students. Hearing this, Chen blinked suspiciously. Today Aurora is teaching outdoor activities, hasn't she told you? Chen Luo shook his head, looked at the other party's beautiful face, and said softly, Then I don't care about that. I just want to see what Chen will look like in class, that's all. But then he waved his hand and continued. But it doesn't matter now, isn't it just right? It's also good to watch these children here. And we have more time to spend together, don't we? Hearing this, a blush slowly appeared on Chen's face, and she didn't speak, just nodded slightly. Seeing her reaction, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, and he held the other's palm lightly, feeling the warmth from the palm. The two looked at each other and smiled. Soon, when it was night, after class, the two had dinner together in the school cafeteria, and then, Chen Luo sent the piano all the way back to the door of the house. Standing outside the room door, looking at the silent Chen with her head bowed in front of her, Chen Luo said softly, Okay, it's getting late now. You should go to bed early. I'll go back first. I will come to you again when I have time. As he spoke, Chen Luo turned around slowly, as if he was about to step away. Seeing Chen Luo's actions, Chen finally came back to her senses, subconsciously asked to stay. Wait a minute. Hearing this voice, Chen Luo paused, turned his head, and looked at the other party with some doubts. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Looking directly into Chen Luo's eyes, the blush on Chen's face became more and more obvious. Her voice trembled slightly, and she pretended to be calm. It's already very late now. It should be very late to go back. Long time. So if you don't mind, you can stay and rest today. As soon as the words fell, Chen Luo, who had been waiting for this sentence for a long time, had no reason to refuse. He nodded immediately, and the corners of his mouth raised a slight arc. Definitely don't mind people. Chapter 181, Part 1. At the same time that Chen Luo and Chen Luo were dating, the African continent, where Apocalypse is sleeping, now a new change has begun. After planting a spiritual imprint deep in Emma's heart, Emma began to clean up the ruins under her feet. Definitely, if she wanted to do this, she needed help from other sources. After returning to Apocalypse City, Emma directly approached the high-level human beings in charge of the city. With her telepathy ability, the opponents had no room for resistance, and they all fell under Emma's control. After taking control of these high-level officials, the city naturally fell into Emma's hands. Then, under the orders of the high-level officials, the resources of the entire city were mobilized one after another, and they rushed to the ruins in the distance to start cleaning up. With the help of the tools brought by humans, it only took one day, and in the early morning of the next day, most of the ruins had been cleared. especially the central area of the ruins, right above where Apocalypse sleeps. The area here has not only been cleaned up, but after a night of hard work, a passage with a depth of about 100 meters has also been excavated. With the gradual development of this passage, gradually, the workers who are working one after another found the strange. In the center of the ruins, the three of Emma stood aside, looking at the huge, deep pit not far away, where the workers were digging. As time went by, except for Emma's calm face, beside her, the faces of Angel and Psylocke became more and more expectant. After hearing the news about Apocalypse from Emma, both of them couldn't believe it. Although they did come to find clues about Apocalypse, the ancestor of the mutant 200, in their hearts, they just thought they could find some legends about Apocalypse. As for whether the other party is really alive in this world, there was no hope in my heart. But it's different now. They never thought that Emma would successfully wake up the legendary Apocalypse from her slumber after searching in the ruins for a while, thinking that they would see the ancient Apocalypse soon. Mutant. While the two of them had some expectations, they couldn't help but feel a little bit of ambition. Emma. Looking at Emma's back, Angel hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Are you sure you want to let her out?" "But I remember Aesir once said." "It doesn't matter." She was interrupted by Emma before she finished speaking. She waved her hand and looked straight ahead. There was an unknown fanaticism in the depths of her eyes, and her tone was full of indisputable Angel. "I think you should understand who is the master of this world now. Looking at the world being controlled by those humans, and the mutant with stronger power can only live under the rule of those humans, are you really willing to see this result? And now you should have seen a lot of the rejection of us by those humans. In these years, how many of our compatriots have been arrested and studied by them? Why do they do this? Isn't it because they are afraid of the power we have? No, rather than fear, it would be more appropriate to say jealousy. Compared with those weak human beings, only we mutants are more suitable to be the masters of this world. If this world is controlled by us, then our other compatriots can also live in the sun with integrity. But to do all of this, our strength is not enough. Only by finding a more powerful mutant to lead us can we achieve this. And in terms of strength, who can compare to our mutant clan? Ancestor, where is Inchi? As long as Apocalypse can be revived, then with his power, he will certainly be able to lead us to create a world of mutants. Think about that future. Don't you want to trample those humans under your feet? Thousands of years ago, the world belongs to us, and all we have to do now is to take it back. Hearing Emma's words, the two of Angel's hearts were shocked, and they looked at each other subconsciously. Thinking of the world Emma described, the eyes of the two couldn't help but become hot, and they nodded heavily. There was no more in their hearts doubt. However, at this moment, suddenly, in the center of the ruins, where the workers were constructing, there was a sudden burst of noisy shouting. As if they had discovered something, the crowd suddenly became extremely chaotic. "My God, there are people down there. I see there are people down there. How can it be?" "It's true, I saw it too." As more and more people saw the scene below, everyone was shocked into a cold sweat, and their eyes became extremely panicked. You must know that this ruin has existed for thousands of years. After such a long time, according to common sense, no matter what life it has already turned into bones. However, in the depths of the ruins, they saw a figure sleeping deep underground, with no signs of corruption in the body. Chapter 181, Part 2. Such a strange scene immediately aroused the fear of many people. Just as the crowd was bustling with people wanting to escape from here, the next moment, an invisible wave of mind instantly enveloped the audience. After being swept by this wave, the crowd stopped all their movements, and their bodies froze there, motionless. Immediately afterwards, as if they had received some orders, all these people turned around and walked to the deep pit behind them and started working again. Emma strode towards here. Following her movements, everyone who was working in front seemed to have sensed something, and they all dispersed at the same time, and she still passed by. Coming to the edge of this deep pit, looking down, Emma's face was full of fanaticism, and she murmured, "Soon, Master Apocalypse, in a short while, it will be time for you to truly recover. The day when our mutant will rise is finally coming." Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. After a night of work, Emma controlled these people to leave after the tunnel was completely dug. Finally, only their master was left here to wait. All eyes looked towards the east, where the sun rose. Under the gaze of the three of them, as the sun slowly rose from the horizon, the warm light instantly enveloped the land. As the warm sunlight slowly fell to the ground, it didn't take long to cover the ruins where the three of Emma were. In this huge pothole behind the three of them, as the sunlight poured in, it irradiated directly to 100 meters below. Under the sunlight, the next moment, those huge stones engraved with strange symbols around Apocalypse also appeared one after another. Light up. The original gray stone was instantly covered in gold, and the symbols on it lit up one after another, and the lines engraved on it also slowly began to flow, as if they were alive, and they all converged towards the center of the stone platform under Apocalypse. Immediately afterwards, around the stone platform, a series of golden lines lit up instantly, turning into countless lines of golden liquid, pouring into Apocalypse on the platform. As these golden substances poured into the body one after another, at this moment, the reincarnation ritual that had been interrupted for thousands of years began to operate again, and the body that had been dormant for thousands of years was reactivated, slowly merge into one. Thousands of years ago, although it had an extremely powerful ability due to the continuous passage of its own lifespan, this also caused Apocalypse to perform a reincarnation ceremony every few decades. Through the reincarnation instrument under its body, the consciousness in the aging body transferred into the bodies of other young mutants. When the ceremony is over, the consciousness of Apocalypse will replace the original consciousness of this body and be reborn on the opponent. After rebirth, Apocalypse will return to his youthful state again, and he will be able to possess the abilities of this body, and it is through this method that he has gradually grown to 5 in strength in countless reincarnations. Level mutant level. The reincarnation ceremony back then was destroyed by the human beings he enslaved, so his consciousness could not integrate with this body, and he fell asleep for thousands of years. His consciousness finally merged with this body, and he regained consciousness. The moment his consciousness fully integrated, the figure that had been sleeping on the stone platform for thousands of years finally opened his eyes. The body was instantly wrapped in a purple-red energy shield, and Apocalypse's body slowly floated in the sky, flying back above the head. Immediately afterwards, at the edge of the pothole, under the watchful eyes of Emma and the other 3, Apocalypse slowly flew out of the hole and came to the 3 of them. The whole body is covered by a suit of strangely shaped armor. He is tall and tall. Under the sunlight, his blue skin glows faintly. Seeing the other party, somehow Angel and the 2 felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and intimacy from the bottom of their hearts. "Children, thank you for waking me from 1,000 years of sleep." Gently raised his right hand, and then placed it on Emma's cheek. Apocalypse's black and white eyes were slowly covered by a layer of gray. "Then, let's retake this world again. We want to let those humans know who is the real ruler of this world. Only I, Apocalypse, am the only god in this world." As the voice fell, in his body, the surging energy instantly spread to the surroundings, sweeping in all directions. When a torrent of energy swept across the ground, the next moment, with the location of Apocalypse as the center, on this piece of land with a radius of several kilometers, those ruins were instantly broken down into particles by the torrent of energy and dissipated in the air. Chapter 181, Part 3. Not only the ruins, but even the land under their feet disappeared in this terrifying torrent. In less than 10 seconds, when the 2 angels behind them finally came back to their senses, under their feet, the originally solid ground dissipated, forming a huge, semicircular hole hundreds of meters deep. The 4 of them floated out of thin air in a purple-red energy shield, standing quietly in place. Looking at the scene below, the eyes of the 2 were suddenly full of shock, and their gazes towards Apocalypse also instantly turned into awe. Even in Angel's mind, Apocalypse's deterrent power to her now has completely surpassed that of Xiao, whom she has followed for a long time. Although she also knows the terrifying strength of the Black Emperor, after seeing Apocalypse's seemingly random blow, she immediately I have already understood that the gap between the 2 is simply a world of difference. If Xiao's strength is still in the human category, then Apocalypse has reached another level. In her eyes, Apocalypse of at the moment can already be equated with a god. While the 2 were inexplicably shocked, the energy waves emitted by Apocalypse just now spread to all directions, as if it had caused some chain reaction. Mutants all over the world seemed to sense something, and their hearts jumped in unison. Subconsciously raised his head and looked in the direction of Apocalypse. His eyes were full of doubts. Los Angeles. After obtaining the bases of Hellfire distributed all over the world through the Hellfire members who chose to surrender, Eric immediately led people to start the operation. However, when they had just arrived at the Los Angeles airport, before they had time to get out of the airport, Eric seemed to sense something suddenly, subconsciously turned his head to look at the sky, with a puzzled expression on his face. Looking back, when he saw that Raven and Victor beside him were the same as him, for some reason, a bad premonition suddenly surged in Eric's heart. "Raven, Victor, did you both sense something just now?" After regaining his senses, Raven nodded. His eyes looked worried. "Eric, I feel that this matter seems a little strange. I think we might as well postpone it for a while. Let's find out about 3.1 before we talk about it. I also feel something is wrong. It seems that there is a danger approaching us." Victor seemed to feel something. His breathing became a little short, like a frightened beast. Eric knew very well how keen Victor's beast perception was. After hearing what he said, Eric's face gradually became serious. After a moment of silence, he finally made a decision. "Go, let's go back to New York. Now, maybe only Charles will know what happened." Xavier's school, inside the principal's office. Sitting in a wheelchair, wearing a dark suit, the top of his head is extremely smooth. His face looks soft, and the old man who looks full of affinity is quietly looking at the test paper in his hand, with a very focused expression. However, at this moment, suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. His face was taken aback. He raised his head subconsciously and looked out the window ahead, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. But before he had time to wonder for a long time, the mahogany floor under his feet seemed to be suddenly stimulated and began to vibrate slightly, not only the floor, but also the large desk in front of him, the bookshelf standing beside him, and the potted plants on the balcony in the distance also began to tremble uncontrollably, and then fell to the ground suddenly. Snapped. The flower pot shattered in an instant, and at the same time, not only the room he was in, but also the entire teaching building where he was in began to vibrate, and as time went by, the vibration was getting bigger and bigger. It looks like an earthquake happened suddenly. Chapter 182, Part 1. Accompanied by the vibration of the floor, all the people who were still sleeping were awakened one after another. Feeling the shaking from the floor, they subconsciously screamed and ran out of the room together. Is this an earthquake? Get out of here, everyone. Don't linger here. Piet, go and get the others up. I'll go find the professor. In the long corridor, Scott, who hurried downstairs, saw Piet, who rushed out of the room at the first time, and immediately gave him instructions, and then quickly ran towards the room where the professor was without looking back. Soon, when he came to the door of the room, he immediately started knocking on the door vigorously. Professor, are you in there? Come out quickly, let's leave together. However, after a while, Scott did not see anyone responding. When he was wondering, suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from his mind instantly. Scott, come find me in the office. Hearing this voice, Scott's face brightened, and his heart immediately relaxed. Now that he had confirmed where the professor was, he immediately ran towards the office without any hesitation. Soon, as the office door was pushed open, seeing the figure in the room sitting in a wheelchair, whose body couldn't stop shaking, Scott hurried forward to help stabilize the wheelchair, and then spoke again. Professor, let me send you away. This place is no longer safe. With that said, Scott planned to push the professor out of here. Wait a moment. However, just as he made a move, the professor who was sitting in the wheelchair stretched out his hand to stop him. Scott, send me to Chen's room. This change is caused by Chen's power. Only by appeasing her as soon as possible, this phenomenon will subside. Chen. Scott's expression tightened instantly upon hearing this. Professor, is this situation caused by Chen? Charles nodded. His face was a little anxious, and he urged, Don't talk so much. Send me there quickly. Otherwise, I won't last long here. Hearing the words 24, Scott also reacted immediately, did not continue to ask more questions, and hurriedly pushed the teacher and ran towards the room where Chen was. Just as the two were on their way, in the room where the violin is located, Chen Luo, who was still sleeping soundly, was awakened by a violent shaking in an instant. He opened his eyes and looked at the movement coming from around him. When he woke up, but when he saw Chen's abnormal state at this moment, he suddenly stopped moving. At this moment, Chen, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly became restless. Her brows were tightly frowned. Her face showed a faint look of pain. Her body couldn't stop shaking violently, and the quilt in front of her body had slipped to the bottom at some point, revealing big scenery. In addition to this point, in this room, the surrounding objects seem to be affected by an unknown force, and they are all floating in the air. As the movement of the piano becomes larger and larger, the vibration of the room at this moment cannot help but become it's getting more and more intense. If it continues like this, I'm afraid it won't be long. Not only this house, but even the whole building is at risk of collapsing. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he suddenly had a guess in his heart. Now that can cause this kind of movement, I am afraid that only the Phoenix Force hidden in the body of the piano has such an ability. Judging from the current situation of the piano, it is obvious that some people can't control the Phoenix Force in the body, and it will be caused by confusion. If you want to restore peace, you have to wake up Chen. Without further hesitation, Chen Luo immediately stepped forward, intending to wake him up. However, the moment he reached out to touch Chen's body, Chen's originally closed eyes immediately opened, as if there were two flames burning in his eyes, and he turned to look at Chen Luo, almost subconsciously, and invisible the power instantly enveloped Chen Luo. A warning came to Chen Luo's mind. Without even thinking about it, he immediately activated the ability he had just obtained yesterday. At the moment when the energy conversion ability was activated, the Berserk Phoenix Force spread rapidly, covering the room where the two of them were. Particles dissipated in the air. As one of the supreme powers in this universe, the Phoenix Force can be used to destroy or regenerate everything in the universe. Although the Phoenix Force on the piano is only a small part of the Phoenix, if it can be fully utilized, even destroying a planet in an instant is not surprising. Fortunately, The Phoenix Force on the piano is still in a dormant state. Although some inexplicable influence has awakened part of its instincts compared to its full form, this part of the force is not enough to pose a threat to Chen Luo. Chapter 182, Part 2. With the envelopment of this force, the next moment, Chen Luo only felt that there were countless torrents of energy pouring into his body from the outside world. As the Phoenix Force from the outside world was transformed by Chen Luo's ability one after another, Chen Luo's body also began to violently shake up. Just like Xiao at the beginning, in the process of absorbing a large amount of energy, the body will also shake unconsciously. This can also be regarded as a process of absorption and transformation. When the shaking is over, it means that the energy absorbed into the body, all conversions have been completed. Seeing Chen Luo's abnormal state at the moment, Qin, who was consciously occupied by Phoenix Force, paused slightly, subconsciously a little puzzled on his face. It seems that why this person can still stand in Hui in the face of strangeness. But soon, as if she had found some novel toy, a smile slowly appeared on her face, and the Phoenix Force emerged again, enveloping Chen Luo continuously. Although the upper limit of Phoenix Force is extremely high, her strength is not enough to reach the upper limit of Chen Luo's endurance under the condition that she has not fully recovered. Therefore, after Qin continued to output for several minutes, she saw that Chen Luo was already intact. Standing there, Qin suddenly became a little frantic, and the burning flames in her eyes faintly showed an increasingly fierce posture. Seeing this, Chen Luo's heart tightened immediately, and he knew that he couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, if the Phoenix Force in the opponent's body fully recovered, then he would be really in danger. With this in mind, Chen Luo immediately took action. With a thought in his mind, the surging energy in his body was quickly transformed into blood energy, and then released instantly with a single brain. Hypnotic ability spell. Under the urging of this transformed blood energy, in conjunction with Chen Luo's spiritual power that has reached its limit, this time the power of the hypnotic ability technique has been brought into play to an unprecedented level. Immediately afterwards, a powerful mental shock shot directly at Qin in front of him. Affected by this shock, most of the burning flames in Qin's eyes were instantly extinguished. As the consciousness in Qin's body regained the upper hand, Phoenix Force also once again fell into a deep sleep. Finally, when Phoenix Force finally fell into a deep sleep, the flames in Qin's eyes also extinguished, her eyes closed again, her body softened, and she was about to faint on the ground immediately. Seeing this, Chen Luo stretched out his finger, and the next moment, a purple halo instantly enveloped Qin's body, causing her to float in the air. Then, with a wave of Chen Luo, under the effect of magic, 2 sets of brand new clothes instantly covered them. Slowly walking towards the other party, Chen Luo stretched out his hands and hugged him horizontally in his arms. Looking at Qin, who fell into a deep sleep again at this moment, Chen Luo's eyes were also a little complicated. Is this the Phoenix Force? It's really not ordinary. Although it was only a few minutes of experience, and he didn't suffer any injuries, it seems that the Phoenix Force is not terrible, but just looking around, you can understand how terrifying and destructive this force is. The original dazzling array of furniture, the big bed where the two were originally, the scattered clothes, and even the surrounding walls were all dismantled in an instant under the action of this force, as if they had not appeared in this world at all. Generally, this terrifying decomposition ability, if it wasn't for Chen Luo's newly obtained ability protection, even if he has a body comparable to steel, it is absolutely impossible to survive under such power. And if he continues to give the opponent time to completely awaken the Phoenix Force on his body, then even if he has the ability to transform energy, there is no possibility of continuing to resist when the time comes to wait for his end. I am afraid that it will disappear into the air without a sound, just like the original furniture in the room. If it wasn't for him to stop it in time, I'm afraid not only him, but even this academy will be instantly reduced to ashes under Qin's power. Just as Chen Luo was feeling secretly, the next moment, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and then the door was instantly smashed by a surge of energy, which woke Chen Luo up immediately. Jean, are you okay? I'm coming, it's you. Scott hurried into the room with an anxious expression on his face. He was about to check Qin's safety, but the moment he entered the door, the moment he saw Chen Luo, his expression changed instantly. Why are you in Qin's room? Staring straight at Chen Luo, Scott subconsciously asked. Huh? Chen Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, with a half-smile on his face. Why? Chapter 182, Part 3. I'm in my girlfriend's room. Am I still breaking the law? You. Scott's face turned red instantly, and when he was about to speak, suddenly, a subconscious thought rose in his heart, and his face became stiff at a speed visible to the naked eye. Could it be that you and Qin, you last night? Facing his doubts, Chen Luo nodded again and again with a smile on his face, and admitted without any hesitation. That's right, it's exactly what you think. Last night, I was with Jean the whole time. Although there was a faint guess in his heart, but at the moment when he saw Chen Luo nodding his head to admit it, Scott broke through the defense instantly, his heart ached, and his whole body sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Scott, what's going on? At this time, an old and peaceful voice came from outside the door, waking Scott up instantly. After recovering, Scott forced himself to calm down, then walked out the door and pushed the professor into the room again. As soon as he entered the door, the professor saw the empty scene around him. His face changed instantly, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes, and he subconsciously moved from the light to the piano body that was being held by Chen Luo at the moment. After watching carefully for a while, he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he found that Chen had calmed down again. He regained his composure again. This time, he finally had the leisure time to look at Chen Luo. With a gentle smile on his face, he said softly, This is Mr. Chen Luo. Thank you for everything I've done for the academy. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I'm still on the way to raise funds. Hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help feeling a little fond of him, chuckled and responded, You must be Professor X. I've heard your name from Chen a long time ago. As for the words of thanks, there is no need. I also needed 580 to ask you for help that time. I just paid a reasonable reward. Hearing this, Charles didn't say anything more, and then moved his eyes to Chen again, with a slight emotion on his face. Mr. Chen Luo, thank you this time. If you act in time, I'm afraid we will be homeless today. After feeling that the ground was no longer vibrating, Charles already had a guess in his heart. He had known the power of the violin for decades, so he naturally understood that the violin body the horror of the power hidden inside is precisely because he understands the horror of this power, and at the same time, he has a new understanding of Chen Luo's strength. Chen Luo didn't mean to deny it, and nodded slightly. Professor, you don't have to be so polite with me. After all, Chen is my girlfriend now, so it's only right to help. After a pause, Chen Luo's face gradually became serious, and he looked at Charles in front of him seriously. But Professor, can I know what happened? Chen, how could there be such a sudden change? Faced with Chen Luo's doubts, Charles shook his head slowly, and a trace of confusion also flashed in his eyes. I'm not very clear about this question. Although Chen used to lose control, no, it used to be that she would change temporarily when she was emotional, but the degree of loss of control like today has never been seen before. Speaking of this, Charles couldn't help recalling the inexplicable feeling before. His heart stopped suddenly. He was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, Maybe. Is there any other reason behind it? Hearing what Charles said, Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully and began to think in his heart. Then at this moment, a call suddenly came from the corridor. Charles. It's Hank. Scott, please go out and let him come over. Hearing this voice, Charles cheered up and turned his head to Scott and said, Understood. Before Scott left, he couldn't help but glance at Chen and Chen Luo's arms again, then turned and left. For Scott's actions, Charles also paid attention to them, shook his head helplessly, and looked at Chen Luo slightly apologetically. I'm sorry, Chen. Scott, I have always had a good impression of Chen before. I hope you don't mind. Don't worry, Professor. I'm not that stingy. Chen Luo smiled at this, and he wasn't dissatisfied. Then after the two chatted for a while, the door was opened again, and then a tall and burly man, covered in blue hair, who looked like it was a strong man with a beast. After the other party entered the room, the first time he saw Charles, he immediately said, Charles, some new discoveries on my side may be related to the earthquake just now. Chapter 183, Part 1. As soon as these words came out, the room suddenly fell into silence. After a while, Charles smiled and explained to the other party, Hank, don't worry, we have already solved the problem about the earthquake just now. Hank, how is this possible? Hank's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. It is true. Charles then pointed to the Chen and Chen Luo's arms and said, The vibration just now was caused by Chen's ability, but now Chen has calmed down, so there is no danger here now. Hearing this explanation, Hank was silent for a moment, his face suddenly a little embarrassed. Is that so? It seems that I made a mistake. Just now I went to the laboratory to measure it with a special instrument, and then I detected that there seemed to be abnormal energy fluctuations on the African continent. I thought the reason came from there. As soon as the vibration sounded, Hank, who was conducting an experiment underground, also noticed it immediately, and then made some measurements. It turned out that he thought that the vibration was related to the abnormal energy fluctuations in Africa. So he ran away in a hurry come to tell Charles. But after listening to Charles's explanation, Hank also realized that he might be thinking too much. Since everything has been settled, I'll go first. Saying that, Hank immediately planned to turn around and leave. However, just when he was about to make a move, Chen Luo, who was silent the whole time, suddenly frowned, as if thinking of something, and subconsciously said, Africa, are you sure where the energy fluctuation just now came from? Hearing this, Hank turned his head to look at Chen Luo. Looking at his strange face, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Who are you? By the way, I haven't introduced you yet. Charles on the side spoke at the right time. looked at Chen Luo and introduced, "This is Mr. Chen Luo, and now he is Qin's lover." As for the shock just now, it is also Mr. Chen Luo solved it. Then Charles pointed to Hank and introduced to Chen Luo, "Chen, let me introduce you. Hank, codenamed Beast, is the chief scientist of our college." But don't look at Hank. He looks a little scary now. In fact, Hank is a very gentle person. After listening to Charles's introduction, a smile appeared on Chen Luo's face, and purple energy surged from his body, covering Qin's body in his arms, making it float in midair. "Nice to meet you, Hank. By the way, you look really cool now." "Thank you." Hearing this, the smile on Hank's face became more and more obvious. After exchanging greetings for a while, Hank couldn't help but shift his eyes to Qin, who was floating in midair at the moment, with some doubts in his eyes. "Chen, are you a mutant too? Why haven't I heard of you before?" Obviously, after seeing Chen Luo's ability, Hank subconsciously thought that Chen Luo, like them, was an awakened ability mutant. "Hank, I think you misunderstood." Charles smiled and shook his head, explaining, "Chen is different from us." "Is that so? Then this is—" Hank nodded, looking at Qin, who was floating at the moment. His eyes still couldn't help being a little curious. Facing the curious gaze of the other party, Chen Luo smiled and had no intention of hiding and took the initiative to explain. "Although I'm not a mutant, I'm also not a human. In terms you can understand, I should be considered a vampire." "Vampire?" Hearing the term, Hank's face froze instantly, but soon he came back to his senses, and to Chen Luo's surprise, there was a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and he couldn't stop scanning Chen Luo. His face couldn't stop a little fanaticism. "I actually saw a real vampire. It's incredible. According to the information I have collected, the vampire family has almost eternal life, and its strength and speed are several times that of ordinary people. Recover." However, in addition to these points, vampires also have the weakness of being afraid of sunlight, garlic, and silver products. It is said that when a vampire is exposed to sunlight, it will turn into ashes and dissipate. After saying this, Hank's tone suddenly paused, and he subconsciously turned his head to look out the window. At this moment, it was early morning, because most of this room had been destroyed by Qin's ability, completely unable to block the sunlight from outside. The bright sunlight shone in and sprinkled unreservedly on Chen Luo's body, covering his body with a layer of golden radiance, which seemed faintly dazzling. Seeing this scene, Hank was taken aback, and the doubts in his mind were even worse. "Strange, is my information wrong?" Looking at his confused eyes, Chen Luo couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't think too much, Hank. Your information is correct. Ordinary vampires do have the weakness you mentioned, but it's different for me." "Is that so?" Chapter 183, Part 2. Hearing this, Hank nodded subconsciously, but then he looked at Chen Luo expectantly and said, "So, Chen, do you mind? Let me draw a tube of your blood for research? Actually, I have been curious about vampires for a long time, but I have never seen them before. You are the first one I have seen." Chen Luo. Looking at the expectant eyes of the other party, Chen Luo felt a little helpless in his heart. He also didn't expect that the other party would be interested in his blood. Chen Luo also knows Hank's ability very well. If it is not an exaggeration to say that the scientific research ability of the other party is not as good as Tony's, I am afraid that it is not much worse. Let such a super genius study his own blood. What kind of consequences will it have? Chen Luo can't guarantee it either. It would undoubtedly be extremely unfavorable to Chen Luo if the other party were to research something out of his own blood, or even find out a way to target him, so Chen Luo had no intention of agreeing at all. Shaking his head, he said with a smile, "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't promise you this request." Seeing Chen Luo's refusal, although Hank's face was full of regret, he didn't say anything more. Instead, he showed a bit of apology on his face. "I'm really sorry. My request is too much. I hope you don't mind it." Chen Luo waved his hand, didn't pay too much attention to this, and immediately changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this. Just now you said that some abnormal energy fluctuations were detected in Africa? Is this true?" Facing Chen Luo's doubts, although Hank didn't understand why he asked this question, he nodded and replied, "That's right. Just now I have confirmed again and again that the energy fluctuations are indeed coming from Africa. That's right. And this energy level is also very strong. I originally thought that today's earthquake should be related to this energy explosion, but looking at it now, I may be thinking too much." Speaking of this, Hank shook his head lightly, his face a little relaxed. Uncertain. At this time, Chen Luo suddenly spoke. Looking at Qin, who was still asleep, Chen Luo said with complicated eyes, "I think Qin's change this time may be related to the energy explosion you mentioned, and it may be because of this that aroused some kind of power in her body. Resonance." Hearing Chen Luo's conjecture, Hank's eyes subconsciously showed a bit of thought, and he nodded subconsciously. "If you say that, it's not impossible. So if possible, we'd better be able to find out the source of this energy explosion. We just hope that it's better not to be that person who caused this change." That person? Hearing these words, Charles's heart skipped a beat immediately, and he looked at Chen Luo with some searching in his eyes. That's right. Chen Luo nodded, did not choose to hide it, and said with a serious face, I don't know if you have heard, the first mutant in the legend, it is turned on. Apocalypse? A trace of doubt flashed in Charles's eyes, and he shook his head slowly. I've never heard of this name before. Chen Luo was not surprised by this, and continued to explain. Actually, as early as thousands of years ago, or even longer, the world's first mutant, Apocalypse, was born. Because of the mutant, he was born with extremely powerful power. He even ruled the whole world for a time. He was called God by the world. But even gods age, and when Apocalypse is aging, it will select another young mutant's body. After performing the reincarnation ceremony, it can transfer its own consciousness into the other's body, thereby achieving regeneration. With each reincarnation, after the new body recovers, Apocalypse will also have the abilities that this body has. After thousands of years, his abilities are even more numerous. If I guess right, Apocalypse, very soon probably a level 5 mutant. Level 5 mutant? Hearing this, the three people present were all startled. Before Charles could speak, Scott, who was silent at the side, couldn't help it, and said, Chen Luo, do you know the 5th level mutant? That is an existence that our mutant family has never been born. Even if the professor has not reached that level, why do you think that the so-called Apocalypse has power beyond the professor? I don't think you are qualified to make such an evaluation. As a disciple of Charles, he has a deep understanding of the strength of his teacher. It is no exaggeration to say that with the power Charles possesses, he can wipe out all the population on the earth. With such an exaggerated strength, he really can't believe anyone else can beat it. Facing Scott's question, Chen Luo's face was calm, and he spoke lightly. Although I haven't formally fought against the professor, if it's other 4th level mutants, I just killed one yesterday. Chapter 183, Part 3. After saying this, a smile slowly formed on the corner of Chen Luo's mouth, and he looked at the other party with a half-smile on his face, with an inexplicable tone. You said that if this is the case, am I qualified to make this evaluation? As soon as these words came out, Scott's heart was terrified, and his face was subconsciously full of shock. Impossible. You are talking nonsense. Now there are only 3 4th-level mutants in this world. Besides the professor, the only ones left are Magneto and the Black Emperor. Are you going to tell me that you killed one of them? One? Speaking of this, Scott finally came back to his senses and looked at Chen Luo with a hint of disdain. Definitely, because he usually wears quartz glasses, he didn't see Chen Luo in his eyes. Congratulations, you guessed it right. But even if he didn't see it, so what? I saw that Chen Luo didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled confidently and said, presumably in 2 days, you should be able to receive the news. In this world, the name Hellfire Club no longer exists. Hearing Chen Luo's determined tone, Scott finally changed his expression again. If he thought that Chen Luo might be lying just now, but now that Chen Luo is so swearing thinking of Chen Luo's identity as a butcher, Scott suddenly felt a little uneasy, and he also faintly believed what Chen Luo said just now. But even so, he was unwilling to bow his head in front of the other party, gritted his teeth, and was about to continue speaking. But at this moment, Charles's voice sounded at the right time. Scott. Hearing this, Scott paused, subconsciously turning his head to look at Charles. Shaking his head, Charles gestured with his eyes. Scott, you go out first, Mr. Chen Luo, and I may have other things to talk about. Hearing this, Scott paused, but after all, he didn't continue to question. He responded, then turned and left. After Scott left, Charles turned his head, looked at Chen Luo with serious eyes, and at the same time his voice lost the gentleness he used to, Zhao Di Heo, and said solemnly, Chen Luo, I naturally believe what you said, but what I want to know is, even if Apocalypse is revived, what kind of impact will it have on this world? Professor, I think you should also understand Eric's idea? Looking directly into the other's eyes, Chen Luo said unhurriedly, if I understand correctly, the idea of this Apocalypse Zhang should be the same as Eric. So if I say that, you should understand what the consequences of Apocalypse recovery will be? As soon as Chen Luo said these words, Charles's face became extremely serious in an instant. His brows were tightly frowned, and after a moment of silence, he turned his head to look at Hank, who was still a little dazed, and said softly, Hank, take me to Brainwave Lab Sim. I thought, we need to go and see what's going on in Africa? Hearing this, Hank, who was still shocked by what Chen Luo said just now, suddenly came back to his senses, responded, and then pushed the wheelchair where the professor was, and walked towards the underground brainwave laboratory go. Seeing this, Chen Luo, who had long been curious about this so-called brainwave strengthening device, immediately followed up. For Chen Luo's actions, Charles did not mean to block, but chose to default. In this way, soon a group of 4 came to the ground together, and as the elevator opened, Chen Luo walked down this silver-white corridor with the piano in his arms, looking around, and couldn't help but feel a little strange in his eyes. Admiration. Not long after, Everyone came to the end of the corridor, and a blue light suddenly emitted from the metal door in front of them, swept across Charles's body, and then the door slowed down, opened slowly. Walking all the way to the sci-fi-looking instrument not far ahead, everyone stopped, and Hank on the side stepped forward and placed the top of the instrument on top of the instrument. He took a strange-looking helmet and put it on above the professor. As the light on the helmet lit up, the next moment, the brain-wave strengthening device immediately started to operate. Chapter 184, Part 1. As the brainwave strengthening device started to operate, the next moment, the silvery white wall around Chen Luo instantly transformed into a vast expanse of whiteness. Finally, as the light gradually weakened, what appeared in front of Chen Luo at this moment was a completely different one. World. The surrounding world is instantly covered by a layer of dark blue, and in this dark blue world, countless human-shaped projections appear one after another, interweaving vertically and horizontally, forming a network that runs through the whole situation. These are... Hearing Chen Luo's question, Hank on the side turned his head and explained, "These are human beings scattered all over the world. As long as they don't have the helmet protection that can defend against telepathy like Eric, they can't leave Charles's search." As soon as the voice fell, the countless white figures gradually began to disappear, replaced by countless red figures appearing in this world. Compared with the white light spots in front, these red figures undoubtedly became more obvious. These are the numbers of all the mutants in the world. Charles usually finds mutants from all over the world through the brain-wave strengthening device, and then invites them to come to school here. Listening to Hank's introduction, Chen Luo nodded clearly, staring at the world around him intently, with admiration on his face. "A great invention. Hank, this should be your masterpiece. It's amazing." Hearing Chen Luo's admiration, Hank was slightly taken aback and didn't speak, but at the moment, in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little proud, and at the same time, he couldn't help feeling a little bit fond of Chen Luo. Time passed by, and Chen Luo waited for a long time. Finally, Charles, who had been probing for a long time with the help of the brain-wave strengthening device, finally stopped his movements. Taking off the brain-wave strengthening device and putting it back in place, Charles turned around and looked at the two of them, shaking his head slowly. "Sorry, nothing abnormal was found in Africa. I think, if that apocalypse is really successfully revived, then he should not be in Africa now." Hearing this, Chen Luo lowered his head and thought for a moment, then seemed to remember something and said again, "By the way, I suddenly remembered that if my guess is correct, Apocalypse should be with the White Queen and Angel of the Hellfire Club now. Professor, you may be able to find a way through them to see if you can find the post-White Emperor 743 or Angel's Trail. If we can find their whereabouts, maybe we can find the heavenly official." After listening to Chen Luo's words, Charles nodded lightly, and his solemn face couldn't help but relax a bit. He smiled and said, "That's not a problem. Then I'll try again." Saying so, Charles put on the brain-wave strengthening device again and started the second search. While Chen Luo and the others were waiting for Charles's search results, at the same time, Los Angeles Airport. In the cabin of a passenger plane that can accommodate hundreds of people, the three of Eric who had just boarded the plane had no time to sit down. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. Behind the three of them, a purple-red energy instantly rendered the surrounding space, and under the astonished eyes of everyone in the cabin, the space ahead was like a portal. It slowly opened from the middle outward, revealing the four figures wrapped in it. These four figures are exactly the group of Apocalypse who came here from the African continent. The leader, Apocalypse, walked slowly and stepped forward. Looking at Apocalypse's peculiar shape and dark blue skin, someone in the cabin suddenly realized it and subconsciously shouted, "Are they mutants?" As soon as these words came out, the originally quiet cabin instantly became extremely chaotic, and the eyes of everyone looking at Apocalypse also changed instantly. Except for a few people who looked a little scared, most of the rest looked at Apocalypse with disdain and disgust in their eyes, and even stood up directly, pointing at Apocalypse's nose and cursing, "Hey, listen to me, you goddamn mutant bastard. I have urgent business to attend to, so I can't delay my flight today anyway, so if you have nothing to do, please get off the plane. And I swear, if I miss this flight today because of you, I won't." Before he finished speaking, Apocalypse, who was burning with anger in his heart, had no interest in listening to the other party, so he waved his hand casually, and then, under the shocked gaze of the three of Eric, everyone on the plane at this moment was shocked. In an instant, it turned into a cloud of sand and gravel, floating in the air with the wind. Seeing this scene, Eric's pupil shrank instantly, and his gaze towards Apocalypse was full of dignity. Chapter 184, Part 2. Sect. Although the other party only showed it a little, but from the man in front of him, Eric could feel a deadly threat. Compared with the degree of danger of the man in front of him, even when he was facing Xiao, he has never felt like this before. This alone is enough to make him extremely wary of the man in front of him. "Who are you? What is the purpose of coming here?" Looking at each other, Eric asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Apocalypse turned her head slightly, looked directly at the other party, and spoke slowly with a smile on her face. Magneto, Eric, I heard from Emma that you were one of the 3 most powerful mutants on the planet, and now it seems that you have lived up to this title. Emma. Hearing this name, Eric was startled and looked behind Apocalypse. When he definitely saw the familiar figure behind him, Eric's heart was shocked, and his gaze towards Apocalypse instantly became more serious. Chen Luo told him earlier that Emma is now in Africa looking for the trace of the legendary mutant ancestor, and now that the other party appears here, doesn't that mean that? Thinking of this, Eric looked at Apocalypse with shock in his eyes and blurted out, "Are you Apocalypse?" "Oh, kid, did you say my name?" Seeing Eric's reaction, Apocalypse also became interested and asked. Seeing the other party's reaction, Eric immediately confirmed his guess. His heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously took a deep breath. Not only him, but Raven and Eric beside Eric also looked at Apocalypse with horror when they heard the name, and their hearts were filled with poison. "Apocalypse, it seems that you were here to find me this time, right? I want to know, what exactly do you want from me?" Speaking of this, Eric's eyes subconsciously shifted to Emma, who was behind the other party, and he snorted coldly. "If you came to me to avenge Xiao, then I have nothing to say. Xiao really died at my hands." Since it was his wish to seek revenge from Xiao, Eric had no intention of confessing his ally, Chen Luo. So after seeing Emma and thinking that the other party was seeking revenge from him, Eric took Xiao's death into account without any hesitation. On himself. Upon hearing these words, Emma behind her showed a hint of surprise in her eyes, and subconsciously opened her mouth. "You just said, Xiao is dead?" Eric was taken aback when he heard the words, and immediately realized, "You don't know? Then why are you here this time?" After hearing that Xiao had died, Apocalypse's eyes lit up, and he said with regret, "So, the Black Emperor is already dead, right? That's really a pity. It seems that the future world belongs to our mutants, and he can't see it anymore." "Huh? What do you mean?" Hearing this, Eric's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the other party with burning eyes and asked. Faced with Eric's question, Apocalypse looked calm, stretched out his right hand, and said in a tone full of inexplicable temptation, "Child, come with me. Our goals are the same. Human beings have taken this world from me. It's been too long now. It's time to take this world back. I want to create a world ruled by our mutants. In the future, my compatriots will no longer be bullied by those weak humans. They can stand under the blue sky normally and have the power to rule the whole world. And those humans, since they were our slaves thousands of years ago, they should have their status now." Speaking of this, Apocalypse's tone suddenly became more and more fanatical, shocking the minds of the 3 of Eric. "Come on, children, join us. Let's create an ideal world together." Affected by Apocalypse's words, Eric's eyes kept flickering, and his heart fell into a struggle. Although Xiao has died, Eric also has to admit that their ideas are indeed consistent to a certain extent. They both want to use their own power to create a kingdom that belongs to mutant, so that their compatriots can also live with like other human beings, get the treatment and rights they deserve. However, it is extremely difficult to achieve this. Although their power is very strong, even when they face some ordinary small countries, they don't feel the slightest fear. It is precisely because they understand the strength gap between the 2 sides that for decades, whether it is Eric or Xiao, they have been hiding in the dark and accumulating strength, hoping that one day in the future they will be able to have the power to compete with those big countries. He doesn't know how long he needs to save, but Eric understands that with their current strength, they are far from enough to compete with each other. In their mutant group, if an unprecedentedly powerful mutant can be born, its power must far surpass itself, and it can even reach the level of the 5th-level mutant that has never been heard of. Perhaps only such an existence can have the ability to lead them officially on their way to victory. Chapter 184, Part 3. Only a powerful mutant who can shake the world by himself has the ability to compete with those great powers. Regarding this point, Charles, who has a brain-wave strengthening device, is actually the best candidate. With his telepathy ability, coupled with the increase of the brain-wave strengthening device, Charles can even use it to control the life and death of human beings all over the world. If this kind of ability is used to contend with those big powers, it will undoubtedly be a great deterrent to them. However, although he thought well, the reality was very cruel. Because as a mutant with the most powerful telepathy ability in the world, he has a peace-loving heart. As Charles, who has always advocated peaceful coexistence with human beings, although he has the power to subvert the world, he has never done anything to harm human beings over the years. The children have also inherited his ideas and never become enemies of human beings. On the contrary, because Eric's proposition runs counter to Charles, sometimes in order to stop him, the 2 sides will have some conflicts from time to time. It is precisely because of this difference in philosophy that Charles has never joined Eric's camp. Without the support of Charles, Eric knew that the current strength of mutant was not enough to compete with human beings, so he hadn't made any big moves over the years, just quietly accumulating strength. But the current situation is different, since the mutant named Apocalypse in front of him also has the same idea as him, and wants to create a world where mutants are supreme, which is similar to Eric's. The idea couldn't be more perfect, so when facing the other party's invitation, Eric admitted that he was moved. After all, this is his lifelong dream, and now the hope of realizing his dream is in front of him. Eric will never give up so easily, so after thinking for a while, he finally nodded slowly and agreed. Okay, I'll join. Seeing Eric nodded in agreement, the two behind Raven looked at each other, did not speak, and acquiesced. Welcome to join us, children. Seeing this, Apocalypse gradually showed a gentle smile on his face and opened his hands in welcome. So, what's our next step? Now that he chose to join, Eric also gave up other thoughts in his heart and looked at the other party with burning eyes. He wondered what kind of plan this legendary mutant would have. I was also a little curious. Take it easy, kid. Facing Eric's question, Apocalypse smiled and did not answer directly. Instead, he turned around with Master Eric and walked to the space behind him surrounded by the purple-red Nunghuang. When a few people came in, Apocalypse waved his hand, and as the energy shield slowly closed, the space in front of him shook for a while. The next moment, when Eric came back to his senses, he looked at the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but say dumbfoundedly, "What is this place?" Egypt. Behind him, Apocalypse's voice sounded. Stepping out slowly, pointing to the ancient-looking city not far away, Apocalypse's eyes flashed a cold light, and he said calmly, "Our next plan is to rebuild the City of Apocalypse." City of Apocalypse? What's that? It is the capital I built back then, and it was also the center of the world back then. Since we want to create a world ruled by mutants, this city will also be the first city of the new era in the future, the city of beginning and end, and also the city of the center of our future empire. After saying this, Apocalypse turned around slowly, looked at Eric, and spoke again. So, the rest of the construction of this city is up to you, kid. Chapter 185, Part 1. Give it to me? Hearing this, Eric subconsciously turned his head to look at the other party, with a trace of doubt flashing across his face. What do you want me to do? It's easy. Apocalypse's eyes looked at the ancient city in the distance, his eyes flickered, and scenes of memories emerged in his mind, which made him feel slightly emotional. Did you see that city in the distance? It was built by human beings for me thousands of years ago when I ruled this world. So many years have passed, and now its mission has been accomplished. The old era has passed, so in order to usher in the new era that belongs to us, what I need you to do now is to destroy this city completely, and then build an apocalypse city that carries a new era on the ruins of this city. This is the end of the old era, but it also means the arrival of a new era. Hearing Apocalypse's words, Eric was slightly moved. After thinking about it, his eyes moved to the city ahead, and then asked, "If it's just destroying a city, it shouldn't be a problem for me. But, the humans in that city, what are you going to do with them?" In a country like Egypt, the cities here are undoubtedly far behind compared to international metropolises like New York. Most of the houses here are in the style of decades ago, and look a little old. Definitely, these are nothing, and more importantly, the armed forces of this country are completely unable to pose any threat to Eric. With his ability, if he wants to destroy the city in front of him, unless America's side come, otherwise no one can stop his actions. You mean the humans? Apocalypse's face was calm, his eyes were extremely indifferent, his tone did not dare to show any emotion, and he said indifferently, "The old capital is about to come to an end. As a witness, don't you think there is no need for some funeral objects? You mean you want to sacrifice everyone in that city?" Hearing the seemingly light words of Apocalypse, even with Eric's usual calmness, he couldn't help being a little shocked at the moment. His face changed, and he subconsciously turned his head and looked at the other party, as if confirming the authenticity of the other party's words. Although the other party said it easily, Eric knew in his heart that if this seemingly simple sentence is really implemented, the people who are about to die may be hundreds of thousands of people. Eric couldn't help but tremble. In the decades of his actions, although many humans died at his hands, compared with this number, it is nothing to mention. Thinking that the other party would let him do this kind of thing, for a while, "Eric, I can't help feeling some hesitation." "Why? Can't you bear it?" As if seeing Eric's hesitation at the next moment, Ingguan's voice rang in his ears. "Have you forgotten how those humans have treated our compatriots over the years? Compared with what humans have done to our compatriots, we are already benevolent. At least we didn't torture them, did we?" Hearing Apocalypse's words, he couldn't help but think about the series of experiments that humans conducted on their mutants, as well as those inhuman tortures, and the continuous pursuit of the mutants over the years, all came to his mind one by one. Thinking of the pictures I saw at the beginning, I couldn't help but the anger in Eric's heart was instantly ignited. With a cold light in his eyes, he looked at the other party and nodded heavily. Seeing Eric's reaction, Apocalypse's face moved slightly, showing a satisfied smile, stretched out his right hand, patted his shoulder lightly, and said softly, Son, I know you can do it. Now that you have made up your mind then, go and complete your mission now. All of this is for the future of our mutant. So, in order to achieve our goal, boy, you can show your ability to the world. Let everyone in the world know that this world belongs to us. While speaking, Apocalypse's eyes were slowly covered with a layer of white, and an unknown energy slowly injected into Eric's body along his right hand. While imprinting his own spiritual imprint on Eric, Apocalypse also began to use his ability to further enhance Eric's ability. This is also one of the many abilities obtained by Apocalypse. He can help other mutants develop their own abilities to a deeper stage, thereby improving the opponent's abilities. Definitely, this kind of ability is not unlimited. It also has certain requirements for the potential of the target mutant. Only people like Eric and Emma who have the potential of mutants above level 3 can play a role. If they are like those variants of ability defective, it's just that the body has a first and second level mutant that is different from ordinary people, but it has no effect. Chapter 185, Part 2. In addition to the requirements for potential, the energy level of the developed mutant cannot reach the level of Apocalypse, so this also means that the strength of the developed person is undoubtedly inferior to that of Apocalypse. But even so, with the activation of Apocalypse's ability, Eric's ability has also been greatly improved. Just like the real awakening, the life cliff has also undergone a leap. Originally, Eric's strength was at the peak of the 4th level mutant, but now he has been redeveloped by Apocalypse, which released the potential hidden in his body, and at the same time, with the enhancement of ability, his original old body gradually began to change. The jump in the level of life not only means the improvement of ability, but also means that his lifespan has also been greatly increased. With the increase of the upper limit of life, his old body is gradually transforming into a young one. The wrinkled face gradually returned to the firmness of youth. The gray hair quickly turned to brown. The somewhat stooped back slowly straightened. The atrophied muscles returned to the fullness of youth, and the body exuded a glowing glow. Vitality. Eric's figure quickly transformed into a young man. Under the shocked gazes of everyone around him, it took less than a minute for Eric, who looked very old, to return to a state of about 30 years old, with a tall stature. The cloak behind him is fluttering in the wind, looking very energetic. Lowering his head, looking at his unfamiliar but familiar hands, feeling the surging vitality in his body, Eric couldn't believe it and murmured, Don't doubt, child. This is the ability you should have, definitely. The change of appearance is just a small benefit. Apocalypse spoke slowly with a smile on his face. Although he said so, Kai couldn't help being surprised by the changes in Eric when no one noticed. He also didn't expect that Eric would be able to take this opportunity to be promoted to the 5th level mutant after he had only developed the opponent's potential once. To some extent, it proves the potential of the opponent's mutant ability. You must know that the upper limit of mutants is determined by the genes in their bodies, just like some mutants can only hover around the 1st or 2nd level in their lifetime, and there is no potential to continue to improve. And some mutants, like Eric Charles, are born with a terrifying ability capable of destroying a city, and this is not the upper limit of their ability. Ability, even without the help of any external objects, is enough to shake the whole world. Just like Apocalypse today. Also as a 5th level mutant, he naturally understands the terrifying power of a mutant at this level. In the face of such power, the whole world is just a plaything in their hands. Originally, in these thousands of years, he was the only one who could reach the 5th level mutant level. It is because of such powerful power that Weiqi has the confidence to control the world in his own hands. But now that Eric has been officially promoted to level 5 mutant, although the opponent's strength is indeed not as good as his own, but who can guarantee that in the future, with the continuous development of the opponent's ability, he will not reach a level beyond his own? At that time, I am afraid that the other party will have the qualifications to challenge him, and such a situation will never be allowed to happen. Thousands of years ago, it was not uncommon for him to meet mutants with level 5 potential, and for these people, Apocalypse had only one way to do it, and that was to use them as containers for his next reincarnation ceremony. Only in this way can he eradicate the threat, and at the same time take the opponent's ability as his own. It is precisely because of this approach that he was able to maintain his rule that lasted for thousands of years. Now, after seeing the ability shown by Eric, Apocalypse can't help but have this idea again. In order not to challenge his status, he absolutely does not allow other mutants to reach the same level as himself. These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Apocalypse's face remained unchanged, his tone was gentle, and he spoke slowly. Then, child, I leave it to you now. Ask for flowers. I understand. While developing ability, Eric has also been successfully imprinted by Apocalypse. Under the influence of the imprint, even Eric himself did not realize that what Apocalypse said. He made a subconscious choice in his heart. Obedience. Turning around and looking at the city not far away, Eric slowly bent down and touched the ground with his hands. As the ability slowly started to activate, the boundless power in the body erupted loudly, accompanied by a deep roar, and the next moment, the ground began to tremble instantly. Eric. Chapter 185, Part 3. Feeling the constantly shaking ground under her feet, Raven's expression changed behind her, and she subconsciously wanted to say something. But before she could speak, her voice suddenly stopped abruptly the next moment. It turned out that the moment she spoke, Emma on the side immediately stared at her. In order to prevent her from doing anything that hindered their actions, Emma immediately controlled the other party and could no longer speak. Because of the control of his body, Raven's body stood motionless, and he could only watch Eric's next move with anxious eyes and wanted to stop it, but he was powerless. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone around, Eric stood up slowly. With his movement, the iron ore buried for endless years instantly decomposed into countless iron elements in the depths of the trembling earth, and these elements turned into Taoism. The torrent broke through the ground above and began to gather in the sky. With Eric as the center, the land with a radius of hundreds of miles is constantly shaking, even including the city of Apocalypse in the distance. Most of the houses in it collapsed rapidly in this uninterrupted shaking, and nearly half of them were destroyed in an instant. The population of the world is buried under these ruins. As for those human beings who escaped by chance, they just ran out a few steps, and then the countless iron elements gushing out from the ground passed through their bodies one after another, fell to the ground with howls, and gradually lost their life. The whole process lasted a total of 5 minutes. Finally, when 5 minutes passed, as the land returned to its previous calm, in front of Eric and the others, the city that stood there had already turned into a piece of ruins. Together with hundreds of thousands of people in this city, has become history together. Looking at the scene in front of him, everyone behind Eric was silent, looking forward without blinking, their faces full of disbelief. Is this over? Beside Emma, Angel swallowed with some difficulty, and a trace of fear subconsciously flashed in Eric's eyes. Also, through Apocalypse's ability to develop potential, she originally thought that her current ability, even if it is still not as good as Magneto, one of the bipolar mutants, would not think so. Where is the difference? But now it seems that she is still thinking too naively. Even if her ability has also been strengthened, in the final analysis, Angel's ability still has not broken through the category of a third-level mutant. With her current ability, what she wants and has achieved compared with Eric at the 5th-level mutant level, he is obviously a little overwhelmed. No one expected that under the development of Apocalypse's ability, Eric's strength would reach the current situation, a city with a radius of 100 miles, and the hundreds of thousands of people disappeared instantly in just a few minutes. With Eric's shot this time, they also saw the horror of a 5th-level mutant in a real sense for the first time. Just as everyone was shocked, on the other side, Apocalypse looked straight at Eric's back, and his eyes gradually became hot. It was also the first time for him to see the ability possessed by Eric. In Eric's body, he saw the infinite potential of this ability. In his thousands of years of long life, he was rarely seen. I have to say that if he was only worried about the other party threatening his status before, then after seeing the potential of this ability, he is also really concerned about this ability. Ability's heart skipped a beat. Now he has made up his mind that after he has successfully ruled the world with the help of the opponent, his next move is to perform the reincarnation ceremony again, and occupy this body with infinite potential. If his plan goes well, maybe he'll even find a way to go further. Thinking of this, Apocalypse couldn't help but feel a strong longing. While he was thinking in his heart, on the other side of the planet, deep underground of Xavier's school, after continuing to search for a while, Charles finally found it again. Chapter 186, Part 1. Found it. As if sensing something, Charles relaxed slightly on his face, but before he could relax for a long time, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Wait a minute, it looks like Eric and Raven are there too. Where are they? Hearing this, Chen Luo was refreshed and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, are they in Egypt? Huh? What's going on here? Charles, didn't you just say that they were not found there? Hearing this, Hank on the side also asked with a puzzled expression. I think, maybe one of them has mastered the teleportation ability. Regarding this point, Chen Luo, who has experienced it personally, is definitely the most qualified to speak. After a little thought, he thought of the correct answer. Hearing Chen Luo's analysis, Hank on the side thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Before he could speak, Charles's exclamation sounded. This is. With the help of the brainwave strengthening device, Charles successfully entered Emma's consciousness without a sound. Even though Emma's potential had been developed by Apocalypse before, her telepathy ability has not yet broken through to the category of a 4th-level mutant. Naturally, he couldn't resist and perceive Charles's probe. Through Emma's line of sight, Charles could clearly see that not far from them at this moment, the huge cloud of smoke and dust was constantly rising towards the sky, stretching for hundreds of miles, and the sky in front seemed to be covered by this thick smoke and dust. Spectacular! And behind this unprecedented huge smoke and dust, Charles could faintly see the huge ruins buried under the smoke and dust. Seeing this ruins and the familiar figure in the front, Charles suddenly felt a sense of disbelief. Good feeling. Driven by this premonition, he felt a sudden warning and immediately began to explore Emma's memory, regardless of the rules. With his telepathy ability amplified by the brain wave strengthening device, Emma's telepathy was completely irresistible in front of him, and he broke through in an instant. In just a moment, everything about Emma's search for Apocalypse before, and what Eric did now, was all known by Charles. After learning all this, Charles's body in the wheelchair paused for an instant. His face became dull for an instant, and huge amounts of sadness welled up in his heart. Eric, how could you do that? Through Emma's memory, everything that Eric did before emerged in his mind. He watched his friend for many years slaughter the entire city of humans in just a few minutes. While sad, he was also surrounded by a lot of trouble. If I had found out sooner, Eric wouldn't have. It was only a few minutes late. If he could have found Eric and the others earlier, then this tragedy would not have happened. Thinking of this, Charles suddenly became depressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing Charles's reaction, Hank on the side suddenly became a little flustered and asked quickly, "Charles, what the hell happened? Didn't you all find Eric in them? What the hell are they doing over there?" "Professor, since you found Emma, isn't Apocalypse there too?" Facing the doubts of Chen Luo and the two of them, Charles finally came back to his senses, pulled himself together, and was about to speak. However, at this moment, on the African continent, looking at Eric's back, Emma, who was a little sluggish, seemed to have sensed something suddenly, and her face changed drastically in an instant. "No, there is a telepathy ability who is breaking through my mind defenses. Damn, he read my memory." Both are telepathy ability users, although there is a huge amount of gap between Emma and Charles in terms of ability, coupled with the blessing of the brain wave strengthening device. If the other party does nothing after entering Emma's consciousness, she will not be able to find out other side. But since Charles chose to check her memory just now, Emma's telepathy must be avoided, and it is inevitable to be discovered. As soon as Emma said this, she immediately attracted the attention of Apocalypse. Subconsciously turned his head and looked in Emma's direction, but just this one glance, the next moment, Apocalypse's eyes brightened. "This is incredible." Gradually, Apocalypse subconsciously showed a hint of surprise on his face and couldn't help but say, "It's really a masterpiece of the creator. I never imagined that there would be such a powerful telepathy ability user like you in this world. If we have your ability, then our plan to conquer the world can go a step further." "You must be Charles, right?" Sure enough, as Emma said, "Your ability does have the power to overturn the world." Apocalypse never imagined that after seeing the power displayed by Eric, he would be able to meet a powerful telepathy ability like Charles. Chapter 186, Part 2. Although Emma also has the telepathy ability, the gap between her ability and Charles's is unreasonable. If the former's telepathy ability is like a lake, then the latter is as vast as a vast ocean. With such power, it would be a breeze to control everyone in the world. If one can have such an ability, the time required to subvert this world will undoubtedly be greatly reduced, and rebuilding the Apocalypse dynasty thousands of years ago is just around the corner. There is no doubt that with the ability that Charles possesses now, even if he has not reached the level of a 5th-level mutant, it may not be much worse. And because of the unsolvable nature of telepathy ability, if the opponent is in the 4th-level mutant category, he still has the ability to suppress it, but if the opponent is also at the level of the 5th-level mutant, then even he is not sure of victory. So with such an existence, Apocalypse will definitely not allow the other party to truly grow up. After seeing Charles's ability, he has already made a decision in his heart. In the next reincarnation ceremony, he decided to put Eric, whom he had been fancying just now, behind, and planned to occupy Charles's body first. Such a powerful telepathy ability is only in his own hands, which is the safest thing. But this is all after the rebuilding of his Apocalypse dynasty. What he has to do now is to pull Charles, who is the strongest spiritual master in the world today, and one of the mutant bipolars like Eric, into his camp. As long as there is his help, I am afraid that it will not take long before this world will truly change its master. Thinking of this, Apocalypse's heart moved, and he began to move immediately. The eyes were once again covered with a layer of gray and white. Following the activation of the ability, the next moment, Apocalypse's spirit followed Emma's consciousness and successfully established a connection with Charles. At the moment when he established the connection, Charles, who was about to explain to Chen Luo and the two, suddenly changed his expression and blurted out, "Not good." Hearing this, Chen Luo and Chen Luo at the side both had doubts on their faces, and they were about to ask again. But at this time Charles couldn't hear the two of them talking, and now his consciousness has all gathered in the depths of his heart, staring at the strange consciousness that just came into his body. "Who are you?" In the depths of Charles's consciousness, under the influence of his spiritual ability, a figure that is the same as Charles slowly condensed out, looking at the dark blue consciousness group that was constantly changing in shape in front of him. His face was very solemn. Under Charles's watchful eyes, this consciousness slowly began to change, and finally a brand new figure appeared in front of Charles. Are you Apocalypse? Seeing the other person's appearance, after reading Emma's memory, Charles also recognized the other person's identity immediately, and a trace of fear suddenly emerged in his heart. According to Emma's memory, what kind of power he possessed, it completely surpassed the scope of the four mutants, and came to a terrifying existence in an unknown realm. He could also sense the terrifying power exuding from the seemingly calm figure of the other party. He had never seen such a sense of oppression. It's not just a difference in strength, but more like a difference in the level of life, just like the difference between a mortal and a god. Just standing in front of the other party, he can feel it from the depths of his heart. A vague fear. After feeling this, Charles looked at Apocalypse with more serious eyes. Apocalypse stood quietly on the spot, looking him up and down, and after a while, he finally made a move. Charles, you have the power to shake the world, and this power is exactly what I need. With your ability, you shouldn't waste your life in this academy. You should have your own mission to complete. As a member of Mutant, Charles, are you willing to watch our compatriots being hunted down, rejected by those humans, and even used for experiments? The reason why they do this is nothing more than fear of our power. They actually know in their hearts that the ruler of this world should belong to us, Mutant. And those human beings were just born from my hand thousands of years ago. You are just a despicable thief who stole this world. This world has been ruled by those humans for thousands of years. Now, it's time to take back what belongs to us. So Charles, join us. Let's create a world of our own, Mutant. Only in this way can we mutants truly stand in the sunshine of the outside world and have the same rights as other people. No, it should be higher than those human rights. When we successfully seize this world, then those human beings, everything we once owned will belong to our mutant. We are the masters of this world. Chapter 186, Part 3. Apocalypse's voice became louder and louder. Through his words, people could even faintly recall the scene depicted by the other party in their minds. Combined with Apocalypse's sense of intimacy from time to time as the ancestor of the mutant, if it was changed to others, I am afraid that they have already been persuaded by the other party and successfully joined the other party's camp. But for Charles, the words of Apocalypse are completely useless. After all, he has always held the idea of peaceful coexistence with human beings, and for this reason he did not hesitate to go to the opposite side with his old friends. For decades, he has been running as a bridge between human beings and mutants. Therefore, Charles's ambition must be much firmer than Apocalypse imagined. So for Apocalypse's invitation, Charles didn't have the slightest hesitation and immediately refused. I really want to fight for my compatriots to be equal to human beings, but it doesn't mean I have to do it through violence. I think we mutants and humans can coexist completely, so I'm sorry, please allow me to decline your invitation. I will use my own way to let my compatriots get their due rights. Meet Char Sina's eyes were full of firmness. Apocalypse was silent for a while, then couldn't help but sneered, and said indifferently, "How naive. Do you think those humans will live in peace with mutant according to your wishes? No, they won't. They only fear the power we have. No, not only fear. Just look at those compatriots who were arrested by the granny for research. Deep down in their hearts, they are also envious of us having the power beyond 3.8 ordinary people. It is precisely because of this envy that they will treat me. They conduct research, and what they do is just to be like us. As long as they covet our ability, there will never be real peace between humans and mutants. And what I want to tell you is that peace is not achieved through seeking, but through war after war. Only by making those human beings realize our strength, they will understand who is the person in this world." Speaking of this, Apocalypse's gaze towards Charles also began to become a little dangerous, and a cold voice sounded. "So Charles, I'll give you one last chance. Do you choose to join me, or choose to work with me?" Facing his question, Charles's eyes remained firm as before. He shook his head slowly but forcefully, and said in a deep voice, "Sorry, although I admit that what you said is true reasonable, but I have my own ideas. I believe that humans, sooner or later, they will be able to truly accept the existence of our mutant." Hearing Charles's answer, Apocalypse's face gradually turned cold. Her eyes showed no emotion. She slowly raised her right hand and said, "If this is the case, then don't blame me for not being angry. Anyway today, Charles, I'm going to decide on your ability." As soon as the voice fell, the next moment, a mighty aura instantly emanated from Apocalypse, and the powerful oppressive force instantly permeated the depths of his heart. Feeling the pressure from all around, Charles's expression became extremely serious in an instant. Chapter 187, Part 1. Just from the aura he felt from the opponent, Charles could feel a heavy pressure coming in all directions, as if he was about to crush it instantly. After rejecting the other party's invitation, Charles had long been mentally prepared for the other party's reaction, so after feeling the pressure, he did not appear too flustered, his eyes fixed, ready to respond at any time. Under his nervous gaze, finally, Apocalypse's attack arrived as scheduled. Now both of them exist with ideology, so most of Apocalypse's abilities can't be used, and what he can use now is only his few spiritual experiences. But even so, Apocalypse, as a 5th-level mutant, still possesses extremely terrifying power. It seems that now, with Apocalypse waving his hand lightly, the next moment, a violent mental shock hit Charles in an instant, as if he tore it to pieces. Even now in Charles's consciousness space, Apocalypse is completely unaffected. Following his attack, in Charles's field of vision, the mental shock seemed to instantly turn into a tornado that connected heaven and earth, and the coverage area was extremely wide, leaving no room for him to dodge. And this mental shock is not as simple as it seems on the surface. There is a dark and inexplicable fluctuation in it. If it successfully hits the target, then this fluctuation will instantly form a brand in the depths of the target's consciousness, thus to achieve the purpose of subduing the target. The true face of this attack is actually the spiritual imprint that Apocalypse cast on Emma, Eric, and others before. The reason why there is such a level of power is mainly determined by the mental power of Apocalypse originally. As a 5th-level mutant, Apocalypse's mental power is a level stronger than that of the Professor, so it can have the current power is no surprise. Faced with this oncoming attack, Charles's face was calm, and his thoughts moved. The next moment, in the consciousness space where the two of them were, his appearance changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, the space around the two of them changed into a desert terrain. Charles stood on a huge sand dune as high as 100 meters 25, with his hands outstretched, and as his thoughts turned, a small tornado slowly formed in front of him, slowly heading towards the rush forward. Even though this tornado is still very small now, but after less than a second passed, the tornado exploded in size, instantly multiplied by 1,000 times, forming a giant tornado that was not inferior to the opponent in the slightest. And in this tornado, there are countless sand and dust, with a violent and terrifying momentum, rushing straight forward. Bang! The two tornadoes collided in an instant, and the next moment, a terrifying storm swept across the surroundings, accompanied by dust all over the sky, covering the two of them in an instant. After a while, when the sand and dust finally dissipated, the surroundings returned to calm again, and then, the figures of the two gradually reappeared. Although the scene just now seems to be huge, it is still a mental shock in essence. For people with weak mental power, such an attack may instantly defeat their consciousness, but for these two people, this is just an appetizer. Looking at the figure of Charles in front of him, Apocalypse had a slight admiration in his eyes. As expected of the strongest spiritual ability in the world, if you are given a few more years, maybe you can grow to the same level as me. Now both of them appear in front of each other with ideology, and this form also allows him to feel more intuitively the extent of the spiritual power contained in Charles's body. In his opinion, the opponent's spiritual power has already reached the peak of a level 4 mutant. If he can go further on this basis, then the opponent will surely be able to successfully break through to the level of a level 5 mutant just like him. If Charles becomes a level 5 mutant, with his attainments in spiritual ability, then even Apocalypse can't say that he can win the opponent. It's even more out of the question to occupy the opponent's body. Definitely, Apocalypse is also very clear about the difficulty of successfully breaking through to the 5th-level mutant. Although Charles is already standing at the apex of the 4th-level mutant, the possibility of going further is still pitiful. Maybe in a few days, 10 years, even when the opponent's lifespan ends, he cannot successfully break through. But relatively, the possibility of the opponent's successful breakthrough is not impossible. Just like Eric before, even with such a small probability, the other party seized the opportunity and successfully reached the same level as him. If the other party's mental strength was not inferior to his own, I am afraid that his spiritual imprint has already been cracked by him. Chapter 187, Part 2. If Charles, who is a master of mind, succeeds in breaking through, then by then, Apocalypse is not sure, and his ability can still affect it. Therefore, only when the opponent is still a 4th-level mutant, and when the opponent is still stronger than the opponent in terms of mental strength, can he successfully plant a mental imprint, so that he can successfully control the opponent. It seems that today, I can't let you go no matter what. As soon as he thought of this, Apocalypse's eyes brightened. Without any hesitation, he immediately launched his full strength. The next moment, under Charles's watchful eyes, Apocalypse's figure began to swell instantly. It was just a few short breaths, and before he could react, Apocalypse's appearance had already undergone a drastic change. His stature soared to about 100 meters, instantly reaching the same height as Charles standing on the sand dune. But compared with today's Apocalypse, Charles's stature looks as small as an ant, so insignificant. Looking at the other party's huge figure that seemed to be piercing the sky, Charles finally changed his expression. This is definitely not because of the other party's size, but because of the terrifying mental power that is like a vast ocean under such a huge body size, such a total amount of mental power, even through the increase of the brain wave strengthening device. Charles knows that he cannot stand shoulder to shoulder with each other. You must know that in the confrontation in this space of consciousness, the strength of mental power accounts for the most important proportion. Now that the opponent's mental strength has surpassed his own, it means that in this confrontation, I have a great possibility of losing. Thinking of this possibility, Charles's face darkened and his eyes were serious. Although he understood the strength gap between the two sides, he didn't have the slightest room to retreat. After all, the opponent is now in his consciousness space. If he can't repel the opponent, then his fate can be imagined. As soon as he thought of this, Charles also had no hesitation and immediately activated the full calendar. In the blink of an eye, a mighty wave of mental power came from his body and then turned into invisible spiritual power, quickly covering Apocalypse. As the world's strongest psychic ability user, Charles's use of psychic ability has reached the pinnacle, but even so, when his spiritual power faces Apocalypse, it still has no effect. But this is not surprising. After all, the power of the mind is transformed from the power of the mind. So if you want to resist the invasion of the power of the mind, the strength of the mind is the most important one. When there is no special helmet that can resist the invasion of the power of the mind like the one made by Eric, only when one's mental power is stronger than or equal to the person with the spiritual ability can it resist the invasion of the power of the mind, just like the current Apocalypse generally. Relying on his own mental power far stronger than the opponent's, he had no intention of dodging at all, and was still enveloped by Charles's spiritual power. Although he has successfully contacted the target, due to the gap in mental power, no matter how he manipulated the power of the mind to attack Apocalypse, he could not break through the opponent's defense and was blocked one after another. Even though Charles is doing his best now, he was ignored by Apocalypse. After that, he slowly raised his right hand, with huge amounts of palm as if covering the sky, slowly but firmly pressing down on Charles. Without the slightest surprise, even without the possibility of dodging, Charles was instantly grabbed by Apocalypse. Looking at Charles, who was still struggling at this moment, the corners of Apocalypse's mouth slowly drew a cold arc, and the sound of thunder sounded. Don't waste your time, Charles. You won't get out. Accept your own destiny, Charles, join us, and create a new era with us. By then, our compatriots will thank you too. While speaking, the spiritual imprint of Apocalypse was activated again, sweeping towards the mind of Charles in his hand. Feeling the spiritual power constantly pouring into the depths of his consciousness, Charles's face changed. Although he didn't understand what the other party wanted to do, he would not just sit and wait for death, and then tried his best to mobilize his own strength to resist. Watching the opponent's movements, Ingwan's indifferent voice sounded. Stop struggling, it's useless. Charles, your strength is destined to be used by me. As soon as the words fell, the next moment, Apocalypse slammed his right hand violently, and the huge amounts of power burst out instantly, acting on Charles's body. Affected by this force, Charles subconsciously groaned in pain, and at this moment, his spirit also instantly relaxed. Chapter 187, Part 3. With the relaxation of the mind, Charles also lost the possibility of the last resistance. Apocalypse's spiritual power instantly came to the depths of the opponent's consciousness, and as the spiritual imprint was planted, Charles's original movements of resistance gradually stopped. Under the effect of the mental imprint, unconsciously, Charles's original rejection of Apocalypse also began to weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then developed in the direction of intimacy and obedience. As his thinking changed, Charles's hostility disappeared, and then under Apocalypse's gaze, he slowly lowered his head and said respectfully, Master Apocalypse. Hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Inchi's face. Put the opponent back to the original place, and then change back to the original file size with a flicker. Coming in front of Charles, Apocalypse reached out and patted his shoulder, saying without doubt, Very good. Then, let's start the next step. Charles, I want you to find all the nuclear weapons in the world right now and destroy them all, understand? After learning about the development of human beings in recent years, Apocalypse naturally takes this nuclear weapon, which is known as the last trump card of human beings, to heart. Although Apocalypse is confident, with his strength, those so-called nuclear weapons will not pose any threat to him. But it is undeniable that these nuclear weapons still have very powerful destructive power, which is not a small threat to his next dynasty. What's more, in addition to possessing powerful destructive power, this weapon also has huge amounts of damage to the environment. If in the course of his battle with humans, the opponent uses this weapon on a large scale regardless of the consequences, it will also cause arrogant damage to this planet. This kind of damage is undoubtedly unacceptable to Apocalypse, which has long regarded the Earth as its own back garden. So in order to avoid this from happening, it is better to destroy all these weapons. In this way, human beings will lose their strongest weapons, and they can also protect this planet from harm. It can be said to be the best of both worlds. It turned out that although he had such an idea, he had no idea where these weapons were hidden. He is not very clear, so it has not been able to implement it. Until now, After discovering the ability possessed by Charles, Apocalypse also immediately realized that the other party's ability can help him accomplish this goal very well. With Charles's ability, he doesn't need to spend much time looking for it. Just one thought, and all nuclear weapons in this world will also be wiped out. At that time, after losing this biggest killer, what confidence do human beings have to fight against themselves? Thinking of this, Apocalypse couldn't help but raise some expectations. I see. After hearing Apocalypse's plan, Charles immediately nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Then leave it to you. I'm waiting for your good news. Hearing this, Apocalypse laughed, and then disappeared from Charles's consciousness space in a flash. Outside, looking at Charles, who is closing his eyes tightly and motionless at the moment, Hank on the side is full of anxiety and is constantly calling for him, trying to wake him up. However, he tried hard for a few minutes, but it still had no effect. Just as he was getting more and more restless, Charles opened his eyes in the next moment. Seeing this, Hank on the side was refreshed, his face brightened, and he subconsciously said, "Charles, you finally woke up?" Before he finished speaking, when he saw Charles's appearance at this moment, Hank's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition suddenly emerged. After opening his eyes, Hank could clearly see that Charles's pupils were covered by a layer of pure black at this moment, and he looked a bit evil. "Charles, what's wrong with you? What the hell happened?" Facing Hank's question, Charles didn't intend to answer at all. With a thought, under the action of the brainwave strengthening device, in the blink of an eye, the world that appeared in this laboratory at this moment began to change again. The red figure that originally represented the mutant gradually disappeared, replaced by white light spots representing ordinary humans, and the mighty spiritual power instantly radiated the world and began to search for something. Just less than 10 seconds later, Charles slowly outlined a slight arc on his expressionless face and said calmly, "Found it." Chapter 188, Part 1. Seeing this series of actions of Charles, Hank on the side felt alarmed. His face became more and more anxious, and he kept asking beside him, "Charles, what the hell is going on? What the hell are you trying to do? Charles, answer me quickly." However, no matter how he shouted, Charles didn't answer his meaning, but silently carried out the order from Apocalypse. Under the blessing of the brainwave strengthening instrument, in just a moment, the mighty power of the mind is overwhelming and scattered to every corner of the world. In the depths of the ocean, inside the nuclear submarine loaded with nuclear weapons, the soldiers who were on mission suddenly stopped their actions. As if sensing something, if there were other people present, it would be even more obvious that everyone's eyes were turning to pure black at this moment, just like Charles today. All the major military bases around the world that are in charge of the key to launching nuclear bombs, everyone inside also stopped their movements, motionless, their eyes were dark, and they looked very strange. After doing all this, Charles did not pause at all, and immediately sent instructions to their minds. After receiving the order, everyone in the nuclear submarine and in the Tuta military base unanimously started the next step. Each of them sat back in their seats, took out the key that was kept strictly on weekdays, opened the device that represented the launch of the nuclear bomb, entered the key, checked the password, and the procedures were carried out in an orderly manner. Soon, after all the procedures were passed, finally, the button representing the launch of the nuclear bomb was finally presented to everyone. The body was stiff. Everyone didn't have the slightest hesitation. They raised their hands and took pictures. As their actions fell, immediately afterward, a great change that no one knew about was happening all over the world. All over the world, in many unknown corners, accompanied by a dull sound. The nuclear bomb silo that has been closed for many years is slowly opening its exit. As the exit was finally fully opened, followed by a violent roar, each nuclear warhead dragged a fierce flame, and a long white smoke was brought up from under the body, straight to the sky. Along with the launch of these nuclear warheads, many cities around the world have also discovered abnormalities. The students in school, the office workers in the high-rise buildings, the couples wandering on the street, all discovered the abnormality in the sky by coincidence. What is that? On the street, after several hours of shopping, couples who felt a little tired were planning to sit down and have a rest, but just as soon as they looked up, they saw the surroundings of the city, and suddenly there were streaks of white smoke straight into the sky. Spectacular! Looking at the scene in front of her with some doubts in the end, she seemed to suddenly think of something. A happy smile subconsciously appeared on her face, and suddenly stretched out her arms to tightly wrap her arms around the neck of her boyfriend, and said sweetly, "I see. This is your surprise for me, right?" Although he didn't understand what happened, it didn't affect him in the slightest to take advantage of the opportunity to build a wave of goodwill, so he didn't mean to deny it at all, but just acquiesced. The dialogue between the couple will not be mentioned for the time being. America, inside the White House, the president, who was holding a meeting, suddenly saw everyone in front of him looking out the window, subconsciously opened his mouth wide, and his face was full of shocking expressions. Seeing this, Mr. President frowned slightly. "What are you looking at?" As he spoke, He subconsciously turned his head and looked out the window. However, with just this glance, when he saw clearly what was happening outside, the next moment, his pupils shrank instantly. What's that? Don't tell me, that thing is what I think. Looking at the white smoke floating in the sky outside the window, Mr. President seemed to think of something. His face turned ugly instantly. He turned his head to look at the crowd and said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, please wait a moment. We are contacting the base. I believe we will have an answer in a while." Someone from the bottom immediately replied, "Better hurry up. I can't wait that long." Mr. President urged impatiently. Within 2 minutes, after receiving the news from the military, the president finally got the news he wanted. "Your Excellency, it has been confirmed just now that what was launched in the sky just now is indeed our nuclear warhead. And it's not just our country, it's the same with all countries around the world, and their nuclear warheads have all been launched." "What did you say?" "Hearing the news, Mr. Chapter 188, Part 2. President's expression became even more ugly. He stared at the other party and asked with a serious face, "Then can you tell me? The nuclear bombs? Where are the destinations?" According to the news from the base, none of these nuclear warheads seem to attack the target, and their targets are all above the sky. "What do you mean? Explain to me more clearly." "In other words, these nuclear bombs are flying towards space. **T. So you mean, our nuclear weapons are all destroyed now, right?" Hearing the other party's explanation, the president's face changed, and he blurted out without thinking, "Is such that?" Seeing that his guess was confirmed, the president's face instantly became much uglier. He lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. Then, a ruthless look appeared on his face. His eyes swept towards the crowd, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Everyone, our top priority now is to find out who is responsible for this incident. Only by finding the culprit can we take action against the other party." In response, everyone nodded in agreement. "Since everyone has no opinion, let's investigate it as soon as possible. Now this matter has a higher priority than everything else, so let me put other things first, and let me check this matter first. Give me accurate information as soon as possible, understand?" Clear. Everyone also understood the seriousness of this matter, and they didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. They immediately turned around and left the meeting room, and started to take action one after another. After everyone left, the president sat on the armchair and pondered for a long time. Then, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed a group of numbers slowly. "Hey, is that Nick? I have something here that you need to investigate." Not only here, after discovering that the nuclear warheads stored in their own homes were launched into the sky one after another, countries all over the world also launched actions one after another. While everyone was investigating, in the underground laboratory of Xavier's school, watching Charles's movements, Hank on the side became more and more anxious. "Charles, what's the matter with you?" Chen Luo on the side watched the opponent's movements the whole time, looked at the countless figures in the surrounding world, frowned slightly, thought for a while, and then said, "Hank, I think we'd better take off the professor's brainwave strengthening device now." Facing Hank's question, Chen Luo stretched his finger forward and said calmly, "Look at the professor's actions now. No matter what he is doing now, it must be related to those humans. If my guess is correct, the professor should be under control now. In the current state of the professor, it is likely to be detrimental to human beings." After hearing Chen Luo's explanation, Hank reacted instantly and nodded subconsciously, "You're right." Then, he immediately stretched his hands towards the helmet on top of Charles's head, and immediately wanted to take it off. However, just as he was about to make a move, Hank suddenly stopped and stood there stiffly in the next moment. Just for a moment, before Hank could react, he was controlled by Charles. And this is not over yet. After controlling Hank, Charles then turned his head and looked in the direction of Chen Luo, staring at him with dark pupils. Like a bottomless abyss, it can absorb the soul of a person into it. Seeing this, Chen Luo felt alarmed, and then in the next moment, a huge spiritual power enveloped Chen Luo in an instant, wanting to control him directly. Sensing the opponent's attack, Chen Luo immediately mobilized all his mental power to defend without thinking about it. Now both of their mental powers are at the peak of the 4th level mutant, with a mental value close to 500 points. With similar mental powers, even if the opponent's mental power attack methods are unpredictable, they still cannot break through Chen Luo's defense. After successfully resisting the other party's attack, Chen Luo was finally sure that Charles was under the control of others at this moment. Otherwise, he would never attack them. Although he can still resist the opponent's attack now, with the blessing of the brainwave strengthening device, the opponent's attack is also becoming more and more violent. If this continues, he really didn't have the confidence to resist. So if he wants to stop this situation, he has only one choice now. I said sorry silently in my heart, and then, looking at the surrounding laboratory, Chen Luo immediately started to move. With a move of the foot, the body instantly disappeared in place. When Chen Luo reappeared, he had already appeared on the surrounding walls. Ignoring the surrounding scenes, Chen Luo raised his right leg high, turned into a humanoid battle axe, and slashed downward. Bang! Chapter 188, Part 3. Accompanied by a loud bang, followed by a tooth-piercing sound. Under Chen Luo's feet, the wall that was originally wrapped in alloy was instantly sunken, and countless terrifying cracks spread in all directions, looking extremely terrifying. Then Chen Luo kept moving, his body turned into afterimages, and he walked quickly through the laboratory. Everywhere he went, huge amounts of noises came one after another, but it took less than 5 seconds. Back to the original place, this laboratory has already been destroyed by him beyond recognition, and it no longer looks like it was before. With the destruction of the laboratory, the brain-wave strengthening device lost its effect immediately. Without the blessing of the brain-wave strengthening device, with Charles's current power, he could no longer pose any threat to Chen Luo. He stepped forward, took off the helmet on the opponent's head, and then swung down with a hand knife. After receiving this blow, Charles tilted his head and instantly sniffed it. Following Charles's coma, Hank, who was controlled by Charles and unable to move, finally regained his mobility again. When his consciousness regained consciousness again, Hank looked at the scene in front of him. His face was full of astonishment. He looked at Chen Luo subconsciously and asked, "Chen, this is?" Chen Luo was about to answer, but he didn't wait for him to speak. The next moment, behind Chen Luo, a purple-red energy instantly appeared in the space. Sensing the movement behind him, Chen Luo frowned and slowly turned around to look behind him. Under Chen Luo's gaze, the purple-red energy in front of them slowly opened from the middle, like a portal, and as the portal opened, they finally saw the scene inside it clearly. "Eric Raven, why are you here?" After seeing the group of people among them, Hank couldn't help showing a look of astonishment on his face and subconsciously exclaimed. Chen Luo didn't speak and quietly observed the other party. Among the crowd, Apocalypse stepped out slowly, stretching out his hand gently. At the next moment, originally fainted Charles, who was fascinated in the wheelchair, suddenly seemed to be pulled by some kind of force and quickly flew in the direction of Apocalypse. Because the incident happened so suddenly, Hank didn't react at all and just watched Charles fall into the opponent's hands. "Charles, what are you going to do to Charles?" Seeing this scene, Hank's face suddenly became extremely anxious, and his gaze towards Apocalypse became fierce. His body bent slightly, and he immediately put out an attack with his hands open. Pino, seeing that Charles got it, Apocalypse had a satisfied smile on his face and didn't care about Hank's actions. In a good mood, he took the initiative to say, "Children, get ready. Next, the era of our mutant will come soon. Now, human beings have lost their last weapon they can rely on. Well done. From today onwards, they have no power to stop us. In a short time, when my plan is completed, the era of mankind will come to an end, and we, mutant, will become the new masters of this world. Humanity has taken this world from me for too long, and now, it's time to give it back. From now on, it will be the era of queens." As he said that, Apocalypse looked at Chen Luo and Chen Luo with burning eyes and directly invited them. "So, kids, are you going to join us? Let's work together for the future of our fellow man. Stop dreaming." Facing his invitation, Hank refused without thinking. "I will definitely not join you. You bastard, hurry up and return Charles to me." Immediately afterwards, Hank roared and suddenly launched an attack towards the opponent. However, he just took a step, and the next moment, his body seemed to be attacked by some invisible force, and his body suddenly flew backwards. Boom. It was just a face-to-face meeting, and Hank, who was considered an elite among the 3-level mutants, was instantly embedded in the alloy wall behind him, motionless, apparently unconscious. Seeing the other party's refusal, Apocalypse didn't make things difficult for his 2 citizens anymore. Now that Charles had already got it, he didn't intend to do it again, and turned back to the crowd behind him, stretched out his hand and waved. Following his movements, the next moment, the pedestrian slowly disappeared in front of Chen Luo. Quietly watching the other party leave, Chen Luo stood where he was and did not make any extra moves. At this moment, Chen Luo frowned and kept recalling the scene when he saw Apocalypse and his group in his mind, and he also had some guesses in his heart. Just when he was thinking about something in his heart, the next moment, a familiar voice sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chapter 189, Part 1. Ding! The host has been detected and the world's first mutant has been detected, and the selection begins now. Option 1. Kill the ancestor of mutant, Apocalypse. Reward. Open the road to becoming a god. Option 2. Join the Apocalypse camp and exterminate all human beings. Reward. An unknown dimension. Hearing the prompt from the system, Chen Luo was taken aback for a moment. I didn't expect to be able to trigger system tasks after seeing Apocalypse, which was a surprise. Looking at the rewards displayed in the system, Chen Luo couldn't help but start thinking secretly. No matter which of these 2 rewards it is, Chen Luo has aroused great interest, and he can't help but arouse a deep desire. First of all, the first reward, the road to becoming a god. If he guesses right, it should be related to how to break through the limit of his current spiritual power. If he can get this reward, then his strength will also jump to another level. After the test just now, Chen Luo also discovered one thing. Although his current mental attribute is close to 500 points, it is at best at the same level as Charles. If he calculates seriously, his strength should still be in the range of a 4th-level mutant, but it is the same as Charles. Came to the limit of this level. Although his strength can be further increased through the increase of other attributes, but compared with the level of Apocalypse, there is undoubtedly still a qualitative gap. If he wants to truly be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the opponent, he must find a way to break through the limit. When his spiritual attribute can really reach 500 points, by then, his strength will probably usher in a qualitative change. Maybe just like the previous evaluation at the bottom of the system panel, become a god in the true sense. If the first reward can give him the possibility to go further, then the second reward is undoubtedly even more exaggerated. Some people may not be clear about the concept of an unknown dimension, but it can be summed up in one sentence. It seems that Mephisto, Dormammu, who has been fighting against Sorcerer Supreme for thousands of years and has always wanted to invade the Earth, will become so heavenly after having 10 dimensions. Thousands of years ago, Dormammu was just an ordinary human magician, until one day, in 923, he discovered this unknown dimension by coincidence. After discovering this dimension, Dormammu resolutely abandoned his human body and chose to live with this dimension merged, thus becoming the famous Mephisto of different dimension. What does the different dimension mean? Let me explain it simply. If this universe is likened to a room, then the different dimension is another house outside this room. However, compared with the former, there may be some gaps in scale and decoration. But in terms of their essence, the two are still at the same level. Compared with this universe in terms of scale, the alien dimension obtained by Dormammu undoubtedly still has a lot of gaps, but this is not without ways to continue to improve. As for how to improve, it is also very simple. Just use the power of this universe to strengthen yourself. The root of a strong universe lies in the number of lives in this universe. The more life there is in the universe, the stronger the universe will become. Definitely, in essence, life is just an external form, and what can really expand the universe is the soul conceived in every life body. Therefore, if you want to strengthen the power of your own dimension, the most effective way is to devour the lives in this universe. As long as you drag these lives into your own dimension, then their souls will also belong to this dimension. Only when the power of different dimensions increases, the power that Dormammu holds can become stronger. So after knowing this, Dormammu launched an operation to depopulate this universe. As for the plundering process, it is also simple and rough. After finding a planet with life, Dormammu will often directly open the channel connecting his own dimension to this universe, and then directly swallow the entire planet into his own dimension. This kind of behavior is comparable to that Galactus, one of the 5 gods in the universe, who specializes in devouring planets for a living. But apart from some similarities in behavior, Dormammu originally was not as powerful as Galactus, so it was only natural that he was expelled by the Aborigines in this universe. Whenever he wants to take action, Sorcerer Supreme can always predict the foresight and arrive in time to stop the opponent and drive the opponent back to the different dimension again. In this way, Dormammu also regards Sorcerer Supreme as his mortal enemy. The stalemate of thousands of years behind. Chapter 189, Part 2. During the stalemate, Dormammu also discovered one thing, that is, the Earth, the place where his predecessor was born, has the soul quality contained in the living beings that he has only seen in his life. Devoured, then his strength is likely to get huge amounts of growth. After discovering this, Dormammu undoubtedly became more motivated. He wanted to devour the Earth several times. Fortunately, the Earth is protected by Sorcerer Supreme, so peace can be maintained for thousands of years. But even though Dormammu's ambitions have not been realized for thousands of years, but being able to compete with Sorcerer Supreme for such a long time, Dormammu's strength is naturally needless to say. And his strength is also obtained through his own integration with this different dimension, so it is self-evident how precious Chen Luo's second reward is. If he can get this reward, as long as he learns the operation of Dormammu and integrates with this dimension, then his strength can instantly reach the point where he can compete with Sorcerer Supreme. Such an improvement is undoubtedly very exaggerated. As far as the direct improvement in strength is concerned, there is no doubt that the integrated different dimension is undoubtedly stronger than the former, but relatively, after becoming a different dimension, Mephisto is not without disadvantages. Because of the mutual exclusion between the two dimensions, if Mephisto of another dimension wants to come to this universe, it will undoubtedly have to pay an extremely huge amounts of price. Although Chen Luo doesn't know what this price is, but it can be seen from the fact that Dormammu has never come to his real body for thousands of years. Even he is unwilling to pay such a price. So it is conceivable that after becoming a different dimension Mephisto, it means that he will rarely be able to return to this universe, and can only dormant in his own dimension like Dormammu. Therefore, this practice of abandoning everything and choosing to integrate into another dimension will undoubtedly not be accepted by Chen Luo. And even if he is willing, it is unprecedentedly difficult to successfully obtain this reward. Not to mention anything else, if you want to get this reward, it means that you need to exterminate all human beings in this world. If you really do this, those friends of Chen Luo, Tony, and Rhodes will undoubtedly jump but die. Besides this, there is the most important point, that is the threat from that Sorcerer Supreme. If you really dare to wipe out all human beings, then there is no need to doubt. I am afraid that what awaits you next moment is the sanction from this Sorcerer Supreme. With the powerful strength that even the Mephisto of different dimensions can force back, Chen Luo's current strength wants to compete with him, and the result is also conceivable. Although Chen Luo is no longer a human being, he is not a murderous maniac. Unless someone provokes him, he is not interested in taking action against him. What's more, the current world is undoubtedly more suitable for his life. If he helps Apocalypse to wipe out human beings, the character of the other party may not be able to accommodate non-mutant races like Chen Luo. At that time, the other party may choose to kill the donkey, not surprising either. Under such considerations, Chen Luo quickly made a decision. Choose the first one. After making a choice, Chen Luo opened his eyes again and turned his head to look, CJCG, behind him, where Hank was hit by Apocalypse. After being hit by Apocalypse, Hank has also fallen into a coma due to serious injuries state, completely lost consciousness. Stretching out a finger, a purple halo instantly enveloped the opponent. Under Chen Luo's control, Hank slowly floated in midair from the depression under his body, and then slowly came to Chen Luo. Controlling the opponent to float behind him, Chen Luo was about to lean over and hug the still sleeping Qin to leave, but he just made a movement, and Qin finally responded. The eyelids moved slightly, and then slowly opened his eyes. After a period of deep sleep, Qin finally woke up. Standing up and looking around, when she saw the messy scene around her, Qin woke up instantly and exclaimed subconsciously, "This is Professor's laboratory? How did it become like this?" Quickly got up and just raised her head. Qin noticed that Chen Luo was also here at the moment. After seeing Chen Luo, a gleam of joy flashed across Qin's face, and then she thought of something and asked quickly, "Chun, do you know what happened here?" "Qin, you finally woke up?" Seeing Qin standing here in good condition, Chen Luo also heaved a sigh of relief. Facing her question, Chen Luo explained the situation here concisely to her. After hearing Chen Luo's narration, Qin's face instantly became a little sluggish. "You mean the professor was taken by that mutant called Apocalypse?" Chapter 189, Part 3. Speaking of this, Qin couldn't help showing a hint of disbelief on her face and murmured, "But how is this possible? The professor is one of the strongest mutants in the world. With the power of the professor, who else can?" Seeing that Qin couldn't believe it, Chen Luo sighed slightly, and then said, "This time is different. Maybe you don't know, this Apocalypse, his power is much stronger than Eric and others. Shoulder to shoulder, he is a level 5 mutant." As soon as these words came out, Qin's body was shocked. Her eyes were full of shock, and at the same time, she finally realized a little more about the professor's arrest this time. Taking the professor's ability, which is considered unsolvable even among the 4th-level mutants, to capture him, perhaps only the 5th-level mutant is possible. Although she hadn't seen what kind of power the 5th-level mutant possessed before, it was a level beyond the professor after all, so the strength must be one level higher than the professor's. However, although Qin wanted to understand this point, at the same time, another doubt arose in her heart. But that Apocalypse, why did he take the teacher away? I think he should want the professor's power to be used by him. Chen Luo on the side spoke calmly. Just like just now, the reason why I chose to destroy this place was because the professor at that time was already under the control of the other party. Although I don't know exactly what the professor did with the brainwave strengthening device, but if my guess is correct, if so, the movements taught just now should be aimed at humans. It is also easy to judge this point. After all, before Charles started to move, Chen Luo could clearly see that the world displayed on the surrounding walls had changed from the original group of mutants to the group of humans, so his actions were also, it goes without saying, that it must be related to humans. What? Professor, he was controlled? Hearing Chen Luo's words, Qin's face was stunned, and she couldn't help feeling a little absurd and weird. You must know that as the most powerful spiritual master in the world, it has always been the professor who controls others. How can there be a situation like this? It is not possible unless the spiritual power of the other party is higher than that of the professor. Qin, who also has the ability of the mind, naturally understands that in order to resist the invasion of the power of the mind, it is possible to have a considerable degree of mental strength. And if she wants to control the psychic ability person in turn, the other party's spiritual power must be far higher than the former. If she said that before, she could not believe that there would be such an existence in this world. But now with Apocalypse after being born, after learning the identity of the other party's 5th-level mutant, Chen also lost this confidence. After being shocked for a while, Chen finally regained her composure. After calming down, Chen raised her head, looked at Chen Luo, and asked seriously, Chun, what should we do now? After the backbone of teaching was taken away, Chen knew in her heart that there were only a few of them left that the college could rely on. But whether it's her, or Aurolo, Scott, and the others, their daily work is to teach students. For the current situation, they are obviously not as experienced as Chen Luo, who is the leader of a major force. The relationship between her and Chen Luo was there, so Chen didn't have the slightest hesitation and immediately asked Chen Luo for help. Facing Chen's request for help, Chen Luo had no reason to refuse. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, I think what we should know most now is what did the professor do just now? Only by finding this first can we start the next step. Speaking of this, Chen Luo frowned slightly and said with a serious face, I'm a little worried now. I'm afraid. We haven't faced apocalypse yet, and I'm afraid we will face pressure from the 10 directions of human beings. If what the professor just did has really caused extremely serious consequences, I'm afraid it won't be long before humans will find this place. By that time, we may have to fight against the human side first. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Chen's expression changed instantly. Chapter 190, Part 1. You must know that Chen Luo's words are not alarmist. This is very likely to happen. If it is really what Chen Luo thinks, what the professor has done has had a huge impact on the human world, then it is inevitable that humans will choose to do something to them. At that time, the academy will also be in danger. Thinking of such a result, Chen couldn't help but subconsciously frowned. As if seeing Chen's anxiety at the moment, a soft smile appeared on Chen Luo's face. He hugged him gently and said softly, Don't worry, I'm here for everything. As long as I'm here, something will happen. Feeling the temperature in Chen Luo's arms, Chen's originally tense heart instantly relaxed a lot. As if she had found her own support, she leaned gently on Chen Luo's arms, with a reassuring smile on her face. Knowing that there is an urgent need, the two of them didn't stay here for long. They immediately took the elevator and headed towards the upper floors. Back in the lobby on the first floor, the three of Chen Luo just went out when they collided with Scott, who was on the way. Scott. Seeing the person coming, Chen hurriedly came to him and asked anxiously, You were outside the whole time, right? What happened outside? Chen, are you awake? Scott was also relieved when he saw Chen for the first time, and then when he heard Chen's question, Scott instantly became extremely dignified. Something has happened. Just this sentence shocked Chen Luo and Chen Luo, who were on the side. And then Scott's words also verified Chen Luo's previous conjecture, and he said with a sullen face, Just now I received the news, just a few minutes ago, for some reason, the nuclear bombs all over the world flew into space for no reason go up. Now this matter has been spread all over the world. With the launch of these nuclear weapons, there are no other nuclear weapons left in the world today. The world may enter a nuclear-free era in the future. Speaking of this, Scott's face obviously became a little puzzled, and he said puzzled, But I don't understand, besides the professor, who on earth has such an ability to do this? Xia? Could it be that the other party is also a mutant with telepathy ability? If that's the case, then the mutant's ability may be comparable to that of the professor. Hearing these words, Chen's face suddenly changed drastically, and she looked at Chen Luo subconsciously, a little in disbelief. It's hard. Could it be that, teach him? It seems that this should be the case. Chen Luo nodded slightly, sighing secretly. Trouble now. Although Chen Luo also thought long ago that what Apocalypse did to control the professor must not be small, and it would definitely have a big impact on human beings, but he never thought that the other party had such an idea. Before declaring war on mankind, first eradicate the strongest killer in the hands of mankind. Without the threat of nuclear weapons, it is undoubtedly trivial to compete with Apocalypse with the power in the hands of mankind. Even Chen Luo suspects that even if those nuclear weapons still exist, they probably won't pose any threat to Apocalypse. The reason why the other party would do this, in Chen Luo's view, may be more to prevent this planet from being too much harm. After all, the other party regards it as their own territory, and naturally cannot allow others to destroy it. Now the opponent has achieved his goal by controlling the professor. After all nuclear weapons are destroyed, the power in the hands of mankind will undoubtedly be greatly weakened, and it will become much more difficult to resist the rule of Apocalypse. If nothing unexpected happens, with the strength possessed by the Apocalypse camp, it is really possible to successfully rule the world. But it is a pity that although Apocalypse is indeed powerful, there is no one in this world who can stand up and stop the opponent. The most representative of them is undoubtedly the Sorcerer Supreme, who has guarded this planet for thousands of years. With the strength of the opponent, if he is willing to make a move, Chen Luo believes that Apocalypse will never have the possibility of victory. Definitely, apart from that Sorcerer Supreme, the most likely one is standing beside Chen Luo, who has not really awakened Phoenix Force's piano yet. If she can really grasp the power in her body, by then, she will leap to become a 5th-level mutant at the same level as Apocalypse, And with the particularity of Phoenix Force, Chen Luo is not surprised that Qin's power will be stronger than Apocalypse much more. But to be honest, Apocalypse is able to pose such a big threat to the world today, thanks to his appearance at the right time. If he wakes up 10 years later, in that era of superheroes, there will be no shortage of strong men who can fight the opponent head-on. Chapter 190, Part 2. Thor, the Hulk, and the Scarlet Witch, who has the power of alter reality. No matter which one of these powerhouses they are not inferior to each other. But it is a pity that it is not yet the age of their birth, so there are very few people who can stop Apocalypse. At least from Chen Luo's point of view, apart from the Sorcerer Supreme who has lived in seclusion all the year round. The only ones who have the power to stop Apocalypse are those around Chen Luo. As for the power of human beings, not to mention being able to meet Apocalypse himself, I am afraid that even the possibility of successfully breaking through the opponent's gang is pitiful. Instead of counting on them, Chen Luo, it is better to hope that Qin can master Phoenix Force as soon as possible. After talking about his doubts, looking at Chen Luo who were lost in thought, Scott suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and his eyes kept scanning the two. Behind Chen Luo, he finally found the figure of Hank, who had fallen into a coma at the moment. Hank! With a subconscious exclamation, Scott quickly turned his head to look at Chen Luo and asked with an ugly face, "What happened to him? Did you hurt Hank?" Because he has always been dissatisfied with Chen Luo, after seeing Hank unconscious, Scott subconsciously listed Chen Luo as a suspect. Scott. Hearing the other party's words, Qin suddenly woke up, frowned, stared straight at the other party, and spoke every word. "You'd better calm down. Now is not the time to get angry. Perhaps you don't understand. We're in big trouble now." "Big trouble? What do you mean?" Scott's expression froze, and he looked over in confusion. "Scott, listen up." Jean took a deep breath, and then quickly told him everything that happened in the basement just now. "What did you say? Those nukes were destroyed by the professor?" Hearing this, Scott's heart shook violently, and his face instantly became dull. Scott never expected that such a thing would happen just a few minutes away from the professor. The professor was controlled by a mutant named Apocalypse, and under the order of the other party, he destroyed all nuclear bombs in the world. After all this, even the professor was taken away by the sudden appearance of Apocalypse. All of these undoubtedly brought huge amounts of shock to Scott's heart. "This is impossible. Qin, you have seen the professor's ability before. How could he be controlled by someone? I don't believe it." After saying this, a light flashed in Scott's mind. He suddenly realized, turned his head and looked in Chen Luo's direction, staring at him firmly, gritted his teeth and said, "I got it. It's all you. You must have used some method to kidnap the professor, right? You must know that when Qin woke up, you were the only one who was awake. So naturally you are what you say. You took advantage of such a condition, that's why you lied to Qin, right? What Apocalypse? It's just something you made up." Chen Luo. This guy must be sick. Looking at the other party like a fool, Chen Luo pointed to Hank, who was still unconscious behind him, and said helplessly, "I said, can you use your brain a little bit? Did I take the professor away? And whether Apocalypse belonged to me, as long as this big guy wakes up, won't you understand? What's the point of saying these things now? And then again, you are the one who obviously saw nothing, right? Why do you think your guess is correct? Is it because you are confident enough?" Speaking of this, Chen Luo couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Hee, what an inexplicable confidence. You. Listening to Chen Luo's laughter, Scott blushed and was about to say something. However, he just uttered a word. The next moment, behind Chen Luo, Hank, who had been in a coma for a long time, finally moved. He suddenly groaned in pain, then woke up immediately, subconsciously struggled to get up, and roared loudly, "Charles!" Hearing the movement from behind, all three of Chen Luo turned around and looked behind. Seeing that Hank had woken up at this moment, Qin was overjoyed and hurried forward to come to him. "Hank, are you okay?" At the same time, Scott hurried over and asked eagerly, "Hank, how did you pick him up? Did he really get picked up by that guy named Apocalypse? Ask for flowers." Hearing the voice coming from his ear, Hank gradually regained his senses. "Jane, are you awake?" "Scott, why are you here? By the way, where's Charles? Have you seen Charles?" "Stop taking pictures, Hank. We're out of the underground lab now." At this time, Chen Luo's voice sounded, and he walked over the two to Hank, looking at him seriously. "As for Charles, I think you should remember what happened before now. He is now taken away by Apocalypse." Apocalypse? Chapter 190, Part 3. Hearing this name, Hank's body shook instantly, and memories before coma began to flood into his mind. So, Charles has really been taken away? Recalling the scene that happened back then, Hank shook his head, his face full of bitterness. "Hank, what happened just now? Was it really the professor who launched those nuclear weapons outside? Was he really controlled by that Apocalypse?" When Scott's words came to his ears, Hank's face changed, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. "So that's it. Charles, is he doing this? If you say that, isn't half of the world free of nuclear weapons? Speaking of this, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and his face changed. Not good. If the incident about the destruction of nuclear weapons is found to be related to us, then the Academy may. As soon as the voice fell, the next moment, Chen Luo at the side seemed to hear something suddenly. His ears moved, and he turned his head subconsciously, looking towards the sky outside the door. Wait a minute, a helicopter is coming here. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. As if they had thought of something, their expressions changed dramatically. Could it be that humans are coming? Qin asked a little uneasy. Don't think so much. Chen Luo turned his head, smiled at her, and then said, since the other party has come over, let's go and have a look. As he spoke, Chen Luo took the lead in striding forward. Looking at the back of Chen Luo leaving, Qin's restless heart became more stable. Her face regained her calmness, and then hurriedly followed. Seeing this, the two of Hank looked at each other, and followed Chen Luo one after another. Soon, when Chen Luo and his group came to the gate of the college, it was a coincidence that there was a roar of engines, and then a helicopter roared through the sky and then slowly landed. During the landing of the helicopter, Chen Luo seemed to think of something suddenly, turned his head and looked behind him, and said calmly, after the other party comes down later, I will leave it to me to negotiate with them. You'd better not interrupt casually. Do you understand? Qin definitely has no opinion on this, and nodded heavily to express her understanding. And Hank had seen Chen Luo's performance in the previous laboratory, so he also had a certain trust in him, so he also nodded in agreement. As for the last Scot, although he was still very upset to see Chen Luo, he also had to admit that in the absence of the professor, Chen Luo, who is also the leader of a major force, is indeed more suitable than them to handle this kind of thing. So even if it was for the sake of the children in the college, Scott did not say a word, expressing his acquiescence. Chen Luo was not surprised by Qin and Hank's reaction, but seeing that Scott, who had always been against him, had no intention of objecting, Chen Luo couldn't help but look at each other more. Soon, as the helicopter slowly descended to the ground. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of Qin and the other three, the cabin door slowly opened, and then a figure jumped out of the cabin and came in towards Chen Luo and the others. The person who came was about 1.7 meters tall. His figure looked a little thin. He was wearing a very refined black suit. The hairline on the top of his head was slightly moved back. His appearance looked a little ordinary, but overall, he gave people with an inexplicable intimacy. Huh, it's him. Seeing the person coming, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he was a little surprised. Chen Luo and the others didn't have to wait long. The other party finally stood in front of them. His eyes swept towards Chen Luo and the others one by one, and finally settled on Chen Luo, who was the leader. When he saw Chen Luo's appearance, he seemed to recognize Chen Luo's identity, and his face was slightly startled, but he quickly reacted, stretched out his right hand to Chen Luo, and showed a friendly smile on his face. It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Cole. Chapter 191, Part 1. I'm an agent from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. This time, I have something I want to know about you. Really? After hearing this familiar name, Chen Luo immediately confirmed in his heart that the other party was undoubtedly that Phil Coulson. Although there is not only one named Phil Coulson, but if you add the long list of prefixes just now, then there is no doubt that this is the famous old man in this world. Nick Fury's most trusted right-hand man, Captain America's little fanboy, future S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Phil Coulson. Relevant memories about the other party emerged in his mind. After recalling the other party's personality traits, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel more concerned about the other party's intentions for coming this time, and about the government's next actions against the Academy. How sure of mediation? Chen Luo. After a brief introduction, Chen Luo reached out and shook hands with the other party calmly. Chen Luo looked directly at the other party, without any intention of hiding, and asked very directly, then, what is the purpose of Mr. Phil Coulson's coming here? Is there anything we can do for you? Or, do you come here for any other purpose? As soon as these words came out, Qin and the others behind them shrank their eyes instantly, their whole bodies tensed up, and they couldn't help but become wary when they looked at Phil Coulson. It's no wonder they are so nervous. After all, they know what the professor did just now. If the other party finds out about something, the Academy is likely to be in danger. Even the government is very likely to launch a 797 attack here. So after seeing this man who claimed to be an agent of some kind came here, their already tense nerves subconsciously became tense again. It seems to feel the tense atmosphere around at this moment, facing the high-level mutant recorded in the materials in front of him, especially the sudden appearance of the leader, the Lord of Blood Clan. Even with Phil Coulson's psychological quality, he can't help it. There are some drums below. But fortunately, he is also a person who has experienced many battles after all, so he quickly recovered his mood. The smile on his face was still very kind, and he said slowly in a very peaceful tone, I think, Mr. Chen Luo, you must have misunderstood something. I didn't have any malicious intentions this time. It's just that I want to ask you some questions. Speaking of this, Phil Coulson's face also became serious, and he calmly met the gazes of Chen Luo and the others in front of him. His expression looked so sincere that one couldn't help but feel some trust in him. But I have one thing to explain in advance. That is, I hope that the questions I will ask next, you can answer truthfully and don't hide anything. Hearing this, Chen Luo was silent for a while. Then a smile appeared on his face, and he said slowly, "Oh? Just asking us to understand the situation?"
Yes.
Phil Coulson replied without hesitation. Looking at his movements, Chen Luo didn't say anything more, but nodded slightly, and then said, "Since this is the case, it sounds like we have no reason to refuse. Then tell us, what do you want to know from us?" Seeing that Chen Luo agreed so simply, Phil Coulson was slightly taken aback, as if he didn't expect the other party to be so easy to talk to, but it saved him a lot of work, so he quickly cheered up and asked quickly, "Then, Mr. Chen Luo, I want to know, before all the nuclear weapons around the world were sent into space, is this related to you? Or is it related to that Charles?" After he asked this question, not only Phil Coulson, but also Phil Coulson, who was in a base thousands of miles away at the moment, wearing a blindfold on his head, a tall black marinated egg wearing a black windbreaker, also instantly raised his spirits, concentrating on tilt your ears to listen. At this moment, Nick Fury's face is full of seriousness. As the director of the Homeland Strategic Defense Offensive and Logistics Support Agency, his duty is to deal with supernatural incidents around the world, so it is only natural that the mutant, who has a special ability within his surveillance range. The organization has a history of decades since its establishment, so it is natural to know a lot about the mutant group, especially Magneto and Professor X, who have also been active in the world for decades. I don't know how much information about people has been collected. It is precisely because he has an extremely in-depth understanding of these two people that Chi Kefurui naturally knows what terrifying power these two people possess. Naturally, Magneto, needless to say, his ability to freely manipulate metal is undoubtedly a big killer for a modern army. Chapter 191, Part 2. It is precisely because this ability is so incomprehensible that for decades, even if the opponent has used it against humans, there have been no less than 100 terrorist attacks, and human beings have nothing to do with him. If the former is troublesome, then the latter is deeply frightening to everyone who knows about its ability. As a Professor X with the same reputation as Magneto, it has the telepathy ability that can manipulate people's hearts. With this ability, as long as the other party is willing, he can modify the target's memory at will and manipulate the other party without the other party's awareness. Make it a chess sleeper of your own. Compared to Magneto's terrifying destructive power visible to the naked eye, Professor X's invisible and qualityless attack is the most palpitating. It is precisely because he understands the horror of the other party's ability, and because the professor has always advocated peaceful coexistence with humans and never took the initiative to attack humans. The human side allows it to exist, and the two sides have always maintained a state of peace. Although it looks very harmonious on the outside, after knowing the horror of the spiritual ability, how can the human side not want to be on guard? So these dozens of human beings have been secretly researching how to resist the spiritual ability. Through decades of research, although they are still making slow progress on how to resist psychic abilities, they are not without any other gains. As early as a few years ago, the human side secretly developed a detection instrument that can detect spiritual abilities. Through this instrument, it is possible to search for special signals sent by telepathy abilities within a certain range, and thereby lock their location. After developing this instrument, in order to guard against the professor's ability, they also secretly arranged this detection instrument around the college early in order to be able to play an early warning role after the professor activates the ability. Coincidentally, just today, just before the launch of those nuclear weapons, through these instruments, they clearly detected an unprecedentedly powerful signal erupting from the academy, and this signal was in full force. It lasted for a few minutes before dissipating gradually. After detecting this signal, and thinking about the previous events, Nick Fury suddenly had a guess. That is about the nuclear weapon launch just now. Could it be related to this Professor X? Although the other party's usual style before, the other party does not seem to be the person who would do such a thing, but this incident is too coincidental, and with the other party's telepathy ability, there is indeed the ability to do such a thing. So there was also a deep doubt in my heart in an instant. In order to verify his guess, Nick Fury dispatched his right-hand man Phil Coulson immediately, in order to let him investigate the truth of the matter. At the same time, after Phil Coulson arrived at the destination, Nick Fury also used the monitoring device on Phil Coulson's clothes to get the news he wanted at the first time. If it is really what he thinks, the professor did this, then after Phil Coulson leaves, they will not care about it, and will take action here as quickly as possible. Just as he began to listen intently, Chen Luo finally spoke. It's just that when he heard Chen Luo's answer, Nick Fury's heart suddenly became turbulent. About this matter, I can tell you the truth. You are right. The reason why those nuclear weapons were launched for no reason is indeed because of the professor. Upon hearing this, whether it was Phil Coulson or Nick Fury, there was a hint of shock on their faces, but before they could say anything more, Chen Luo continued. But what I think you don't understand is that it wasn't the professor's intention. Not long ago, the professor was controlled by a mutant named Apocalypse. As for everything the professor did before, it was also ordered by Apocalypse. And after the professor finished all this, the other party has already taken the professor away. If you want to take some action, I think, maybe you go to Egypt and you should gain something. When Chen Luo finally finished speaking, Phil Coulson's face was stiff, and he stood on the spot without moving for a long time. After a while, he finally came back to his senses. His face gradually became serious, and he looked at Chen Luo with serious eyes, and asked slowly, Mr. Chen Luo, can you guarantee the authenticity of your explanation? In this regard, Chen Luo shrugged slightly, and looked at the other party helplessly. Definitely, what I'm telling is the truth, but as for whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. However, I think this should be easy to verify. As long as you go to Egypt, you should be able to understand whether what I said is true. Chapter 191, Part 3. Now Chen Luo's focus is still on how to deal with Apocalypse, so he doesn't want to have any conflicts with the human side. Not to mention that this time is originally Apocalypse's plan, and he has no intention of taking the blame for the other party, so he has been in the opponent's party for a long time. The moment he came to the door, he had already thought about it. No matter what, he had to throw this pot out. As for whether the other party will believe it, Chen Luo has this confidence. As long as there are king-level powerhouses here, the other party will definitely have scruples. Although the professor is gone now, isn't there still him? The big deal is to show a little bit of strength at that time. Let the other party back out of difficulties, and wait until the other party investigates a little according to his words. With Apocalypse's personality, he will not have the idea of covering up. Maybe he will take the initiative to admit it. In this way, the Academy can undoubtedly minimize the impact. Chen Luo can also not be distracted by the pressure on the human side, and at the same time, the promise to Qin can be fulfilled. It kills two birds with one stone. And Phil Coulson's reaction was just as Chen Luo expected. He definitely had doubts about Chen Luo's explanation, but he was not stupid enough to forcefully enter the Academy to conduct a search. Because he recognized Chen Luo's identity the first time he saw Chen Luo. With such a strong man who was at the same king level as Magneto and Professor X, Phil Coulson knew that with their current status power, and absolutely cannot pose a threat to it. Even if they accidentally offended each other, their fate would be a little unpredictable. I have some considerations in my heart, and if the truth is as the other party said, then the previous incident undoubtedly has little to do with the college. If Phil Coulson started fighting because of a misunderstanding, he would feel very sorry. So after thinking for a while, Phil Coulson nodded slowly, his face relaxed, and he smiled. I understand. Since this is the case, we will investigate this matter carefully. Then don't bother everyone, let's leave first. Before he finished speaking, Phil Coulson suddenly changed his expression the next moment. Because at this moment, in the depths of his mind, Ridao's strange voice suddenly sounded. Listen, everyone in this world, here's a message. A message to all men, women, and mutants 0.0. At the same moment, not only Phil Coulson, but also such a voice flashed in the minds of everyone in the world at this moment. You have been lost, but now I, Apocalypse, have returned. 11. All humans, listen up, the day of our mutant awakening is coming. At that time, all your buildings, temples, and all buildings will collapse and fall, and the dawn of a new era will come. And you have no experience in this. I have only one purpose in giving this message, and that is to tell all the strong, the people with great power, my fellow mutants, that the earth belongs to you. Soon, this world, the era of human beings will pass away, and it will be the era when our mutants will rise. My countrymen, do your part for our time. I am waiting for you in the city of Apocalypse. 11. As the voice fades away, the reaction of people around the world aside, back to Chen Luo. After hearing the voice in his mind, Phil Coulson frowned instantly, his face became extremely solemn, and he lowered his head, as if he was listening to something. After a while, Phil Coulson raised his head, then looked at Chen Luo, smiled wryly and said, I think we don't need to investigate anything. It seems that what you said, Mr. Chen Luo, is indeed the truth. That's definitely. Chen Luo shrugged, then looked at the other party with some curiosity and asked, So, what should you do next? Let me tell you in advance, that heavenly official is not easy to deal with. You have to be mentally prepared. Chapter 192, Part 1. Oh, it seems that Mr. Chen Luo should know a lot about that apocalypse. If you don't mind, can you explain it in detail? After hearing Chen Luo's words, Phil Coulson's eyes suddenly became more serious, and he said hastily. Just after hearing the proclamation from Apocalypse in his mind, Phil Coulson just came back to his senses, and Nick Fury's instructions came immediately from the communication device worn by his ear. Similarly, if Nick Fury still had some doubts about Chen Luo's explanation before, then he has no choice but to believe it now. After realizing the threat from Apocalypse, he immediately listed the other party among the top priorities. After all, according to what Chen Luo said, the other party can control the existence of Professor X, who is a 4th-level mutant. The strength is definitely far beyond his imagination. Similarly, when he heard what the other party said, Nick Fury realized in his heart that this Apocalypse, like Magneto, is probably a mutant that is hostile to humans. Coupled with the opponent's terrifying power that is likely to surpass the Professor, and there are strong people like the Professor around him who are controlled by the opponent, it can be seen that the degree of difficulty is definitely the only win in his life. If he wanted to compete against such an opponent, he must obtain the necessary information. So after hearing what Chen Luo said just now, he also heard what Chen Luo meant. Regarding the situation of Apocalypse, the other party must have a deeper understanding, so he did not have the slightest hesitation, and immediately asked Phil Coulson to ask the other side. After hearing Phil Coulson's inquiry, Chen Luo was not surprised either. After all, the reason why he said that just now was to let the other party ask actively. Only when they get enough information, the human side will be able to make a move with confidence, and he just took this opportunity to take a good look at the full strength of Apocalypse. That's right, in Chen Luo's mind, if the human side wants to send troops to fight against Apocalypse, it is undoubtedly an act of death. As for whether the opponent can win, he has never thought of this possibility. Anyway, after all, Apocalypse is also a terrifying existence equivalent to a level 5 mutant. Even with Magneto, who is a level 4 mutant, human beings have nothing to do with 29, let alone want to fight against Apocalypse. Therefore, only if the human side pays enough price, can he get enough information about Apocalypse so that he can use the information to find the weakness of the other party. For this legendary ancestor of mutant, Chen Luo is also very vigilant in his heart. If it is not necessary, he only intends to choose Ding when he has enough confidence. It was with this thought in mind, in order to allow human beings to delay for a while, so Chen Luo only said everything and told the other party all the information he knew about Apocalypse. After listening to Chen Luo's narration, Phil Coulson's brows became even more frowned, and his face became even more solemn and terrifying. Not only him, even Chen behind Chen Luo and the others heard about the specific strength of Apocalypse for the first time, and their hearts couldn't help but tense, and an uncontrollable expression appeared on their faces. Originally, after they learned that the Professor was taken away by Apocalypse, they wanted to go to Egypt after Phil Coulson left and take the Professor back from the opponent. A few people are also a little uncertain. As far as Chen Luo knows about Apocalypse's ability, the Apocalypse's ability that the other party used just now can move instantly within the range of the Earth. It can be thousands of miles away, and the Professor will forcibly control the terrifying mental power. With a random blow, the beast will be blown away psychokinesis, and according to Chen Luo's memory, the other party can reassemble any material decomposition's ability. This is only a small part of what Chen Luo understands. From Chen Luo's point of view, the other party definitely has many other variant abilities that have not been shown. After all, the other party is a mutant who has lived in this world for thousands of years, and has performed countless reincarnation rituals, and the abilities he possesses must be far beyond Chen Luo's imagination. But these Chen Luo didn't intend to say it out. If they want to encourage the other party to take the initiative to challenge Apocalypse, then the other party must be within the range of abilities they can deal with. If they let the other party know too much, they will directly lose the battle if he doesn't want to, or even give up resisting, then his efforts will be wasted. Although part of the information was concealed, what Chen Luo revealed was enough to shock Phil Coulson and Nick Fury, who was thousands of miles away, and his face was gloomy. 10 hearts are also sinking. Chapter 192, Part 2. After being silent for a while, he finally spoke again. Since everything that should be understood is almost there is no need for Phil Coulson and the others to stay there. So he immediately signaled Phil Coulson to start retreating. After receiving the order, Phil Coulson's heart trembled. He immediately subdued the shock in his heart, forcibly controlled his emotions, and said goodbye to Chen Luo and his party with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen Luo, for your cooperation. The information you brought is very important to us. As he spoke, Phil Coulson seemed to suddenly remember something, took out a business card from his pocket, and handed it over. By the way, here is my business card, Mr. Chen Luo. If possible, can we exchange contact information, so that if there is anything in the future, we can also contact in time. After receiving the business card, Chen Luo did not intend to refuse the other party's request. He told the other party his contact information, and then asked with a smile, since everything has been explained clearly, there should be nothing wrong here, right? That's definitely. Phil Coulson also explained with a smile on his face, since this is all done by Apocalypse, there is no reason for us to do anything here. Is that so? The smile on Chen Luo's face gradually faded, and then he looked at the other person seriously. Since you have already said that, Phil Coulson, I believe that you are doing well. However, if something really goes wrong here in the future, then I will use my own method to solve it. Presumably, you can understand this, right? Feeling the heavy power suddenly emanating from Chen Luo, Phil Coulson froze, smiled awkwardly, and nodded. Looking at the back of Phil Coulson leaving, after a while, Chen Luo finally turned around slowly and looked at everyone. Okay, the matter has been settled, let's go back. As he spoke, He took the lead and walked towards the interior of the academy. Seeing this, Chen didn't even think about it and hurriedly followed. Hank and Scott looked at each other, turned around in unison, and walked away. At the same time, in the whole world, after hearing the declaration from Apocalypse in my mind, the whole world began to boil in an instant. What's going on here? Who the hell is that Apocalypse? In an international metropolis, on a bustling street, the originally noisy crowd suddenly became very quiet, silent for a while, and then, the sound of discussion broke out. Did you hear that voice that came from your mind just now? You heard that too? I thought it was just me. Damn it, what's going on here? Could it be that someone is playing a prank? Someone put his head in his hands and shouted in disbelief. Stop kidding. Have you ever seen someone with this ability to prank? Some people looked at each other with disdain, and then expressed their thoughts confidently. Didn't you listen carefully? That guy named Apocalypse claims to be a mutant. I think what we just heard must be the work of those mutants. Damn it, it's those damned mutants again. Why can't they calm down a bit? Someone complained with dissatisfaction and disgust. I said you didn't listen carefully to what the other party said? He said that the era of our humans has passed. Are those mutants going to war with us humans? There were also people who looked around worriedly and said worriedly. Think about it carefully. The mutant who claims to be Apocalypse has the ability to directly communicate with our consciousness. What if he can do more than that? If he can control our thoughts and consciousness, then can we humans resist each other? As soon as these words came out, the audience was shocked. After a long time, someone suddenly exclaimed. His face became very shocked, and he said in a trembling tone, "You said? The previous nuclear weapons launches were also done by the other party? If that Apocalypse ability can really control our consciousness, it would make perfect sense." Hearing this inference, the people around were startled for a moment, and the surroundings became silent for a moment, looking at each other, as if they finally realized something. If you say that, it's really possible. Hiss, if that's true, wouldn't that mutant called Apocalypse be able to control the minds of humans all over the world? How can we defeat such an opponent? As soon as this question came out, the audience was suddenly dead silent again. After realizing this, the human beings who were still shouting arrogantly to clean up those mutants all fell silent one after another. On the contrary, everyone here now has their faces filled with fear and their hearts filled with fear. The next is also extremely at a loss. This kind of scene is not limited to this one place. In countless places around the world, following the announcement of Apocalypse, the entire human world has been shrouded in despair for a while. Chapter 192, Part 3. In addition to human beings, there is another group whose mood is completely different from theirs. That is the group of mutants who are chased, beaten, and killed by humans all day long. Because they grew up in an environment disgusted by humans for a long time, it can be said that in the entire mutant group, except for the professor and the children he taught, most mutants are hostile to humans. So now, after hearing those words of Apocalypse, while these mutants are gloating about their misfortune, their fanatical worship of Apocalypse is also increasing day by day. Just within the borders of America, there are countless mutant groups silently praying in their hearts, hoping that Apocalypse will succeed. Because of the abnormality of the body and ordinary human beings, this part of mutant has also been discriminated against by human beings more. Different from those mutants above level 3, because they look similar to humans, they can still survive in the human world freely without exposing their abilities. But they are different. Because of the huge difference in appearance, their characteristics as mutants are also more obvious. In addition, there are not a few forces in this country who like to arrest mutants for research, so this also leads to these mutants having to live in hiding. Life can be described as very difficult. It is precisely because of the suppression and hunting of human beings, as well as the injustice to their own life and destiny, that they have greater hatred for human beings. So after hearing the declaration of Apocalypse, their mood is also extremely excited. What's more, the mutants who have long been unable to bear the hell-like life here seem to have grasped the last ray of hope in their lives and plan to cross the ocean to pursue Apocalypse. They want to join the Apocalypse camp, then get rid of their current life and start a new life. With the support of such hope, for a while, many people actually plan to move body. But Nick Fury can't take care of the actions of these people now, and now he has more important things to deal with. After hearing the horror of Apocalypse from Chen Luo, Nick Fury knew that with their strength, it would be difficult to compete with each other. So the best way now is to invite countries around the world are negotiating. If it is to gather the strength of all countries in the world to fight against Apocalypse, then there is no chance of victory. At least that's what Nick Fury at the moment thinks so. With this in mind, knowing that the situation was urgent, he didn't have the slightest hesitation and immediately contacted his superior. The Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistical Support is directly subordinate to none other than the Permanent Security Council formed by the leaders of the 5 most powerful countries in the world, namely the 5 Permanent Security Council members. Decades ago, just after the end of World War II, The Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency was formally established under the leadership of the Permanent Security Council. After the special agent retired, Nick Fury took over as the second director. It has been decades since he took over. It is precisely because of the particularity of its establishment that this institution not only has its own influence all over the world, but also has extremely high authority in various countries, so it can be used to deal with paranormal events around the world. Under normal circumstances, for those ordinary supernatural events, Nick Fury naturally does not have to report to the council all the time, but it is different now. Obviously, the target of Apocalypse is all human beings now, and with the opponent's unprecedented terrifying strength, it is undoubtedly difficult for their organization to fight against it. So the best way now is to seek help from the council and gather the power of all countries in the world to launch an attack. Only then can we be sure to destroy it. Nick Fury slowly came to a secret room deep in the base. After entering alone, he first closed the heavy iron door behind him, and then he came to the front wall, reach out and press down on something. Following his movements, the next moment, the walls around him suddenly lit up, and 5 virtual projection screens were projected onto the walls, and on these 5 screens, there were 5 seemingly a powerful figure appeared. Fury, what do you want us to do? Chapter 193, Part 1. Gentlemen, we may be in big trouble. Looking up at the crowd on the screen, Nick Fury said solemnly, I'm sure you all heard the declaration of the mutant named Apocalypse. I believe that Apocalypse must be a huge threat to our world. It must be eliminated as soon as possible. So my suggestion is, this time, I hope everyone will join forces to fight against Apocalypse together. Maybe only in this way can we have the possibility of defeating each other. After hearing Fu Rue's words, the 5 people on the screen thought for a while, and then the representative of America suddenly snorted coldly with some disdain. Apocalypse? We've never heard of this name. Is he strong? How does he compare with that Magneto and Professor X? Is he stronger than them? Even if it's Magneto, they don't need us to fight together. So why do you think that Apocalypse can have such a qualification? I don't think there is any need for other people to come. What about Apocalypse? Just leave it to us to deal with it. Speaking of this, the representative of America couldn't help showing a smile on his face. His eyes sparkled, and then said, but relatively, after we kill the so-called Apocalypse, his body should belong to us. Everyone should have no objections to this point. As soon as this remark came out, not to mention the representatives of the other 4 countries, even Nick Fury understood what the other party was planning. Looking at the other party's appearance of being in control, he couldn't help cursing secretly. This stupid pig. Obviously, the other party has already become interested in Apocalypse and wants to use this opportunity to capture it and then study it. It is obviously not the first time they have done this kind of thing. At least in the information that Nick Fury knows, among the countries in the world, they are the most interested in the study of mutant, and they have successively arrested many people over the years. There are few mutants conducting research experiments. As for what they want to use to study, even he doesn't know. Although the agency controlled by Nick Fury has great authority all over the world, their authority is granted by the council after all, so correspondingly, their actions will still be limited within the borders of the major council countries, subject to some restrictions. So even though he is very dissatisfied with the other party's private arrest of mutant, he has no right to interfere and can only watch it happen. But ironically, as the country that rejects mutant the most and captures the most mutants in the world, it is also the country that produces the most mutants. This situation also makes Nick Fury deeply puzzled. Regarding the opponent's method of capturing Apocalypse and then using it for research, Nick Fury also knew in his heart that this was also the opponent's usual method against mutant, so he was not surprised. But the current situation is different. After learning about the horror of Apocalypse, he does not believe that he can successfully defeat Apocalypse with the strength of the opponent alone. On the contrary, the probability of the opponent being counter-killed by Apocalypse is even greater. Although he secretly scolded the other party's stupidity in his heart, he couldn't just watch the other party die like this, so he immediately reminded him, Your Excellency, I think there is something I need to remind you first. That Apocalypse, his strength is stronger than Magneto and the Professor. As far as I know, the current Magneto and the Professor have joined Apocalypse's command, and the White Queen from Hellfire is also the same. So now Apocalypse should have 4 king-level combat powers. Like this strength, you should not be able to deal with it alone. As soon as these words came out, the audience was instantly silent. After hearing Fu Rue's words, the 5 people on the screen subconsciously opened their eyes wide and couldn't help showing shock on their faces. Even the representative who boasted just now that they could defeat Apocalypse with their Eagle Sauce country alone had the same dull expression and no more words. But this is not the end. When Fu Rue saw this, hurriedly added the last sentence. And according to the information I have collected, the previous nuclear weapon launch incident should also be caused by Apocalypse. Hearing this, the room suddenly became more silent. After a moment of silence on the screen, the 5 people finally came back to their senses, recalling the information that Fu Rue said just now, and their faces were full of solemnity at this moment. They naturally know how terrifying the king-level combat power is. Usually, just one is enough to cause headaches, but now they have gathered 4. This combination is enough to pose a threat to them. Faced with such a combination, it is indeed very difficult to rely on the strength of a family to fight against it. Chapter 151, Part 1. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was already night. Because today is Mei Weixi's birthday, it is extremely lively in the hall today. The skeleton-like skeleton was wearing a bright red musician's dress, holding a musical instrument in his hand, swaying his body gently, and with their movements, bursts of melodious music resounded through the hall. On the ceiling of the hall, the whole body is made of white spider webs to form a huge amount of banner, with the words, "Happy Birthday Mavis," written on it, and there are a few bright red banners hanging beside it, which looks extraordinarily festive. In the hall, all kinds of strange creatures of different shapes walk through it. Although their appearance looks a little scary to ordinary people, at this moment, everyone has kind smiles on their faces, and they all look enthusiastic when they meet each other. They greeted each other with 087, and then rushed towards the stage set up in the center of the hall. At this moment, in the center of the stage, Dracula in a black robe walked slowly onto the stage, facing the crowd, raised the microphone in his hand, and said with a smile on his face, "Gentlemen and girls, first of all, welcome everyone to come to Mavis's birthday party. I am here to thank everyone in advance. Today is a big day for me and for Xiaomei, because today is Xiaomei's official adult day." Seeing Dracula, who was eloquently starting to give a speech on the stage, the crowd also responded with dignity. From time to time, bursts of cheers came from the crowd, and warm applause rang out. Seeing everyone's reaction, the smile on the already happy Dracula's face became more and more obvious. 10 minutes later, when Dracula finally finished his speech, under the expectant eyes of everyone, he pointed to somewhere in the audience, with a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, full of emotion, "Then, let's have today's protagonist, Xiaomei, come on stage." As soon as these words came out, the audience immediately began to boil. Looking at Mavis walking towards the stage step by step, under the stage, the tall Frank was holding the mummy Murray beside him and crying loudly. The eyes of the Wayne couple were also full of emotion, and the invisible man on the side also took off the mask silently. He took off his glasses, fixed his eyes on the stage, and said nothing. As an old friend who has been with Dracula for hundreds of years, Mavis also watched them grow up all the way, from the beginning of birth, to learning to walk, successfully releasing magic for the first time, and then to the current slim appearance. Scenes of memories flashed in their minds. During the hundreds of years of getting along with each other, unknowingly, they had long regarded Mei Weizi as their own child. For a while, everyone felt a lot of emotion in their hearts. Even if they are like this, standing on the stage and watching Dracula approaching his own daughter, this is the daughter he has worked so hard to raise for hundreds of years. When it comes to feelings, there is no one present who can compare to him. Coupled with the heart-to-heart conversation between the two last night, Dracula, who knew that her daughter would leave soon, felt a little sour in her heart. No matter how much reluctance is in her heart, at this moment Dracula already understands in her heart that since her daughter has grown up now, it is time for her to go out and make a living. The chick must learn to fly, and always bind her by her side. It's not a good thing for her to grow up. Although he had already made a decision in his heart, he still felt a little worried if he really let his precious daughter go out alone. Therefore, after thinking about it all night, he finally reluctantly thought of Chen Luo's figure. Strong strength, handsome appearance, and the huge wealth that is said to be incomparable to the enemy. After learning all kinds of news about Chen Luo from Eric, no matter how unwilling he is to admit it, he can't deny one fact, that is, with Chen Luo's conditions are enough to attract the favor of his own daughter. If even Chen Luo's qualifications are not worthy of his own daughter, I'm afraid no one else can be worthy of it, right? Thinking of this, Dracula couldn't help but turned his head to look down the stage. The tall figure who was at the end of the crowd looked unique, had dark eyes, and didn't know what he was thinking. Chen Luo, who was admiring Mavis on the stage, suddenly seemed to feel something. He froze for a moment and subconsciously shifted his eyes to Dracula next to him. Moved to the side, after a brief gesture, then quietly leave from the stage. Chen Luo also immediately understood Dracula's hint and also walked in the direction the other party left. The two left the noisy crowd and came to a secluded corner. Standing where they were, the atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet. Chapter 151, Part 1. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was already night. Because today is Mei Weixi's birthday, it is extremely lively in the hall today. The skeleton-like skeleton was wearing a bright red musician's dress, holding a musical instrument in his hand, swaying his body gently, and with their movements, bursts of melodious music resounded through the hall. On the ceiling of the hall, the whole body is made of white spider webs to form a huge amount of banner, with the words, "Happy Birthday Mavis," written on it, and there are a few bright red banners hanging beside it, which looks extraordinarily festive. In the hall, all kinds of strange creatures of different shapes walk through it. Although their appearance looks a little scary to ordinary people, at this moment, everyone has kind smiles on their faces, and they all look enthusiastic when they meet each other. They greeted each other with 087, and then rushed towards the stage set up in the center of the hall. At this moment, in the center of the stage, Dracula in a black robe walked slowly onto the stage, facing the crowd, raised the microphone in his hand, and said with a smile on his face, "Gentlemen and girls, first of all, welcome everyone to come to Mavis's birthday party. I am here to thank everyone in advance. Today is a big day for me and for Xiaomei, because today is Xiaomei's official adult day." Seeing Dracula, who was eloquently starting to give a speech on the stage, the crowd also responded with dignity. From time to time, bursts of cheers came from the crowd, and warm applause rang out. Seeing everyone's reaction, the smile on the already happy Dracula's face became more and more obvious. 10 minutes later, when Dracula finally finished his speech, under the expectant eyes of everyone, he pointed to somewhere in the audience, with a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, full of emotion, "Then, let's have today's protagonist, Xiaomei, come on stage." As soon as these words came out, the audience immediately began to boil. Looking at Mavis walking towards the stage step by step, under the stage, the tall Frank was holding the mummy Murray beside him and crying loudly. The eyes of the Wayne couple were also full of emotion, and the invisible man on the side also took off the mask silently. He took off his glasses, fixed his eyes on the stage, and said nothing. As an old friend who has been with Dracula for hundreds of years, Mavis also watched them grow up all the way, from the beginning of birth, to learning to walk, successfully releasing magic for the first time, and then to the current slim appearance. Scenes of memories flashed in their minds. During the hundreds of years of getting along with each other, unknowingly, they had long regarded Mei Weizi as their own child. For a while, everyone felt a lot of emotion in their hearts. Even if they are like this, standing on the stage and watching Dracula approaching his own daughter, this is the daughter he has worked so hard to raise for hundreds of years. When it comes to feelings, there is no one present who can compare to him. Coupled with the heart-to-heart conversation between the two last night, Dracula, who knew that her daughter would leave soon, felt a little sour in her heart. No matter how much reluctance is in her heart, at this moment Dracula already understands in her heart that since her daughter has grown up now, it is time for her to go out and make a living. The chick must learn to fly, and always bind her by her side. It's not a good thing for her to grow up. Although he had already made a decision in his heart, he still felt a little worried if he really let his precious daughter go out alone. Therefore, after thinking about it all night, he finally reluctantly thought of Chen Luo's figure. Strong strength, handsome appearance, and the huge wealth that is said to be incomparable to the enemy. After learning all kinds of news about Chen Luo from Eric, no matter how unwilling he is to admit it, he can't deny one fact, that is, with Chen Luo's conditions are enough to attract the favor of his own daughter. Chapter 193, Part 3. As soon as this remark came out, it seemed to cause a chain reaction. The representatives of other countries stopped hesitation and nodded in agreement. I, North Bear Country, also agree. I am willing to join the coalition this time. I, Jianyo, also agree. I, Gaul, also agree. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the representatives of other countries, the representative of the Eagle Sauce Country reluctantly expressed his position. Eagle Sauce Country is also willing to participate in this alliance. Seeing this scene, Fu Rue, who was originally standing aside and a little nervous, finally secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Now that all countries have agreed to coalition forces, facing apocalypse this time, he also feels that the hope of winning is much higher. As long as the threat of apocalypse can be successfully eliminated, then there is a great possibility to avoid the upcoming war. Thinking of this scene, Furue's heart is also filled with hope. After initially reaching a joint intention, everyone discussed again how to deal with apocalypse. Now that the coalition has been decided, how should we deal with those mutants? Don't talk about apocalypse, it's just that the other three are not so easy to deal with. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces showed serious expressions. Just now, Fu Rue has already mentioned the abilities of the 4 Apocalypse members. Not to mention Apocalypse, who is the most powerful among them, it is very difficult for them to teach them just by Magneto. After all, the former can control metal. With this ability, modern army weapons will undoubtedly be of little use. Without those weapons, in front of those mutants who have mastered powerful forces, even if they jointly send troops, they will all be delivering food. Share. In addition to Magneto, the other professor and White Queen also cause them great distress. After all, it is an extremely incomprehensible spiritual ability. If there is no way to resist it, then they may be directly controlled by the other party before they come to Apocalypse and others. Cannibalism. These 3 alone are already very difficult to deal with, not to mention that there is a final boss like Apocalypse behind them. If you want to defeat such a combination, the difficulty is not as difficult as they said. Think so easy. Thinking of this, Everyone couldn't help showing a bit of embarrassment on their faces. Just when everyone was troubled by this, suddenly, the representative of the Eagle Sauce Country seemed to have received some news and instantly lifted his spirits, looked at the others with great energy, and laughed. With a confident face, he said, "Everyone, don't worry. We have a solution for this matter." Hearing this, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look at each other, their eyes full of doubts. Facing everyone's curious eyes, he smiled slightly and said slowly, "Nuo Hao Hao, for Magneto's ability, we have specially developed a rubber weapon. As long as our army is equipped with this rubber weapon, Magneto's ability will have no effect on us." After a pause, he continued, "In addition, regarding this special rubber material, we also have the technology to cover it on armored vehicles, rocket launchers, and other weapons and equipment. With the protection of this material, we can also ensure that our weapons will not turn around and attack our own people. As long as we can ensure that our weapons will not be controlled by the opponent, then we have already won half of this war." After saying this, a hint of arrogance flashed in the other party's eyes, and he glanced at the others, feeling a sense of superiority spontaneously. However, before he could be proud for a long time, the representative of Rabbit Country said unhurriedly, "Since the Eagle Sauce Country is so generous and able to come up with this kind of technology, let's show it too." After a pause, he said calmly, "Recently, we have developed a new type of material. As long as it is made into a helmet, it should be able to guarantee our safety. Because of the limited production capacity, we don't have a lot of production of this kind of special helmets, and we can produce about 50,000 pieces." As soon as this remark came out, except for the representative of the Yingjiang country, who looked a little ugly, the rest of the countries were overjoyed. With these two technologies, they will undoubtedly be able to get rid of the influence of Apocalypse, Magneto, and the abilities taught to them to the greatest extent. As long as their abilities do not work at that time if it is used, then for the modern army, these mutants are no different from ordinary people, and they can be easily dealt with. Thinking of this, everyone's frowning brows were instantly relaxed, and huge amounts of hope surged in their hearts. Chapter 194, Part 1. Since we have a solution, let's discuss the specific issue of sending troops now, shall we? After confirming that there was an ability to deal with Magneto and Professor X's ability, everyone's originally worried hearts gradually eased a little. After they felt that they had a certain chance of winning, they also began to consider the specific situation of the coalition forces to send troops next. Speaking of this, the representative of the Eagle Sauce Country couldn't wait to speak first. His eyes were shining brightly, and he said, "First of all, I think our coalition forces should not exceed 50,000 troops. After all, the representative of Rabigua also said that the helmets they can provide to defend against psychic attacks are only 50,000 sets at most. If it exceeds this amount, I am afraid that there will be a risk of being controlled by the other party. By that time, we will have a very high chance of killing each other." Hearing the other party's remarks, everyone subconsciously nodded their heads in agreement. They are very clear about the professor's ability. They are only a few fourth-level mutants in the world today, and their spiritual ability is even known as the strongest. Although I haven't seen the other party fully display their abilities yet, compared with Magneto, which is also a fourth-level mutant, it can at least cover the scope of a city. Such an area, let alone 50,000 people. If the other party is willing, even more people are not impossible to control. What's more, even if the opponent's ability is limited, and they can't control so many people, isn't there another White Queen with spiritual ability? It's up to Dai. So after determining the number of coalition forces, several people were discussing how to allocate this part of the number. "I think it would be better for Rabbit Country to send more people. I remember that your country's army is said to be the strongest in the world. If your country's army is deployed, the apocalypse must be nothing to worry about." At this time, the representative of Jianyo Country suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the representative of Rabbit Country and suggested with a smile on his face, "That's a good proposal. I think it's okay." The representative of Gaul's eyes lit up and immediately nodded in agreement. Their thinking is also very clear. Although they have already grasped the ability to deal with Apocalypse and others, but after all, the opponents are at the level of the four great kings. So in order to reduce losses as much as possible, they definitely want to pull top packages from other countries. You can't say that 993. Before the representative of the Rabbit Country spoke, the representative of the North Bear Country also expressed his opinion in due course. "Don't forget that the Rabbit Country has provided us with equipment to resist psychic attacks. This alone has already made a great contribution to us, and it would be unreasonable to increase the number of troops sent. I think if you want to send more troops, it is better to draw the extra troops from among you, which is more fair." As an ally of Rabbit, the representative of North Bear Kingdom would not just stand by and watch his allies being made things difficult by others, so he immediately opened his mouth to make a rescue. After hearing the words of the representative of Beixiong Country, the faces of the representatives of the two countries turned black instantly, and they couldn't help but said angrily, "Heh, if you say so, didn't your North Bear Kingdom make any contribution just now? If it is to increase troops, I think the North Bear Kingdom should also send more talents. Then there's no need for that. As soon as the other party finished speaking, the representative of Beixiong Kingdom immediately replied, I have confidence in the quality of our country's soldiers. Even if there are fewer soldiers, I don't think they will be worse than you. After a pause, an unknown smile slowly appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, Since there is a gap in the quality of your soldiers, wouldn't it be appropriate to make up for it with counting testicles? These words are almost pointing at the other party's nose to say that the other party's strength is not good, and they can only rely on quantity in exchange for quality. It is clear that they are looking down on the other party's strength. However, the reason why he dared to say this sentence is naturally because of his confidence. After all, he is one of the two superpowers with the strongest military power in the world. In this conference room, only the Eagle Sauce Country can have the confidence to wrestle with him. As for Jianyo and Gaul, there is a considerable gap in front of Beixiong. Chapter 194, Part 2. The representatives of the two countries are naturally very clear about this point, but although they are clear in their hearts, it does not mean that they can remain indifferent in the face of the other party's ridicule. What did you say? You know your family is? Everyone, wait a minute. Before the representatives of the two countries could finish speaking, they were interrupted by the representatives of the Eagle Sauce Country. We don't need to discuss this matter anymore. About this dispatch of troops, we will send 20,000 troops here, and the remaining 30,000 will be divided equally among you. How about it? As soon as these words came out, the audience fell into silence again. CJFB, representatives from other countries looked at each other one after another, their eyes full of doubts. Regarding this operation against Apocalypse, although there is a corresponding solution now, there is also the risk of huge casualties. They don't believe that the always shrewd Eagle Sauce will turn a blind eye to such a risk. According to common sense, in order to avoid this kind of risk, the most powerful choice is to reduce the strength of one side as much as possible, but the opponent's current actions are exactly the opposite. So after seeing the opponent's choice afterwards, several people were also a little confused. Although I don't understand the intention of the other party, since someone took the initiative to take the lead, the rest of the people naturally didn't mean to refuse and nodded in agreement. Even the representative of the North Bear Country, who has always been at odds with the other party, is rare and did not express any opinions, acquiesced to the other party's decision. Therefore, after the Yingjiang country took the initiative to take over half of the troops, the remaining troops will be shared equally by the other four countries. The rest of the people also readily accept this result. After simply discussing the allocation of troops, and after a period of discussion and adjustment, everyone finally decided that the coalition forces will gather on the African continent in 3 days and launch a general attack on Apocalypse and the gang. Although they also want to destroy them as soon as possible, they also need a little time to assemble weapons and defensive equipment, and it also takes time to mobilize troops. Considering these two factors, 3 days is considered the limit. Afterwards, after deciding the time for the decisive battle, representatives from various countries also ended the meeting one after another, and the screen that was originally on turned into darkness in an instant. With the departure of everyone, only Fu Rue is left in this secret room now. It's just that different from the dignified face before. Now his face has regained his calmness, and his originally tense heart has gradually relaxed a lot. Recalling the conversations of the representatives of various countries just now, he couldn't help but feel a smile on his face. There is also a glimmer of hope. Hopefully it works this time. Fu Rue's faint voice slowly echoed in this secret room. After the meeting ended, the representative of the Eagle Sauce Country turned his attention to the person standing in the office in front of him again. Although he had received the news just now, he still confirmed again with some disbelief. Striker, is what you just said true? Do we really have weapons that can successfully counter those mutants? That is definitely, Your Excellency. In front of him stood a tall and strong man with a faintly old face, wearing a military uniform, and the eagle hanging on his shoulder looked radiant, silently telling his identity as a colonel. Colonel Stryker said confidently, "This is the result of my latest research. As long as I have this, no matter what those mutant abilities are, they won't have any effect against this technology. As long as we have this, then whether it's Magneto, the Professor, or even that Apocalypse, it will all be ours in the end." Speaking of this, Stryker's voice could not help but raise a little bit. His eyes were full of eagerness. Thinking that in just a few days, the famous Magneto and Apocalypse and others could all be captured for research, he instantly became impatient. After all, those are the 4 king-level existences, and they only occupy a very small number in the whole world. Now that he has this opportunity to study such a strong person, how can he not look forward to it? In the same mood as Stryker, there was also the representative of the Eagle Sauce Country in front of Stryker. After receiving Stryker's affirmative answer, he couldn't help showing a little smile on his face, and also became a little eager in his heart. Although he is not from a scientific research background, he doesn't quite understand how attractive the Apocalypse group is to Stryker, who has been studying mutant for life. Chapter 194, Part 3. But this does not hinder his plan to hold such precious research materials in his hands first. According to Stryker's description, as long as he has these research materials, he can further develop more powerful weapons for the country. This is an irresistible temptation for him, who has seen the power of the weapons developed by the other party before. It was precisely with the purpose of competing for experimental materials that he uncharacteristically wanted to continue to increase his troops this time in order to capture the results of these experimental materials in time. Definitely, even if they have to kill the other party in the end, their corpses are also of high research value. Therefore, whether it is capturing alive or capturing the corpse, it is not a loss-making business for them. If he still had some hesitation before deciding whether to send additional troops, then now, when he learned about the latest weapon developed by Stryker, he already has complete assurance of victory in his heart. Now that they have the certainty of winning, it is natural for them to take those benefits into their own hands as much as possible, which is the most beneficial thing for them. As long as they are able to win successfully, then they will be able to get the greatest praise from the world and at the same time obtain precious experimental materials, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Thinking of such a result, for a while, he was also full of complacency. Then, after sending Stryker away, he suddenly thought of something again. Since it is inevitable for their coalition forces to win this crusade against Apocalypse, isn't this a great opportunity for the world to know the strength of their own army? If they can successfully defeat Apocalypse and his group under the witness of everyone in the world, it will be a good publicity for their country's strength, and it will just let the world know who is the genius in this world now. Thinking of this, he immediately made up his mind, and then disclosed some information about the matter to the relevant media, and offered to let them live broadcast the entire battle regarding his proposal. The relevant media were naturally overjoyed, and hurriedly nodded in agreement, as if they were afraid of missing the opportunity. After all, the popularity of Apocalypse has already spread all over the world. With the announcement of the other party's declaration, people all over the world are a little panicked and anxious. Now they hear that the 5 most powerful countries in the world plan to unite to deal with it. It is conceivable to carry out a crusade, and it will inevitably detonate the whole world in an instant. This kind of traffic and attention is what every media dream of, so naturally there is no reason to refuse. Therefore, after informing the media of the specific time and place, within the next 3 days, the major media also set off one after another, rushing towards the other side of the ocean, and came to Africa and Egypt one after another, set up cameras, and planned to broadcast a live broadcast of the battle to everyone in the world. Regarding the actions of these media, Apocalypse has been aware of them as soon as they set foot on this land. However, I don't know what kind of plan the other party came from. They didn't even intend to expel him, but they still stayed behind and spread the situation here to the world, everywhere. And at the same time when the media began to broadcast live one after another, after 3 days of intensive preparations, finally, the newly assembled 50,000 coalition forces also arrived on ships one after another. To the African continent. Hello to everyone everywhere. I'm the live reporter for this Battle of the Apocalypse, Chris. Presumably everyone has seen it by now. What is appearing in front of everyone is the coalition forces jointly dispatched by our national councils. Their mission this time is to formally, after defeating the Apocalypse group, let us wait and see if the coalition forces can successfully complete the mission this time. Not far from the landing of the coalition forces, a camera was aimed at this place, faithfully recording all the pictures here, and then spreading them all over the world. Over the past 3 days, through the media's continuous publicity, people all over the world have obviously known the news that the coalition forces are going to attack Apocalypse, so today, everyone in the world, most people also gathered in front of the TV one after another, watching the pictures on the TV intently. And while they were watching the TV screen, the expressions on their faces were also different. Worry, anxiety, fear, irritability, anticipation. The list goes on and on. Among them there is the fear of Apocalypse, but more, it is about the fact that the coalition forces can truly become a factory good-looking. Chapter 194, Part 4. Under the watchful eyes of people all over the world, finally, the coalition forces slowly appeared. The phalanx formed by tens of thousands of troops stood on the spot in unison, densely packed, and the edge could not be seen at a glance. Every soldier in the coalition army is equipped with a rubber weapon that looks somewhat transparent, in order to guard against the threat from Magneto, and in every soldier what the soldier wears on his head is a helmet made of black unknown material, which is used to resist the threat from the telepathy ability. And in the coalition phalanx, there are hundreds of fully armed armored vehicles on display. The vehicles are also covered with a layer of transparent material to isolate the influence of magnetism. In addition to the tens of thousands of troops at Haikau, responsible for transporting soldiers, there are several aircraft carriers of incomparably huge amounts of which are displayed on the sea, motionless, and the muzzles on them are always under fire. In a state of ready to go, as long as the front line is in a difficult battle, the aircraft carrier here can provide support at any time. Not only artillery fire, but even hundreds of fighter jets parked on the board of the aircraft carrier are ready to dispatch at any time to provide air fire support. The trinity of sea, land and air is all ready. With such a scale and configuration, it has to be said that this coalition, the countries are not stingy, and they are bleeding one after another, vowing to completely destroy the apocalypse. Route. Chapter 195, Part 1. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of everyone in the world, these tens of thousands of troops slowly moved out and moved towards their destination. However, because it is a coalition of various countries, this army also has 5 commanders to command their respective armies. Regarding this point, the countries in the council have also reached a tacit agreement. Although there are more or less conflicts among the countries, they also understand that dealing with apocalypse is the most important thing now. So this joint operation, the armies of all countries are also very its cooperation. But even so, when they really started to gather together, the countries silently divided into 2 small groups. One side is composed of the Eagle Sauce country, the Janyo country, and the Gaul country. These 3 countries have always been an alliance in the world, so it is normal for them to be close to each other in the coalition. Not to mention the other side, because the Rabbit country and the North Bear country had the least number of troops, they were faintly left behind by the other 3 troops in this operation, and they had no intention of giving way at all. In fact, in terms of the danger of apocalypse, the army at the forefront is the most dangerous. If the latter is at the rear of the coalition forces, it is undoubtedly safer than the armies of the 3 countries in front. The former's consistent style. Regarding this point, John the Bull and the commanders of the 2 Gaul armies were not clear about it. Originally, according to their thinking, they wanted to let the Rabbit and the Northern Bear stand in the front and try the quality of apocalypse first. However, their consideration was decisively rejected by Ying Jiang. After receiving the order from above, he already had great confidence in the next operation. With the secret weapons they prepared, even if the opponent has 4 king-level powerhouses, there will be no problem for them. Since there will be no danger, and this battle will greatly enhance his status in the eyes of the people of the world. And finally, he will be able to take advantage of his positional advantage to grab these precious experimental materials first after successfully eliminating the apocalypse side. Therefore, under such considerations, they are uncharacteristically at the forefront of the crowd. As for such a situation, although the Rabbit and the Northern Bear did not understand each other's plan, since the other party was willing to work so hard, they were definitely happy to relax. As long as they don't face apocalypse and others immediately, their danger will be greatly reduced. This is undoubtedly in line with their wishes. Therefore, with the tacit cooperation of the 2 sides, the army quickly moved towards the destination. Because Egypt is also close to the sea, this time the army was also transported by the aircraft carrier and landed directly on its border. Only a few hours later, they arrived at the destination of the trip smoothly. The City of Apocalypse. To be precise, it should be the brand new City of Apocalypse. After the previous city was destroyed by Eric, after 3 days of construction, when everyone arrived, what they saw was a completely different city. Because it was built by Eric, the city is also all made of metal, the whole body is silver white, and there are many strange and tall buildings covering dozens of miles around, which looks very vast. The dazzling sunlight fell from the sky and hit the surface of the city of steel. After being reflected by the metal, the city was shrouded in a layer of white light, making it look a bit sacred. In the center of this huge and vast steel city, there is even a giant pyramids building hundreds of meters high. Unlike other buildings with silver-white surfaces, this building has a thick black layer attached to its surface. There are huge amounts of portals, and a deep and secluded passage is connected inside, which looks very mysterious. Although they had already seen the appearance of this City of Apocalypse in the information given by the drone, but when they really saw it on the ground, they still couldn't help but feel a little shocked in their hearts. Such a majestic and magnificent city was actually built by only one person within 3 days. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't believe it. At the same time, they also had a deeper understanding of mutants' ability. In their view, the ability to build a city out of thin air in just 3 days is indistinguishable from a miracle. When they thought that they were going to fight against such an opponent next, most of the soldiers couldn't help flashing a trace of fear in their eyes. But this can't be blamed on them. After all, what they have to face this time is that there are only a few king-level combat powers in this world, and they can even resist the terrifying existence of an army by themselves. Chapter 195, Part 2. It is normal for them to be unsure. But different from the fear of the soldiers, the commander of Yingjiang country now has a confident smile on his face. Looking at the city ahead, his eyes are full of greed. After possessing the secret weapon provided by Stryker, he already had the certainty of victory in this operation. So at this moment, he also had some other thoughts in his heart. In his opinion, in this operation, Apocalypse's life and death will not be considered for the time being, but for Magneto and the Professor, it is still necessary to save their lives as much as possible, which is the most valuable to them. After all, whether it is metal manipulation or telepathy, they are all very useful abilities. If they can successfully master such abilities, it will undoubtedly be a very beneficial thing for their country. Think about it, telepathy can obtain the information they want for them, and even change the target's thinking silently, making them serve their own side, which can effectively improve their own side's strength indirectly. Not to mention Magneto's ability. If they had the opponent's ability, then they would undoubtedly be able to occupy huge amounts of advantages in modern warfare. Although, like now, they have developed rubber weapons that can restrain the opponent, but the lethality of these weapons is far inferior to those modern weapons. To be honest, if it weren't for the existence of Magneto, they wouldn't have devoted time and energy to developing rubber weapons. As long as these two people can be held in their hands and the other party is loyal to the country, there will be no doubt that there will be a huge amount of improvement in the country's strength. At that time, it is bound to be able to fully surpass the North Bear country and become the only overlord in this world. Definitely, thinking that the prerequisite for achieving all this is that after he captures the other party alive, Stryker has the ability to hold the two of them in his hands, otherwise all the previous thinking would be in vain. As for whether the other party can succeed, after seeing the research results submitted by the other party, he also has deep trust in Stryker's ability. He believes that as long as the other party is given a certain amount of time, Magneto will be defeated sooner or later. They have control. Thinking of this, his gaze towards the city in front of him also began to flicker slightly, and he made a silent decision in his heart. In the next battle, he must try his best to ensure the safety of these two people. Such a precious ability cannot be wasted like this. Definitely, in addition to ensuring the safety of Magneto and others, for the rest of Apocalypse's group, although these goals are not the most precious compared to the former, they also want to capture them alive if possible. After all, whether it is Mystique's shape-shifting ability, Sabretooth's self-healing ability, or White Queen's equally good telepathy, they are all very precious research materials. If you bring these materials back to Stryker for research, maybe it will be worthwhile. What a surprise it can bring them. As soon as he thought of this, his eyes couldn't help but become a little eager. As the coalition forces gradually approached, he couldn't wait to wave his hand, and immediately took out the secret weapon he had prepared for a long time, intending to use it against Kai and others. Under his command, I saw the hundreds of armored vehicles in the army driving towards the city in all directions, as if to surround it. And in the process of these armored vehicles moving, unknowingly, a small radar-like object quietly rose from the top of these vehicles, and the shape looked very strange. This object is the secret weapon carefully prepared by Stryker for Apocalypse and others. Through these objects, each armored vehicle is equivalent to a moving energy source. Through some special transformation, it can even transform energy into a special force field that spreads around through these radar-like objects. As for the special force fields generated by these objects, their functions are also very simple. That is the ability to temporarily block all mutants. After testing, as long as they are under this special force field, the mutant's ability will also be temporarily isolated and shielded, and only when they leave the range covered by the force field will they regain their experience. And this is what makes them confident in defeating Apocalypse and others. In his mind, as long as this kind of force field can cover the entire city in front of him, all the mutants in this city will lose their abilities instantly. Without the mutant abilities, how can they be able to fight with them with their strength? A heavily armed modern army to contend with? Chapter 195, Part 3. By then, even if they don't need the help of other members of the coalition, they will be able to defeat this Apocalypse city with just their own strength. So next, he only needs to wait for those armored vehicles to surround the city in front of him, and then the force field they released will successfully cover the city. It's time for them to launch a general attack. Zero looking for flowers. Seeing the hundreds of tanks in front of the army spreading in all directions, everyone except the commander of Ingjiang Kingdom couldn't help but have doubts in their eyes, but no one could answer their doubts. At the same time, Chris, who was following behind and participating in the entire filming process as a live broadcast reporter, his excited voice instantly sounded from thousands of households. Everyone, as you have seen now, the coalition forces have sent out armored vehicles to surround the city. It seems that the coalition forces are ready to attack Apocalypse and the others. With the strength of our coalition forces, I believe that it won't be long before everyone can see the failure of Apocalypse. We want the other party to know that no matter who the opponent is, the final winner must be us humans. Listening to Chris' impassioned explanation in front of the TV, countless people around the world looked at the screen in front of them without blinking, with a glimmer of hope subconsciously emerging in their eyes. As humans, they naturally hope that the coalition forces can successfully defeat Apocalypse this time. Only in this way can the world still belong to humans. But if contrary to what they thought, the coalition forces failed in this battle, then they would not be able to predict the future with certainty. Similar to the worries and hopes of the human side, the mutant side is also watching the live broadcast throughout the entire process, but what they are worried about is more about the failure of the Apocalypse side. Nowadays, the situation of the mutant family is obvious to all. Among human groups, the mutant side is still more repulsive. Especially the Ingjiang country, which arrests mutants for research, undoubtedly makes many mutants' life has become miserable. Such a situation emerged with the emergence of Apocalypse, Especially after Apocalypse published the After Declaration, it was clear that the mutant clan was even more hated by humans. Now that Apocalypse was in front of them, their situation could be a little better, but if Apocalypse were to lose if they fail, their fate can be imagined. Therefore, even if it was for their own sake, they did not want Apocalypse to be defeated by the coalition forces. Looking at the pictures on the screen, countless mutants secretly prayed in their hearts. Inside Xavier's school, Chen Luo and his party gathered in the large living room, looking at the screen without blinking, and their expressions were visibly solemn. "Chun, don't we really need to help?" Finally, Chen took the lead and couldn't help it anymore. He turned his head and looked at Chen Luo with a worried look on his face and asked, "As early as 3 days ago, after learning that the professor had fallen into the hands of Apocalypse, including Aurora, who had just returned from the outside, they wanted to immediately leave for Egypt for rescue. However, before they could make any move, Chen Luo raised his hand to stop him and asked them to wait until now. Definitely, the reason why Chen Luo kept them is also very simple. In his explanation, although the professor was captured by Apocalypse, so far, the professor has no idea about Apocalypse. It is said that it is obviously still useful, so there will be no danger for the time being. And after learning that the coalition forces were involved, Chen Luo stopped their actions because he was worried that they would conflict with the human side. Because of the influence of Apocalypse, they also know that the relationship between humans and mutants has become very delicate nowadays. Even if they are on the side of humans, they still have problems due to race relations. However, they couldn't believe that when they went there, the humans who received the news would not choose to take action against them. So even though they were very anxious, they had to obey Chen Luo's order and stay in the academy to wait. They had already received news about this coalition expedition. Although they were a little surprised that various countries would choose to join forces this time, they knew the horror of Apocalypse. Nor is it believed that these coalition forces alone can successfully defeat the Queen of Heaven. After all, in addition to the unpredictable Apocalypse himself, there are also top-level combatants such as professors. With their abilities, it is not easy to successfully defeat them. It is precisely because of this thought that they have been able to hold back until now. Chapter 195, Part 4. Definitely, in addition to Chen Luo's 2 reasons before, there is another more important reason why he prevented Chen and others from going to the rescue. That's why Chen Luo wants to see if, through these human coalition forces, he can test out part of Apocalypse's strength. Only if he knows enough information can he decide on the next action. You will be more confident. Thinking of this, Chen Luo turned to Chen, smiled, and opened his mouth to comfort Dayono. Chapter 196, Part 1. Don't worry, Jean. The professor will be fine. It's not too late for us to act after this battle is over and the human side evacuates there. Speaking of this, Chen Luo smiled and said, "And you don't think that Apocalypse is really that easy to deal with? Just wait and see. The winner this time will definitely not belong to humans. Perhaps we are the only ones who can deal with Apocalypse now." Definitely, according to Chen Luo's understanding, he also knows that the one who can defeat Apocalypse is the Sorcerer Supreme who has guarded the Earth for thousands of years. World War III. But it's understandable when you think about it. Sorcerer Supreme has never cared much about the things inside the Earth. After all, they are all conflicts inside the Earth. If the other party really cared about human beings so much, world wars like Japan and World War II might not happen. What the other party can provide protection for the Earth is to defend the Earth from external attacks in the universe, just like the different dimension Mephisto Dormammu. Compared with the contradictions between human beings, an existence like Dormammu is worthy of her attention. Since the other party is still unwilling to make a move, Chen Luo can only find a way by himself. Perhaps through this war, he can learn more about Apocalypse. Definitely, if he can find out the opponent's weakness, that would be great. If you can't find any weaknesses, then you can only... Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help but cast a glance in Chen's direction. "Chen, do we really just watch it like this? If we don't take action, those human beings will be like 937. At this time, behind Chen Luo, Orolo, who had been watching the live broadcast on the screen, finally couldn't help it and said with a worried face. Hearing this, Chen Luo turned his head slowly, looked at the other party, and said seriously, "Ololo, you should understand. Since the birth of Apocalypse, the conflict between the mutants and humans has become more intense, and has even reached the point of irreconcilability. If you want to participate in this war at this time, you will definitely become the target of public criticism. Maybe not only will you not be able to do much work, but the human soldiers will think that you and Apocalypse are in the same group. When the time comes to attack you, with your strength, you may not be able to resist it. One must know that there are as many as 50,000 coalition troops gathered in Egypt today. With such a number of troops, perhaps only king-level powerhouses can confront it head-on. Now here besides Chen Luo, Orolu and the others also have the strength of the third-level mutants. If they go to that battlefield with such strength, once they are attacked by the human side, I am afraid that what awaits them will be an extremely heavy blow. Definitely, If Qin can awakening the hidden power in her body at that time and master the Phoenix Force, human beings will not have any threat to her. But when it comes to that time, whether Qin will still choose to stand on the human side is hard to say. Judging from the situation when Chen Luo encountered Qin's initial awakening Phoenix Force before, Qin in that state was more controlled by another personality in his body, full of anger and mania once it is stimulated by some kind. It will definitely attack without any hesitation. Although when Qin is fully awakened, it is enough to have the power to rival Apocalypse head-on, but whether Qin in that state can maintain her sanity is uncertain. Even if Apocalypse can really be eliminated by then, who can guarantee it? Will Qin of Time be the next Apocalypse? So Chen Luo didn't want to use this method to compete with Apocalypse unless it was a last resort. After hearing Chen Luo's words, Aurolo moved her lips slightly a few times, wanting to say something, but in the end, she still didn't say a word, and nodded slightly, acquiesced. Apart from Qin and Aurolo's worries, Hank quite agrees with Chen Luo's decision. As a scientist, he can look at and think about problems rationally more often. So he naturally understood that Chen Luo's approach was indeed the most beneficial decision for them. In addition to Hank, what surprised Chen Luo was that Scott, who had never dealt with him very much, also did not jump out to oppose this time, but uncharacteristically chose to support him. In his words, since sacrifice is unavoidable, it is better to make good use of this opportunity to find the weakness of Apocalypse. If they can use this to defeat Apocalypse in the future, they will undoubtedly reduce even greater casualties. It was through his thinking that Chen Luo finally understood why the future professor would be optimistic about Scott as his next successor. Chapter 196, Part 2. Perhaps from the perspective of ordinary people, his thinking would be a bit cruel, but from the perspective of a leader, there is absolutely no problem with his idea. Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help but look at Scott with admiration. After chatting for a while, Chen Luo and the others didn't say anything more. They stared at the screen in front of them, watched the actions of the coalition forces, and waited for Apocalypse's counterattack under the nervous gaze of all the people around the world. On the other side, the Egyptian mainland. In the city of Apocalypse, at the gate of the incomparably huge amounts of pyramids in the center, Apocalypse and his party appeared here without a sound at some point. Seeing the actions of the humans outside the city, Angel behind Apocalypse finally couldn't help but spoke first. Lord Apocalypse, let me deal with those humans. I'll go with you too. As soon as the words fell, the next moment, Sabretooth and the others beside Angel couldn't wait to ask for a fight. Now, after being imprinted by Apocalypse, Victor Raven and the others formally surrendered to Apocalypse. Similarly, thereafter the strengthening of Apocalypse ability has also been greatly improved. Sensing the new power in their bodies at this moment, Sabretooth and the others are full of confidence. Even though the number of coalition forces coming here is somewhat beyond their imagination, they have no fear at all, and immediately want to go out and fight the opponent head-on. Don't worry, kids. At this time, Apocalypse finally spoke. Looking at the moving vehicles outside the city, Apocalypse's face was calm and his eyes were extremely indifferent. Since it's all here now, let me see what methods those humans have. I'm really looking forward to what kind of performance they will have next. This world has been stolen by these humans for thousands of years. I want to see what kind of progress those humans will make during this time. I hope you don't disappoint me. Hearing this, Angel and the others behind them were speechless and stood quietly aside, watching the movements of the humans below, their faces full of confidence. This is not only confidence in their own strength, but also their absolute trust in their leader, Apocalypse, the ancestor of the mutants. After seeing the overwhelming strength of Apocalypse, they believe that the world can no longer stop their mutants. The rise of the future era must belong to them, mutant. Therefore, in the face of the actions of the human side, Apocalypse and his team did not move at all, just watching the hundreds of armored vehicles outside the city loaded with force field manufacturing equipment scattered everywhere, surrounding the city. Looks like it's about time. After receiving the corresponding information, the corner of the commander's mouth raised a slight arc, and his eyes couldn't hide his excitement. Let's do it. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately gave the order over the intercom. After receiving the order from the superior, the next moment, the force field production equipment started to activate on the top of the armored vehicles scattered around the city. Invisible's force field instantly spread to the surroundings, and within a short time, completely enveloped the entire city in the center. At the moment when the city was shrouded in a force field, Eric, who was originally calm, suddenly changed his face next to Apocalypse. Since being promoted to the 5th level mutant, Eric has gained a deeper control over his own abilities. As a mutant who can control magnetism, if before the 5th level he could only control metal at most, then now he can undoubtedly control it. Do more. Just like now, after developing his own ability more deeply, he also has a sharper perception of the invisible and immaterial energy in nature within a certain range. So at the moment when the force field began to spread towards the city, Eric felt it immediately. Coming soon. Eric's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Angel, and the others behind him all had a flash of doubt in their eyes. Just as they were about to ask, something suddenly happened. How is this going? The next moment, along with Angel's exclamation, when everyone's eyes moved towards her, a hint of shock appeared on their faces subconsciously. It turns out that at some point, the pair of wings used for flight on Angel's back quietly disappeared without a trace, and the whole person suddenly returned to the appearance of a normal human being. Zero. Angel, where are your wings? Seeing this scene, Psylocke on the side asked subconsciously. I don't know either. Angel lowered his head and looked at his hands, his eyes trembling slightly. I can't seem to feel my ability anymore. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 196, Part 3. They subconsciously wanted to use their ability, but then they finally discovered that, like Angel, they had also lost their mutant ability and became no different from ordinary people. Except for Angel, Sabretooth, who originally looked like a beast in human form. At this moment, his sharp claws also unknowingly degenerated into normal human nails, and the sharp canine teeth in his mouth also quietly disappeared, returning to normal. The wildness in his body suddenly dissipated, and the strength in his body that was enough to fight 1 against 100 also completely dissipated. Except for Angel and Sabretooth with obvious external features, other abilities such as Psylocke and Mystique also disappeared immediately, and even Emma and the professor's spiritual power could no longer be used. After feeling this, several people couldn't help it. He kept showing a flustered look. After losing their power as mutants, if they face the human army in their current posture, it will really be the same as sending them to death. Seeing the human army approaching them all around in front of them, the eyes of several people suddenly appeared. A trace of fear. Just when a few people were panicking and fearful, suddenly, Weiqi finally spoke. Don't be afraid, children, your ability is only temporarily blocked. As long as you destroy the devices outside, you will return to normal. While saying this, Apocalypse's eyes were covered with a layer of gray and white at some point, as if he saw something, and he couldn't help showing admiration on his face. It seems that these years have not been in vain for these humans. It is really amazing that they can create such weapons. He had just finished his praise, but soon he changed the subject and said with a smile, however, if you think that you can defeat me with just this weapon, then you are too naive. Although the weapons brought out by the human side this time were very surprising to him, newly, through some kind of special instrument, it is possible to create a special force field that temporarily shields their mutant's ability, thus making mutants no different from ordinary people, but it is very possible, unfortunately, this force field is only effective for mutants below level 5. After being promoted to the 5th level mutant, they have already initially touched the realm of the gods, which means that their abilities have been completely integrated with them, and there is no possibility of shielding them at all. For mutants below level 5, except for the natural ability like the Professor, which is related to spirit, the rest are all due to the influence of their own X genes, so 3. 8 if their souls are extracted and transplanted into the body of another ordinary person, their ability will not be inherited. But it will be different if they are promoted to level 5 mutants. Their abilities are already engraved in the depths of their souls, as long as their souls are immortal, even if their bodies are destroyed. When they after their souls occupy a new body again, their abilities will also move to this new body. It is precisely because of this that Apocalypse can have more variant abilities with each reincarnation during these 1,000 years of continuous reincarnation. Even professors are like this. After the Phoenix Force awakening in Qin's body in the future, the professor died in the hands of Qin. However, even though his body was destroyed, relying on his powerful spiritual power, the professor he was resurrected from his twin brother, and while resurrected, his original telepathy ability was not lost. This is undoubtedly the best explanation. So although the opponent's force field can block other people's abilities, it has no effect on Apocalypse and Eric, who are also 5th level mutants. Ring. After saying this, Apocalypse slowly turned his head, looked at Eric beside him, and said calmly, Then, Eric, I'll leave it to you to solve the problem. Give full play to your strength. Let those humans see the true strength of our mutant. 11, by the way. Let them understand that the current era no longer belongs to human beings. I understand. Just leave it to me. Eric nodded slightly, looked forward, and a smile slowly appeared on his originally calm face. Chapter 197, Part 1. Just when Eric was about to make a move. On the other side, outside the city of Apocalypse, after receiving the news that the force field had been activated, Commander Eagle Sauce was not in the hesitation immediately, and immediately ordered all the soldiers to dispatch to launch an attack. Because under his deliberate arrangement, the soldiers of the Eagle Sauce country were at the forefront of the coalition forces, so after receiving orders from their superiors, although they had some hesitation, they were all elite soldiers of the Eagle Sauce country after all. There is no possibility of disobeying orders, so I can only bite the bullet and start to speed up, rushing forward. And in the rear of the coalition forces, after seeing the sudden action of Ingjiang's side, not only the North and Bear countries at the end of the coalition forces, But even the two allies Zhang Yo and Gall were puzzled. For this reason, they even went to the commander Yingjiang to inquire. But even the allies on Yingjiang's side, the commander took a perfunctory attitude towards their questions and talked about others, without any intention of revealing their true purpose. After all, other countries are not fools, so they can naturally see the preciousness of the abilities of Magneto and the Professor. If you know their true purpose, there is no guarantee that the other party will not compete with you. It is better to solve all Apocalypse and his party as quickly as possible. As long as you hold these mutants in your hands first, that is the most important thing. At that time, even if other countries know about his actions, he still doesn't believe that they can directly rob them. If the other party really dares to do that, with the strength they carry, if they want to compete with their own 20,000 troops, I'm afraid I can only ask for trouble. It is precisely because he understands the truth that soldiers are expensive and fast. So the moment this special force field is set up, he made a decisive decision and immediately issued an attack command, in order to grasp all the benefits before the other Four-Nation coalition forces reacted. Own hands. Thinking of the precious experimental materials they will get in the near future, and how much the strength of their own country will be improved after getting the two of Magneto, for a while, he suddenly felt full of expectations. At this moment, he has already started to imagine in his heart, if he completes this task, how much reward will he get? Perhaps even his military rank, which has not been promoted for more than 10 years, is time to move forward again? Thinking of this, his face was suddenly filled with anticipation. Just as he was thinking about the future, in front of the huge amounts of pyramids, looking at the human army that suddenly moved in front of him, Eric just thought about it for a while, and then he understood what the opponent was thinking. So that's it. Are you trying to take us down in one fell swoop while our abilities are blocked? The corners of Eric's mouth slowly outlined a slight arc. His eyes were extremely indifferent, his hands were opened, and a special magnetic field was instantly generated in his body, covering him all around. Under the cover of the invisible magnetic field, Eric's body slowly floated towards the sky, and then flew forward. Arriving at a height of 100 meters directly above the periphery of Apocalypse City, Eric looked calmly at the black human army rushing towards him, slowly stretched out his right hand, and lifted it upwards. Bang! The next moment, a dull sound suddenly came from the ground. The earth began to vibrate like a drumhead being constantly beaten. As the ground shook, the human army in front was caught off guard. Without paying attention, a large area fell in an instant. Looking at the constantly shaking land around them, the faces of the people who didn't know why were suddenly surrounded by fear. What's going on? What happened? Feeling the vibration of the ground under his feet, the commander of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom suddenly looked dull and yelled a little in shock. Sir, look at the sky ahead. Just when he was full of confusion, suddenly, a soldier's voice came from beside him, pointing forward, his eyes full of fear, and his tone tremblingly reminded. Being reminded by the other party, he subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction the other party pointed. What's that? When he saw the tiny figure emerging from the sky, for some reason, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Picking up the binoculars in his hand, he looked at the high altitude in front of him, but when he just saw the figure in the sky clearly, the next moment, his eyes opened wide. That's mutant? Chapter 197, Part 2. He subconsciously let out an exclamation, as if he had thought of something. His original confidence was instantly shattered by the sudden appearance of the mutant. His eyes began to tremble violently, and fear was written all over his face. Damn it, how could it be useless? Didn't it mean that as long as the force field surrounds the city, all the mutants inside will lose their abilities? Stryker, this damn guy, he dared to lie to me. When I can go back this time, I will definitely not let him go. Originally, the most important reason why he was confident that he could deal with Apocalypse and his group was because of the force field generator they arranged just now. As long as they had this, a mutant that couldn't activate its own ability seemed to them to be more powerful than Apocalypse. Not as good as ordinary people. At that time, wouldn't it be an easy task to arrest them? It's a pity that his plan disappeared instantly after seeing the figure standing in the sky at this moment. Since the opponent's mutant ability has not been blocked, it will undoubtedly be much more difficult for these people to deal with. If he knew that such a thing would happen, how could he let his people take the lead in charging? Isn't it delicious to watch other countries fight these mutants? Although he still doesn't know what the mutant's ability is, but after seeing the trembling ground under his feet, he felt a chill in his heart for an instant, and then, a completely unbelievable thought broke into his mind instantly. Could it be that the other party's ability can cause earthquakes? With the help of Apocalypse before, Eric regained his youth, so there must be a big difference between the current Eric and the reports and records. So it is normal for him not to recognize it for a while. After he thought he had guessed the other party's ability, he immediately gave up the latest order. Listen up, everyone, and fire at that figure in the sky ahead. As long as the opponent can be killed, the earthquake will stop now. Hearing his words, the flustered army was immediately refreshed. Without daring to neglect, he raised the gun in his hand, pointed it at the sky, and immediately pulled the trigger. Because they are worried about the impact of Magneto ability, everyone is wearing weapons made of rubber, even bullets. Although they are not as lethal as steel products, they should not be underestimated. Due to the special material of the rubber they made, while ensuring the ductility, it also retains a considerable part of the hardness. After testing, the bullets made of this special rubber have 1/3 of the penetration of ordinary firearms about. Although it is much worse than the original version, it is still enough to ensure that it can easily penetrate the human body. So if it is hit by such a bullet, unless the target's body has a defense like steel, it is still difficult to defend. In an instant, tens of thousands of bullets spewed out from the muzzle of the gun and shot towards the sky. Even though Eric was far away from their target at this moment, under the densely packed bullets, quite a few bullets still shot straight towards his body. Snort. Seeing this scene, a sneer appeared on Eric's face, and he had no intention of dodging, just watching the bullets flying towards him. On the ground, under the expectant gaze of countless soldiers, at the moment when the bullets were about to hit Eric, suddenly, these bullets seemed to be restrained by some kind and could no longer move. The countless bullets in the sky stagnated in place for an instant, not being allowed to enter at all. They just stayed in the sky quietly, motionless. Looking at this scene, the eyes of the people below changed instantly, from the original expectation to shock. Looking at the scene above the sky with a dull face, the body suddenly stood stiff in place. How is this possible? Doesn't his ability create earthquakes? How can he still have this ability? In the middle of the crowd, Commander Ingjiang also had a look of disbelief, staring blankly at the sky in front of him. Suddenly, a huge amount of panic shrouded his heart. The current situation has undoubtedly exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that even without the help of these weapons, his secret weapon would be enough to successfully take down the opponent, but he didn't want an accident to happen suddenly, but the secret weapon was completely useless. What role does it play? That's all. There is no secret weapon, and he also has powerful firepower as support. You must know that what their soldiers are carrying now are all special weapons made of rubber. Even if Magneto shoots it himself, he can't resist it. Chapter 197, Part 3. As long as Magneto can be dealt with first, then at the coastal border, the fighter planes that have already been ready to launch on the aircraft carrier can also be dispatched to provide fire support for the coalition forces without worrying about being affected by Magneto. However, he never imagined that even this second insurance has lost its effect now, and even their special rubber weapons, the opponent has countermeasures, which is undoubtedly beyond his expectations. In fact, according to the previous analysis, Eric had no means of resisting their rubber weapons. After all, he was only a level 4 mutant at that time, and he could not directly control the magnetic field as he is now. And after mastering the ability to manipulate the magnetic field, although he can't control objects like rubber, he can spread a powerful defensive magnetic field around him by means of manipulating the magnetic field, so that he can resist external attacks. Because of the invisible nature of the magnetic field, in the eyes of outsiders, his method is more like directly controlling these rubber bullets, so that they cannot attack the body. But no matter what the reason was, when they saw that their attacks couldn't hurt each other at all, the eyes of the soldiers on the ground were instantly filled with fear. Damn it! Looking at the figure in the sky, Commander Ingjiang cursed secretly. After seeing that the weapons in their hands were useless, at this moment he subconsciously felt a little bit of retreat. In his mind, since the opponent can control the rubber weapons, these soldiers are useless now, so it's better to retreat first, and then send fighter jets over directly. Let's bomb. Although fighter jets are also at risk of being controlled by Magneto, as long as they move fast enough to blow up the mutant that can control rubber in front of them first, then his soldiers will undoubtedly be useful again, and then they will make a comeback. The chances of winning will be much higher. As soon as he thought of this, he suddenly made a decision in his heart. Everyone, withdraw for me. Before the words were finished, at the same time, Eric in the sky also moved at the same time. His right hand clenched instantly, and following 227's movements, the next moment, outside Apocalypse City, under the hundreds of armored vehicles, the ground broke open instantly, followed by hundreds of black torrents of iron elements. The stream broke through the ground, piercing through the armored vehicles above in the blink of an eye. Boom! Hundreds of long black dragons danced in the sky, and the armored vehicles that were penetrated underground exploded one after another. Deafening explosions sounded one after another, along with the armored vehicles carried above. Together with those force field generating instruments, they all turned into a mass of fireballs, and thus became a mass of scrap iron. As these instruments were destroyed, the force field that originally enveloped the city also dissipated. Angel and others who were watching the battle were also surprised to find that their abilities had returned to their own hands again. This is Magneto? Looking at the black torrent flying in the sky, the commander's eyes instantly shrank, his face changed drastically, and Eric, who was looking at the sky, was suddenly filled with huge amounts of fear. It was only then that he finally understood the identity of the other party. He really didn't expect that the mutant who he suspected could control rubber would actually be Magneto himself. Isn't he only able to manipulate metal? What the hell is going on? However, no matter how broken he was now, Eric would not leave them any room to think. He waved his palm gently, and the next moment, hundreds of black streaks appeared in the sky. The torrent seemed to have life in an instant and swooped down towards the battlefield below. Even if the soldiers below tried their best to get up and escape, how could their speed keep up with the former? Before they could run a few meters, they were quickly shot by way from the air, shrouded in countless iron elements. In less than a second, when these iron elements emerged from the human body again, accompanied by a shrill scream, countless soldiers were covered in blood and fell to the ground wailing. Under Eric's control, the killing efficiency of these long black dragons was simply terrifying. In less than half a minute, thousands of soldiers lost their lives. At this speed, if the speed continues, I am afraid that within 10 minutes, the 20,000 elite he brought will all be buried here. Staring blankly at the scene in front of him, the commander's eyes were already shrouded in despair at this moment, and now a big regret suddenly rose in his heart. If he had known this would be the result, he shouldn't have been the first to attack. Chapter 197, Part 4. If they were hiding at the back like the North Bear and the Rabbit, I'm afraid they would have been able to escape. I hope so. At the same time that this idea came to his mind, the next moment, a long black dragon attacked him instantly, enveloping him immediately. When the long dragon disappeared again, there was only a corpse soaked in blood, lying there silently. Under Eric's overwhelming power, in just a split second, the battle was defeated in an instant. Chapter 198, Part 1. Damn, retreat quickly. This is a monster. How could we be the opponent of this monster? It's better to retreat quickly. Less than a few hundred meters behind the Ingjiang army, there was the coalition army of Zhang Yo and Gaul. Although they did not greet them, the Ingjiang soldiers took the first step and launched an attack on Apocalypse City. But the distance between them was not too far away. At least it was much closer than the combined forces of rabbits and polar bears released last. So when the former attacked Eric, they finally rushed over. However, just as they approached, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. On the overcrowded battlefield ahead, nearly half of the 20,000 Eagle Sauce soldiers had been killed or injured, and as the hundreds of black torrents in the sky continued to dive downward, the number of casualties was likely to increase further. Seeing such a situation, the commanders of both sides were also a little confused. Originally, they thought that the reason why Commander Eagle Sauce marched forward without saying hello to them was because he wanted to monopolize some benefits and did not want to share with them. With their understanding, they naturally understand that this is indeed very similar to the other party's style. It is precisely because of understanding this that they are also a little moved by the benefits of making Ingjiang's side also think about it. Although they still don't understand what the other party's goal is, this does not prevent them from rushing to share a share. With this in mind, the two stepped up and urged the army to move forward quickly. However, when they actually came here, they realized that there was nothing good about this place, not to mention that they hadn't entered the city in front of them. Method. Looking at the hundreds of black dragons raging on the battlefield in front of them at this moment, a trace of doubt emerged in their hearts. Obviously, after seeing the overwhelming power displayed by the other party, they also became somewhat unpredictable about the thoughts of their allies. Could it be that our allies took the initiative to test for our safety? Thinking of this, the two of them immediately felt boundless respect for that Commander Ingjiang who had been in hell for an unknown time. No, we cannot let our allies die in vain. That's right. Since our allies are willing to give up their own lives to end our legacy, we can't let them down. The two looked at each other and reached an agreement in an instant. So the two made a decisive decision and immediately ordered to retreat. After receiving the order from their superiors, the soldiers of the two countries, who had long been terrified in their hearts, could no longer hold back, and immediately turned and ran towards the rear. Regardless of the panicked calls for help from the Ingjiang soldiers behind him, under the desperate gaze of the other party, he ran away quickly without looking back. At the same time, a few miles away from the battlefield, the cameras that have already been set up are still faithfully recording everything in front of them. Beside the cameras, Chris, who is the host of this live broadcast, also has dull eyes and a face full of disbelief. The passionate commentary disappeared in an instant, but the people who were also watching the live broadcast at the moment were not in the mood to care about it. Looking at the scene on the screen, the soldiers of one's own side were ruthlessly massacred by the overwhelming force of the opponent, and the tens of thousands of soldiers in the rear began to flee without any hesitation. At this moment, everyone subconsciously opened their mouths wide, unable to utter a word. After seeing this scene, even the people who had the most confidence in the coalition forces couldn't help but lose hope at this moment. The expectations in their eyes gradually disappeared, and instead they were shrouded in 10 layers of deep despair. Even the coalition formed by the council has failed, so what can stop those mutants? Is it true that the age of their humans has passed like this? Is the future world, as the other party said, destined to belong to mutant? Thinking of this, all over the world, all the people who are watching this live broadcast have quieted down. The silence is incomparable. On the contrary, the mutant group who were also watching the live broadcast had excitement on their faces at this moment. Their faces turned red due to excessive excitement. They could no longer hold back and cheered together. They also have reasons to do so. After all, the victory of this war has a completely different meaning to them. If Apocalypse can win this battle, then regardless of whether the opponent can truly conquer the world, mutant status will be greatly improved in the future because of the presence of such a powerful presence on Apocalypse's side. Chapter 198, Part 2. Even because of the power of Apocalypse, if humans want to continue to capture mutant for research, they will undoubtedly have a lot of concerns. It is precisely because of this that while the crowd of mutants cheered, they also felt a lot of gratitude to the Queen of Heaven. It can be expected that even if they are unable to join the Apocalypse camp due to various reasons, in their hearts, the prestige of Apocalypse has undoubtedly increased by huge amounts, and many mutants even regard Apocalypse as their idol. Definitely, not only Apocalypse, but also Magneto, Angel, and others who appeared on the battlefield and hunted down the Coalition forces in front of them also admired him endlessly. That's right, while Eric was massacring the Coalition forces, Angel and others behind Apocalypse finally got Apocalypse's approval and went out to hunt down the Coalition forces. Eric alone was enough to kill the entire Coalition army, not to mention the others who joined in. After Angel and others joined the battlefield, they were also chased by John Yo and the Gallic armies who evacuated later. Come up, rush into the crowd and start killing. Just when the Coalition forces began to collapse, fortunately, the rabbits and bears at the rear retreated in time because they were too far apart, so they did not suffer any losses. All the way to evacuate at the same time. In order to ensure the safety of the Coalition forces, countless fighter jets quickly took off over the aircraft carrier to support the Coalition forces. With the firepower assistance from the air, it was indeed effective in blocking Angel and others from continuing their pursuit at the beginning. However, before John and the soldiers were happy for a long time, Eric arrived in time. With the strength of his 5th-level mutant, even if these fighter jets are at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, they still cannot escape the constraints of his magnetic field and are instantly captured by his ability. Not surprisingly, under Eric's overwhelming power and after losing hundreds of fighter jets, the Coalition finally realized the terror of Magneto and stopped sending reinforcements and gave up its plan to continue supporting. After losing the fire support from the air, except for the 2 Coalition forces of Rabbit and North Bear, the other more than 30,000 Coalition soldiers no longer had any hope of escaping. Full of despair, they were slaughtered by Angel and others who came from behind. After the battle lasted for more than 2 hours, it finally came to an end. The scenes of the defeat of the Coalition forces were all faithfully recorded by the cameras on the side. After seeing most of the Coalition forces being slaughtered by the mutant side, the whole world fell into silence for a while. Beside the camera, Chris, who was the host of the live broadcast, finally regained his consciousness at this moment. Looking at the tragic battlefield in the distance, he shuddered subconsciously and immediately planned to turn around and run away without even thinking about it. However, just the next second after he started, his steps suddenly stopped, and then under the horrified gazes of the people around the world, his body instantly turned into countless gravels, quietly floating in the air. Just the second after Chris disappeared, the figure of Apocalypse slowly fell from the sky and came to the camera. Humanity. Hearing this familiar voice, people's hearts were shocked, and they instantly understood the identity of the person in front of them. I think you have all seen it. With your strength, you cannot be an enemy of me and my compatriots. You should also understand the consequences of trying to fight us. 11. Recognize the reality. The current world is no longer the era of your humans. Only we, mutant, are the future of this world. Thousands of years ago, human beings existed as my servants. Now, I will give you the same chance again. I will give you 3 more days. After 3 days, if human beings still do not choose to surrender, then I will use my own way to conquer this world. Treasure your last time. From the moment I wake up, the fate of mankind has been doomed. This era is destined to belong to Apocalypse. As the last voice fell, the next moment, the camera in front of Apocalypse instantly turned into sand and dissipated. As the camera was destroyed by Apocalypse, all over the world, the screens in front of everyone's eyes suddenly went black, and the picture was lost in an instant. But even so, people didn't react at all, and there was silence. While feeling desperate, the words "just opened" subconsciously flashed in their minds. After seeing the overwhelming strength of Apocalypse, perhaps out of fear, for a while, different voices actually appeared in this world. Chapter 198, Part 3. Whether it was awe of the strength of Apocalypse or fear of death, in short, after the war, many people advocated letting humans surrender to Apocalypse, believing that only in this way can their own lives be guaranteed. So much. Under the instigation of these people, What is surprising is that many people really started to respond one after another, and gradually formed a small momentum. Faced with such a voice, countries all over the world did not seem to hear it for some reason. They did not care about this voice at all, and continued to develop. It looks like they have acquiesced in their approach. After feeling the attitude of the upper echelon, this voice gradually began to spread, and there was a scene of intensification. Let's not care about this for now. Just after the defeat in the war with Apocalypse, Nick Fury, who had been paying attention to the live broadcast in the familiar conference room, saw the defeat of the coalition forces and the final declaration of Apocalypse. Before he could think about it, the next moment, the phone on his waist rang instantly. After answering the call, Fury walked into the secret room again without thinking about it, and turned on the screen in front of him again. The 5 familiar faces are still there. The first time the screen lights up, the representative of the Yingjiang Kingdom has a gloomy face on the screen, staring at Fu Rue, word by word. Opened his mouth and asked, "Fury, I need an explanation. I want to know why Magneto can even control rubber weapons. If it weren't for this, the coalition would not have been defeated so quickly. And look at his performance just now. Is that the strength that a 4th-level mutant should have? Damn it, how could Magneto have that level of power? #:. Is this my problem? It was obviously you who suggested that you could deal with Magneto, but now you see that your own weapons have no effect on the opponent, and you turn around and beat him up? Obviously, what the other party said was to shirk responsibility and find someone to take the blame. Fury definitely understood this, but who made the other party his superior? It seemed that he couldn't bear the blame even if he didn't want to. Before he can say anything then, the next moment, 2 other voices sounded. This time they were representatives from John Bull and Gaul. At this moment, these 2 people were like the former, with red eyes and obviously very angry in their hearts. Damn it, Fury, who asked our army to go to the front? Who is the commander of the coalition this time? Did he deliberately want our people to go up and die? Upon hearing these good words, Fury's eyes widened immediately, feeling ridiculous in his heart. Can you rely on me? Isn't your soldier commander one of your own? What does it have to do with me? If I have to shoulder the blame, then you have gone too far. Fortunately, the next moment, Bichon Fries finally opened his mouth to come to his rescue. What does this have to do with Fury? If I remember correctly, it was obviously you who requested to run at the front, right? Now you have the nerve to blame others for asking for it? What did you say? As soon as these words came out, the 2 people's eyes were immediately pointed in the direction of the North Bear country. As if they had found an outlet, they said with a gloomy face, "Speaking of this, I have a question. Let me ask you, why are you standing at the very back of this coalition? Could it be that you knew there was danger ahead, so you let our people go up and die? Idiots." Hearing this, the Beixiong representative would not tolerate them. He sneered and said, "You should understand why we are in the end, right? That's it. I thought there was some benefit in the front, so I excluded us. Now that the benefits have not been obtained, all of your own people are dead, and you still have the nerve to come to us with problems. It's really ridiculous." Hearing these words, let's not mention what the representatives of the 2 countries, John and Yo, were thinking. In short, the face of the representative Yingjiang on the side suddenly darkened, and he also felt sorry for Stryker. He started to curse loudly. If that idiot hadn't said that his secret weapon could disable the abilities of those mutants, would he have been so stupid as to let his own troops go and die? Thinking that all 20,000 of his troops were destroyed there, for a moment, he felt even more comfortable with Stryker. P.S. I always felt that there was something wrong with the name Furue. I just checked it and it has been changed now. Chapter 199, Part 1. Seeing the 3 people arguing more and more fiercely on the screen, in the end, Fury bit the bullet and stepped forward to interrupt. "Everyone, it's useless to say something now. Let's discuss it carefully. How should we deal with Apocalypse? After all, everyone has heard what Apocalypse said just now. Now we only have 3 days left. If there is no reply to the other party after 3 days, then it is not certain what Apocalypse will do." It has to be said that Fury's words were very effective, and under the threat of Apocalypse, the 3 of them finally calmed down. Thinking of what Apocalypse said before, Representative John Yo said with a gloomy face, "Then what do you think we can do? Now the coalition forces can't deal with that damn mutant, and our weapons are completely useless. Under such circumstances, what else can we do?" At this time, the Gaul representative on the side also echoed, "You all saw it just now. How terrifying is that Magneto's ability? With his displayed ability, even if the number of coalition forces were several times larger, he might not be his opponent. Just one Magneto is already so terrifying. What if that Apocalypse also makes a move? As the leader of those mutants, I don't think the strength of the opponent is weaker than Magneto. If there is no way to deal with these 2, then the world may really enter the era of mutants as Apocalypse said." As soon as these words came out, the audience fell silent. Recalling the strength of Magneto they had seen before, everyone felt as if a boulder was pressing on their hearts at this moment, very heavy. Although they don't understand what happened, it is obvious that the strength Magneto is showing now is completely different from what they know. If it is said that the king-level combat power can only fight against one of their troops at most, then the strength shown by Magneto can even threaten the security of a big country like them. It is no exaggeration to say that Magneto alone can stand shoulder to shoulder with their country's 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of troops, which can be described as an enemy country in the true sense. You must know that they are one of the few big countries in the world. In the entire world, there are very few countries that can reach their level of strength. However, even with their level of strength, they have no confidence that they can compete with Magneto. It can be seen how terrifying its strength is. Just a Magneto is enough to make them fearful, but behind the opponent, but 923 has an existence that is likely to be stronger than Magneto. Such an opponent, they really don't know how to deal with it. If these two attack together, with their strength, it will be really difficult to stop them. You must know that the opponent left the human beings with only 3 days. After 3 days, once the human beings do not choose to surrender to the opponent will attack without any hesitation. If human beings fail, then the next world may really be the same as the other party said, officially entering the era of mutant ruling the world. Thinking of such a result, for a while, everyone's heart became extremely heavy. Perhaps we don't have other options. Just when several people lowered their heads to think, suddenly, Fury's voice sounded. As if thinking of something, Fury raised his head, looked at the crowd, and expressed his thoughts. Although we may have nothing to do with Apocalypse and the others, we can also ask other powerhouses to help. You know, in this world, besides Magneto and the others, there are other people with king-level combat power. If there is a strong player who is also at the king level, then we may still have the possibility to compete with the opponent. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. The other side. Inside Xavier's school, looking at the instantly black screen in front of them, except for Chen Luo, everyone else stood there in a daze, unable to speak a word. Not only them, even Chen Luo, who had been prepared for a long time, couldn't help being a little surprised at this moment. Obviously, in the previous battle, Chen Luo could see clearly the ability that Eric suddenly showed. That level of power has far exceeded the level when he fought against the opponent. You must know that Eric had already stood at the peak of the 4th level mutant at that time, and now he suddenly went one step further. If his guess is correct, I am afraid that the current Eric has really reached the level of the 5th level mutant. You must know that this is the same level of strength as Apocalypse. Although his strength may not be as strong as Apocalypse because he has just been promoted not long ago, it should not be underestimated. This point can be seen from the battle just now. Chapter 199, Part 2. Today, Eric has initially got rid of the restriction of only being able to manipulate metal, and even has a certain degree of control over the magnetic field originally. With this ability, the weakness has obviously been covered up for the most part. From the perspective of actual combat power, the opponent's destructive power is even higher than that of Chen Luo. But this does not mean that Chen Luo has nothing to do with him. After all, Chen Luo still has the magic skill of teleportation. Even with the difference in physique, Eric has absolutely no room to resist. So Eric is not a danger to Chen Luo. The only problem now is probably Apocalypse himself. Although his teleportation ability is powerful, unfortunately, Apocalypse also has teleportation ability, and the opponent's movement range is much larger than his, and can even move freely on the entire planet, which is undoubtedly the current situation. Chen Luo can't compare. In addition to teleportation, the opponent's strength, which was probably stronger than Eric's, also made Chen Luo fearful. If the opponent's ability is fully activated, even if Chen Luo has the ability to convert energy, facing the opponent's attack, it is very likely that the absorption will reach the upper limit and it will explode instantly. Although he doesn't want to admit it, the reality is before his eyes. His strength is indeed much worse than the opponent's now. If he wants to truly compete with the opponent, I'm afraid it will be possible only after his spiritual attributes officially break through the limit. But if he wants his spirit to break through the limit, then he must first solve the Apocalypse. Only after successfully solving the opponent and receiving the reward from the system can he go further. So the only thing he has to think about now is to figure out how to solve the opening method. Thinking of this, Chen Luo also had a slight headache. Originally, he thought that through this live broadcast, he could take a good look at Apocalypse's strength, but he didn't expect that the opponent didn't make a move from the beginning to the end. This also made Chen Luo's original plan come to naught, so he had to rethink other methods. While Chen Luo was thinking, beside him, Chen finally came back to his senses, turned his head to look at Chen Luo, and said with a worried face, "Chen, what should we do now? With our strength, can we really fight against Apocalypse?" Not only her, but also Aurora and the others all looked worried at this moment. Obviously, they were not sure in their hearts. After seeing Eric's current strength from the live broadcast, their original confidence is undoubtedly greatly reduced in an instant. After all, they are not stupid. Such an obvious strength gap. They can't see it naturally. Even not only Eric, even Angel and others who later attacked the coalition forces, although they don't know why the opponent's strength suddenly increased so fast, But it is obvious that even facing these people, they are not sure of victory. Even if these people can't be dealt with, let alone defeating Apocalypse and rescuing Charles. I'm afraid that when they get there, what awaits them is the fate of the entire army. Thinking of this, several people's hearts instantly became extremely heavy. Chen Luo had already felt Qin's worries, and a smile appeared on his face, and he comforted them. Don't worry, everyone. Although the opponent's strength is indeed very strong, it's not like we don't have a chance. Eric and the others can say that Chen Luo, Advch alone is enough to deal with it. But the most important thing is Apocalypse, only him, and Chen Luo is not sure of victory. If there is really no way, then in the end, he can only hope that Qin can truly awaken the Phoenix Force in his body, and only in this way, they will have the strength to confront Apocalypse head-on. These thoughts flashed through Chen Luo's mind, and he was about to continue to say something. But at this moment, a sudden ringing of the phone interrupted his actions instantly. Chen Luo picked up the phone and clicked to answer. Which one is it? Mr. Chen Luo. Maybe you haven't heard of me. Please allow me to introduce myself, Nick Fury, Director of the Homeland Strategic Defense Offensive and Logistics Support Bureau, Phil Coulson's superior. As the voice from the other side of the phone came, Chen Luo frowned and said with great interest, "Oh, then. Director Nick Fury, I wonder why you were looking for me." Facing his question, the other party showed no hesitation at all and immediately explained his intention of coming. Mr. Chen Luo, I only came to you this time for one thing. I wonder if you are willing to take action against the heavenly official. Hearing this, Chen Luo was taken aback for a moment and then reacted instantly, as if he had thought of something. His eyes flashed, and then he said calmly, "You want me to deal with Apocalypse?" Chapter 199, Part 3. Yes. Mr. Chen Luo, I think you should also understand that if Apocalypse cannot be resolved as soon as possible, what will happen to us 3 days later? At that time, if we want to continue to survive on this planet, we can only surrender to Apocalypse. Do you really want to see such a result? Now in this world, apart from the king-level powerhouses on the Apocalypse side, the only king-level powerhouses he can know are Chen Luo and the Blood Clan ancestor in Monster Town. Therefore, if he wants to fight against Apocalypse, he must win over these two. Now the only ones who are most likely to deal with Apocalypse and them are Chen Luo, who are both kings. As Blood Clan, the two are completely different from the Apocalypse side. Facing non-mutant races, conflicts between the two are inevitable. So as long as Chen Luo and the others are unwilling to surrender to each other, there will be conflicts between them sooner or later. War. Therefore, Fury also has great confidence in inviting Chen Luo to participate in the fight against Apocalypse this time. And apart from Chen Luo, even the elite mutants in Xavier's school where Chen Luo is now, may not have the possibility of cooperation. After all, according to the information he got before, the professor was forcibly taken away after being controlled by Apocalypse. Those mutants who want to come to the academy should also want to help the professor get out of control, so that they have a reason to fight against Apocalypse. With such combat power joining the human camp, their chances of winning will undoubtedly increase. Although he never thought that Fury would take the initiative to contact him and want to invite them to help, but since the other party has already spoken, and his original purpose is to deal with Apocalypse, there is no conflict between the two. Although he already had a plan in mind, Chen Luo didn't agree directly. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. I understand what you mean, but since you want us to help, then I have some conditions here. If you can accept it, there is a possibility of cooperation between us. What conditions? The other party didn't talk nonsense at all, and asked immediately. Don't worry. At this time, Chen Luo was not in a hurry. He chuckled lightly, and then said, It's not convenient to say these things on the phone. I don't think it's better than this. You can come to the academy, and we can talk face to face. After a pause, Chen Luo continued with a calm face. I think, Director Nick Fury, you should not miss this time, right? As Chen Luo's voice fell, the other party was silent for a moment, and finally answered. Good. I'll be there on time tonight. After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo turned his head and looked in the direction of the people behind him, and then without hiding anything, he told everyone the content of the call between him and Fury just now. After listening to his narration, several people were immediately refreshed, and a gleam of joy appeared on Arolo's face, and he couldn't wait to speak. Chin, what do you mean? Will we join forces with the human side next? If so, will the possibility of us saving the professor increase a lot? Or, if we join hands with humans, can we fight Apocalypse? Facing the somewhat expectant faces of several people, a faint smile appeared on Chen Luo's face. He didn't confirm their guesses, but he didn't deny them either. He just explained to everyone. We can choose to join forces with humans, but before joining forces, we must reach a consensus. Speaking of this, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly became serious. He swept the crowd around, and then said, If we can really successfully defeat Apocalypse this time, have you ever thought about the situation of Mutant next? I think you should be able to imagine that even if Apocalypse disappears, human beings will become more afraid of Mutant because of this incident. And even without the threat of Apocalypse, Mutant's situation may become even worse. So in order to prevent this from happening, we must also come up with a way. And now, since the human side is actively asking us, as long as we seize this opportunity, we may be able to improve the situation of the mutant clan in the future. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Qin and the others froze for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Chapter 200, Part 1. Chen, you mean that we can negotiate with humans to improve the situation of our mutants, right? Scott was the first to react, and his face suddenly showed a hint of joy. Hearing Chen Luo's words, he suddenly realized. Obviously, now is definitely a good time to take the opportunity to improve the situation of the mutant family. After all, the strength of Apocalypse is there now, and the human side is no longer able to resist it. If they want to stop the other party, they can only turn to other people for help. If there is anyone else in this world who has the ability to compete with the opponent, then Chen Luo, who is also a king-level combat power, naturally cannot escape. But after all, Chen Luo's combat power is only a minority, and the strong ones on the Apocalypse side are not there either. There are only a few. So in order to increase the possibility of winning as much as possible, they need more strong people to fight together. After the previous defeat of the coalition forces, the human side finally realized that since the technology they developed could not cause harm to Apocalypse and others, the only way left was to fight head-on. But that being said, if human beings want to compete with a mutant with special abilities, and a mutant as powerful as Magneto, even as one of the few superpowers in the world, they have to admit with embarrassment that their subordinates there is no strong person with such strength. Therefore, if you want to fight against Apocalypse and others, the best choice is to summon the powerful men in the underground world to participate in the battle. Now in the underground world, except for the king-level combat power possessed by Apocalypse, the rest of them the only known king-level combat powers are Chen Luo and Dracula, both from the Blood Clan. Definitely, the world is so big, and there are not only two people with this level of strength, but it is not that easy to find strong people at this level, and Apocalypse only gives them 3 days. God, it will undoubtedly be more difficult to find. Therefore, as a last resort, they had no other choice but to invite Chen Luo and others. After deciding to invite powerful people to fight against Apocalypse, it was natural that Xavier's school, as a force recognized as being close to humans in the mutant world, also fell into their eyes. Although the most powerful professors in the college were taken away after being controlled by Apocalypse, the remaining teaching disciples should not be underestimated. Scott, Aurora, Hank, and Qin, they are all elite mutant players. If these people join, their chances of winning will be greater. Since I need help from Qin and the others, I can take the opportunity to make some requests for the mutants. After all, the Apocalypse incident has exacerbated the conflict between humans and mutants. If they can really defeat Apocalypse this time, without the intimidation of Apocalypse, I am afraid that the mutant family will also usher in even more crazy revenge from the human side. So in order to avoid this happening, they must take precautions. These were all things he thought of after Chen Luo reminded him just now. After realizing this, Scott's eyes suddenly became extremely complicated when he looked at Chen Luo. There is no doubt that after agreeing to Qin to be the temporary leader of the academy, Chen Luo did fulfill his promise and considered the situation of the mutant clan at every turn, whether it was his vision or the means of handling things. In just 3 days, although he didn't want to admit it, but Scott couldn't help but admire the other party secretly. Glancing at Qin from the corner of his eye, Scott felt a dark feeling in his heart, and most of his hostility towards Chen Luo slowly dissipated. Only now did he finally admit Chen Luo's excellence. Compared to himself, the opponent was indeed much better than him. He was convinced to lose to such an opponent. If it were you, maybe it would be more suitable for Qin than me. Scott sighed quietly in his heart. Definitely, Chen Luo had no idea about Scott's psychological activities. Seeing that the other party reacted so quickly, Chen Luo looked at the other party with admiration, nodded slowly, recognizing it. That's right. You should also realize that with the resurgence of Apocalypse, the conflict between humans and mutants will definitely intensify. If it cannot be properly handled, even if we successfully defeat Apocalypse, the situation of mutants will not be the same in the future. Better off. But now that the human side is asking for help from us, we can take this opportunity to ease the relationship with the human side, and we can also ask the human side to stop arresting mutants from now on. I think this should help mutant. Hearing what Chen Luo said, everyone nodded subconsciously, but then Qin looked at Chen Luo with some doubts and asked, then what should we ask for? Chapter 200, Part 2. I also have some ideas about this. Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and then he expressed his thoughts without hesitation. I think the best way, maybe just like what Eric thought before, building a country of mutants' own should be the best choice. Build a kingdom? Hearing this, several people opened their eyes instantly. That's right. Chen Luo nodded heavily, and then explained, but this country is different from Apocalypse. It has no ambition to conquer the world. It just provides a home for all mutants in the world. If this country were all mutants, then they would be able to live freely in the world. Isn't this kind of future what we want? And this country needs to be recognized by humans. Only when the other side recognizes the qualifications of this country can this country be able to protect the safety of your compatriots in the future. Although Chen Luo said this, in fact, in his heart, he never believed that peace could truly be achieved between humans and mutants. To be honest, if it weren't for the system rewards and the unwillingness to surrender to apocalypses, he quite admired the way it was done. In his opinion, the best way to truly end mankind's persecution of mutants is to successfully replace mankind and become the master of the world. But it is obvious that Chen Luo is not willing to see the other party do this. If he really succeeds in stopping the other party, then the conflict between humans and mutants will become increasingly fierce. Even without the existence of Apocalypse, there is no guarantee that another powerful mutant will appear who inherits Apocalypse's ideals and launches resistance to mankind again. If that time really comes, the world will probably fall into turmoil again. Chen Luo naturally doesn't want to see such a situation. He is actually very satisfied with his current life, and naturally he doesn't want to be broken like this. Therefore, the best way to maintain such a life is to let the conflict between humans and mutants maintained within an acceptable range. And now that the human side needs their power, this is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. In Chen Luo's opinion, in addition to letting humans recognize the kingdom of mutant, it would be best to publicize the news that the power against Apocalypse this time also comes from mutant. Only when the people of the world realize this, will their impression of mutant be able to there will be a big change. Definitely, in this process, Chen Luo will not specifically emphasize his blood clan identity. Unlike mutant, blood clan's identity is still too sensitive. After all, it is a race that feeds on blood. Although because of the existence of the blood cup, the blood clan no longer needs to hunt humans, humans do not know this news. If the other party knows that the blood clan still exists in the world, Chen Luo has full confidence that humans may be much more repulsive to blood clan than mutant. Hiding in the dark like now is undoubtedly a more suitable way of survival for the blood clan. There is no need to reveal their identity for this. So even if Chen Luo may act with Qin and the others in the future, he will participate in the battle as a mutant. After all, judging from the abilities he has mastered, he is really no different from a mutant, and naturally he has not been exposed. Possible. After telling everyone his thoughts, Chen Luo finally said, "In short, my idea is very simple, which is to use this opportunity to ease the conflict between mutants and humans as much as possible. It's up to you to decide how to talk about it. I'm afraid I can't help you much." Hearing this, Scott nodded first, with a smile on his face and said, "I see. Leave it to us. If it's just a negotiation, I think I should have some confidence." After understanding what Chen Luo meant, Scott also had some confidence in the upcoming negotiations. After all, the two conditions Chen Luo just mentioned were not too harsh in the final analysis, and they did not have any impact on the human side. What a loss. So he is quite sure that he can get the human side to agree. After saying this, Scott looked closely in the direction of Chen Luo. A hint of gratitude gradually appeared on his face. His lips moved slightly, hesitating for a moment, and finally said softly, "Qian, thank you so much this time." Hearing this, Chen Luo was taken aback for a moment, turned his head, took a deep look at the other party, then nodded slowly, with a smile on his face. "Zero, ask for flowers. You don't have to thank me, since this matter is related to Qin, then I have no reason to sit idly by." Hearing this, Scott didn't say anything more and nodded silently. List. Beside Chen Luo, after hearing Chen Luo's words, Qin's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes looking at Chen Luo couldn't help but become a little gentler. Okay, the other party won't arrive until tonight. Chapter 200, Part 3. Now, everyone should have a good rest. Chen Luo smiled, then pulled Qin to his side, waved to everyone, then turned and left. Seeing this, Scott and others looked at each other and understood that there was nothing to do here, so they also left one after another. Soon, the time came to night. Along with the sound of a helicopter's propeller turning, Chen Luo was instantly startled. After knowing that the other party had arrived, Chen Luo immediately led everyone towards the gate of the college. As soon as he walked out of the door, Chen Luo saw the big figure coming towards him. Tall, wearing a black windbreaker, a black egg-shaped head, and the iconic eye patch, there is no doubt that he is the future SHIELD director. Mr. Chen Luo. Nick Fury strode up to Chen Luo, with a faint smile on his serious-looking face, stretched out his right hand, and then said, "We finally meet. Director Nick Fury. Nice to meet you." Chen Luo also stretched out his hand and held it tightly, smiling broadly. The two chatted for a while, and then at the invitation of Chen Luo, Fury walked into the famous Xavier School for the first time. As an agent's instinct, when he first entered the academy, Fury's eyes subconsciously glanced around, observing the surrounding environment calmly. However, since it is already nighttime and the surroundings are pitch black, I can't find any useful information at all, so I'm watching. After a while, Fury withdrew his gaze. But he did not give up because of this. As he moved forward, his eyes also moved among the figures of Chen Luo and others. As a top agent, through the faces of others, gathering intelligence through facial expressions and body movements is naturally within the scope of his business. After a moment of observation, Fury finally locked his eyes on the piano next to Chen Luo. Looking at the other person's figure, Fury suddenly had a flash of understanding in his heart. Originally, he had some doubts about why Chen Luo was related to the academy. But now after seeing Chen, his doubts were completely cleared up. Without saying anything else, Fury silently followed Chen Luo and his group and walked forward. All the way to the door of the professor's office, Chen Luo finally stopped where he was, turned to look at Fury, and said with a smile, "Director Nick Fury, leave the rest of the negotiation to Scott. As long as you can reach an agreement, I'm willing to join." After saying this, without waiting for the other party's reaction, Chen Luo took Chen with him, and Shishairan turned and left. Looking at the two people leaving, Fury frowned slightly, not understanding the meaning of the other person's move. But before he could think about it, Scott on the side also started to make some moves. "Director Nick Fury, let's get started." After saying this, he seemed to be able to understand what the other party was thinking, and said with a smile, "I think you can rest assured that Chen is not a person who will break his promise. As long as if we can reach an agreement once, Chen Yi will definitely take action." Hearing this, Fury immediately came back to his senses, nodded slightly without saying anything, and then walked into the room with Scott. On the sofa in the living room, Chen Luo and Chen sat quietly and waited. However, something different from Chen Luo was that Chen glanced towards the door from time to time, looking a little uneasy. "Don't worry, Chen. Scott will take care of this." Finally, Chen Luo couldn't stand it anymore, stretched out his right hand, wrapped it around her soft waist, and comforted softly. Feeling the warmth from Chen Luo's palm, Chen's face turned red, she nodded slightly, and her face instantly became relaxed. They were not asked to wait long, but within half an hour, accompanied by a burst of footsteps, when the door opened again, Scott and his group appeared in front of them again. Looking at each other, Chen Luo Barton understood when he saw the smile on Scott's face. The two parties have officially reached an agreement. Then, it will be their turn to take action.